What's up, y'all? You most definitely in the building. Make sure you hit that like button, man. What y'all thinking? Is it real? Is it real, or is they gaming us again, guys? Let me know. What is we seeing? What is it? Let me know. Even this one got a door on it, guys. What we thinking? We here. What's up? What's up? The Jetsons joint, man. I'm telling you, bro. It's something else. Red, bro. That thing got English written all on it. Let go. Big Heavy, what's the deal, guy? Real deal, or they pulling our leg again? Let me know. They been saying the other ones was fake. What y'all think about this one? This one even got a brand on the side or something. I don't know about that. It most definitely look like something I ain't never seen before. I ain't never seen an aircraft like that. I know they gonna jump in. They gonna say that's AI, bro. That's AI. What y'all thinking out there? It's scarred up. Think it fell from the sky. They dragged it in. I'm just saying. These got on white suits, no mask. I don't know what's going on. What's up, Dark Chocolate? What we thinking about it? Clearly has damage. You know what I'm saying? Clearly got some damage to it. You know what I'm saying? It's broken, but it got some kind of, got a mark on it. They got a big one on the other side. What we thinking? Y'all see that brand or whatever on it right there? Yeah, if it got a, it's not a UFO if it got a brand on it. I'm just saying. Maybe it's just something from another country. They say Elon Musk somewhere near. Got a door on it. I seen a door on the other side. They're letting us see it. They definitely have something newer we haven't seen. They say movie set. What's up with it, Mike? What you think about it, Doc? Could it be something we need to be checking out? Or is it just another AI video? Let me know. Y'all make sure y'all double tapping that screen, man. Get the lights up. You know what I'm saying? Share this live. Is that one of the mysterious drones, guys? Y'all know I bring it to y'all as soon as I see it every time. We gotta evaluate it. We gotta look at it. What y'all thinking? They say government project. I don't know what it is, bro. I just ran across it. Most definitely look like something I ain't never seen though. That part of Elon's rocket that blew up last week. You think so? That's a SpaceX ship right there. Dark chocolate. You gotta look at it all, man. You gotta look at it all. If it turns out to be true, you'll remember where you saw it at first. If it turns out to be fake, hey, it's just another AR video. That's all I'm saying. Let me know what y'all think. I just was like, man, it most definitely got damage to it. Can't say it ain't got no damage to it. The whole front end cracked up. But it most definitely got a brand on it, guys. I'm wondering where these stickers came from. Did these people put it on there? You know what I'm saying? Or is this identifying markings right there? Y'all let me know, man. You know what I'm saying? They go to how you get in. To me, it looked like a knob on a radio or something right there. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. What y'all thinking? What's up with it, Scope Thick? There go the damage to it right there. Look, it's stuff hanging all up out of there. Most definitely cracked up, broken. I don't know, something I ain't never seen before. What's up, IGT? What's up, Blackout? What's up, Scope Thick? What's up, Well Informed? Dark Chocolate, Red Bird, Chuck, what's up, y'all? IGT say they coming for us. Man, look, I'm just saying. I just want to know what y'all think about it. You know, if I see it, I most definitely gotta let y'all see it. What we thinking? Our government made that. You think so? It's most definitely a flying saucer, if nothing else, even if it ain't from outer space. It's a flying saucer. They say fake. Man, make sure y'all double tapping that screen, click those 3 dots, hit that thumbs up for your boy, man. Shut it live, we here. Yep, they tricking y'all. Now remember, you know they always say that the government, you know what I'm saying, the higher ups, they always put stuff right in our faces. You know, they don't tell us if it's authentic or not. They just stick it out there like in commercials. You know what I'm saying? Movies. Stick it out there right in front of your eyes. You know? That way when it comes up, they can always say, we showed y'all, we told y'all. You know, so that's why I don't just discard anything as being just fake off the rip. I gotta see what the people think, you know, because they good at hiding stuff right in front of our eyes, y'all. You know what I'm saying? What y'all thinking about it? Let me know. Make sure you double tapping that screen. Most definitely get them likes up. This goes along with the Blue Beam Project. Yeah, that's the one people been screaming about this whole time. Project Blue Beam. Can I get a source? Cyber Visions is where it came from. That's the source that I found it at. That shared it on my Instagram, you know, and that's who I see stamped on the screen right there. Cyber Visions. I mean, that's all I can tell you. Joe says, "Bro, get away from my car." All right, bro, stop spamming the chat before I send you back where you came from. Free. Won't cost you $1. You know what I'm talking about? We will get you right back to whatever planet you came from the fastest. If you keep on spamming the chat, doc, you'll be on a rocket ship on your way back to your mothership in no time. They don't hide it anymore. Figured hovering the aircraft was military tech, and found it was true when they exposed Hoover jets during the football game. Okay. Hover jets during a football game. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, you never can tell these days. Could be fact, could be fiction. You know what I'm saying? Could be, what they call it, like a prototype. You know what I'm saying? To let you know that they done stuck out here, to get you familiar with it. I'm just saying. Probably from Japan. I didn't see no Japanese writing on it. Looks more American or something like that. Wherever this thing came from, they speak in English. They got a whole brand on the side of it. When it gets to that point, I'll pause it so you can see it. But it most see, like, even right here, it got identifying markers on it. 247, whatever that is. You know what I'm saying? Some people say AI. I see a reflection. You know what I'm saying? I see dude's reflection on the camera right there. So I don't know. Some say a movie prop. Your guess is as good as mine. I just ran across it, man. You know what I'm saying? I most definitely see stuff moving in it. You know what I'm saying? AI done got off the chain with it. This is the back of it. And this is where I say I seen that brand at right here. Yeah, so I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Seeing a brand makes me think it's not a UFO. But it could most definitely be a drone from somewhere. Heads warping in the video. R&D, it has markings on it. Absolutely, Saudi, that's what I'm saying. It got markings on it. Identifying markers. I can't get close enough to see what actually that says on it, but it most definitely got markings on it. And they be hollering about AI, but I see reflections in the side of this thing. So once I see reflections, people start saying, okay, it's a movie prop then. And it could be. I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. What y'all thinking? Because I most definitely see reflections in the side of the craft. I wouldn't doubt it, man. Anything possible. I'm just saying. Absolutely, dark chocolate. Don't be so quick to dismiss. What we thinking about it, y'all? You know what I'm saying? Let me know. Take a screenshot, then enlarge the shot to read the markings. Absolutely, I have to do it later on, bro. You know what I'm saying? What's up with it, Penny? I know it's early, but that like button needs to get moving. Absolutely. Click those 3 dots, hit that thumbs up, y'all. We ready to start this show. What we think this is it real? Jays, I don't know. I'm asking y'all, man. I just ran across it. I don't know if it's real or not. Don't get me to, I'm not spreading no fake news or none of that. I'm just saying I ran across it. I'm asking you what you think. Right now it's up for speculation. What's up, Panny? Can we get 50 on that like? We 171 deep, man. Y'all click those 3 dots, hit that thumbs up. Most definitely subscribe to the channel if you new. Is it real, y'all? Let me know. Already, Jays, already. I was just pointing out key factors that I see going on here, with the shadows, the markings, the scratches, the breaks. It most definitely it looks like it experienced some kind of crash or something happened to it. Most definitely scarred up. They say it's Elon, man. You done send me down the Elon rabbit hole with this with this salute. Already the truth is out there. I hear y'all, man. What we thinking so far? Is it real or is it propaganda? What my people that usually drop down and say, hey, man, that's fake. Hey, that's fake. That's AI. You know, you can't see no shadows. You can't see the people's faces. I most definitely see everything. I most definitely see people's faces. I see reflections. I see markings and decals on whatever this is. You know what I'm saying? I can't lie. This right here looks like one of those radios you buy that got the spin knob to turn it up. Look like one of those, or one of those things they use like a Apollo when you rapping and you recording, and they got that turn knob on it to turn it up and turn it down. That most definitely looks like one of those, but this got to be the entrance right here. This got to be where they entering and exiting at. It's the only thing I see that looks any form of a way to get inside right here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it looked like a radio knob, but hey, man, they say it's a ship. I'm just saying. There go the breakage right there. See all the stuff broken out of there, all on the ground, you know, and this most definitely cracked up. I see 211. Looks like that's two with two ones behind it, and then a word. Look like an image or something right there, then a word. I'm just saying, the most definitely broken panels right here. You can tell where this one done came up some. This is cracked. This is completely broken off, and over there too. And right here is a piece missing. And right there. I don't know, y'all. Y'all let me know, man. What y'all thinking? I'm just saying, man. I don't know. Yeah, Danielle say nice to see aliens use our names and numbers. Yeah, real talk. But see, even if it's not an alien craft, you know what I'm saying? Even if it's not an alien craft, per se, could it be from somewhere else? You know what I'm saying? Like another country or something like that. Is that why it got the identifying markers on it? You know, let them know that it's one of theirs. For real, Danielle, it's man-made. It has rivets already, Texas. What state is that? I don't know. It didn't say a state. Don't give me the line. It didn't say no state. It didn't say where it was exactly filmed at. Just that this is supposed to be what they call it, a UAD, a UFO. You know, one of them. A drone is all I seen. What's up, LaKendra? Whoever made that did a bad job of trying to make it look like it was from outer space. Let's go, Elijah. Y'all make sure y'all tapping that screen. Get the likes up, man. We 18 minutes in. This is the pregame. You know, I'm showing the people a video that I ran across that they saying this is a UFO or a UAD, man. You know what I'm saying? Most definitely an unidentified flying object, even though it's on the ground. They say it was flying. This appears to be damaged to the bottom right here too. See the thingies on the ground right here, and then this white all through there with some grays. Looks to be like more damage to the bottom of the craft. I guess on the other side was the front, and this is the back. And it's most definitely broken up back there too. We see the caution tape going. Some people saying AI. Some people saying real thing. Some people saying, man, this is a movie prop. Your guess is as good as mine, man. Make sure you double tapping that screen. Get the likes up. We in the pregame. 100, we start the show. Let's get the likes up. Make sure you subscribing to the channel if you new, man. Everything news. Most definitely bringing you the news you can use. Man, if that was alien, the whole United Nations would be there. Let's be for real, Scope Thick. Absolutely. It does appear to be a man-made craft, though, if I do say so myself. It reminds me of Battlestar Galactica, if you know from back then in the day. Okay, all right, Saudi. Jay, I'm convinced Elon has something to do with this. Let's go, Penny. Elon most definitely somewhere rubbing the top of his head. Like, how did they beat me to it if this not one of his? May I read my comment? I did. May I have a fun fact. Elon is named after a book written by Warner von Braun, Nazi rocket scientist. The book is about Colonizing Mars. Oh, wow, Penny. Oh, wow. No, he did that salute. Maybe so. I told you. I knew it was something with his grandfather, Penny. I told you. Shout out to Penny for going to go research it. She say up there. Yeah, I seen it. I hope I read the right one. I'm just saying, y'all, is this authentic or is this AI? We need 40 more likes on the board. Click the 3 dots, hit the thumbs up, guys. I see, Pandy. I did. I knew it had to be something, man. I knew it had to be something. So for y'all that missed it, you know, last week I was asking, I was telling my viewers, you know, to look into Elon Musk's grandfather, because on the news they was alluding like he might be a racist or a supremacist or something like that. Well, Penny went and did some research. She says, Mahel, fun fact, Elon is named after a book written by Warner von Buren, a NAZI rocket scientist. He wrote a book that is about colonizing Mars. Well, I be dang. And what does Elon Musk always say he gonna do? He's gonna colonize Mars. That's crazy. Oh, so they turning it into life imitating art, huh? That's what we getting. Elon trying to live out what was wrote in the book by the NAZI scientists. Well, I be dang, man. You learn something new every day. I knew it was something, man. I knew it was something. What we think about the rocket ship, guys? Elon had recalls he don't know ish, but want money. Shaking my head, one of our newest scammers of the 21st century, allegedly. I'm old school. I'm an old school head. I keep my car with me. Thank you, no electronics. Okay. Who doesn't want money? Label nothing wrong with that. German scientist. Let's go. That's crazy. They said X is symbolic in Freemasonry. Okay. What's up, Libra, baby? Make sure y'all double tapping that screen. Get the likes in. We 22 minutes in. We still in the pregame. We looking at this UFO/AED. You know what I'm saying? A UAD, I mean. Is it authentic or is it just a make-believe? Let me know. Is this AI or could it be real, guys? We need 30 more on that like button, man. 30 more people on the like. Double tap the screen, click the 3 dots, hit the thumbs up. Let me know what you think about this video, you know, in the comment section. By not being fully human. Hey, did y'all know that? Let me, matter of fact, since they said not being fully human, did y'all hear about what China is planning to do, y'all? They're planning to let it be human animal, like babies made over there, man. Like they're gonna morph the two. Humans and animals together, man. They are allowing them to be able to do like mad scientists in China right now. They're gonna take a human and an animal and breed them together, y'all, and make a species. Did y'all see that? If you don't believe me, Google it. Yeah, man, for real. They are allowing human trials, y'all, for them to be able to mix humans with animals, like other type of animals, and make hybrids, guys. I can't make this up. I'm just saying. What's up, Unapologetic? Shout out to you. I'm trying to hear what language the people are speaking in the video. Doesn't sound like English. We can finally get a real life Lola Bunny. Let's go. Yeah, for real, man. They are allowing human trials in China, man. You know what I'm saying? To where they are mixing humans with animals. No cap. If that's true, man, Men in Black low-key was spitting facts. They was telling in our face they're gonna birth aliens and humans together. Well, it's most definitely going down. Let's see if we can hear what language. Let's go. Most definitely don't sound like English. Most definitely don't sound like English, guys. Yeah, it's hard to hear the language exactly over that music, man. Make sure you subscribing to the channel, man. Is this an authentic video, guys? Yeah, I'm convinced we ain't gonna be able to hear what language they speaking, man. You know what I'm saying? I guess we can't hear it over the music, man. But most definitely something interesting to take a look at, man. That's crazy, y'all. We need 3 more on that like button, man. We'll be to 100 on the like. Click the 3 dots, hit the thumbs up, or most definitely double tap that screen. Libra baby say it's fake. You think it's all right, Libra baby? What makes you think it's fake? I most definitely see shadows and reflections. I see broken stuff. I see like damage to the ship. You know, I seen the caution tape. What's fake about it, Libra baby? Let me know. But what if it's not in America, though? You know what I'm saying? What if it's in one of those other countries? I see y'all saying it would be more people there. It would be helicopters and so on and so forth. But if it's man-made, you know, would it still be a need for all of that? Look, I even seen, so I just now noticed this. Either this is the bottom or the top. This look like where the little light come out at. Is it? Could it be upside down? You know, you see that right there? Could it be upside down? I'm just saying. Cause this look like where that light will come from. When they be showing on the alien movies and stuff, they be having that light that come out of there. That look like it right there. They say that's the drones that was in New Jersey. Okay, I bet. Somebody said they sure do use the same numbers as us Earthlings. But I'm asking this, Mr. Leo, even if it's not alien per se, could it be from another country? You know what I'm talking about? Could it be from another country? And this is the identifying marker, the things that you see in English. What's up, Joe Black? Joe say he in Jersey. They saw one of these. See? Joe said, hey, it's something to it. That's what Joe said. They said it might be a drone. It's definitely not a UFO. But if you look at it, it's structured like a UFO. You know what I'm saying? It's everything that we know a UFO to be. Flat, you know what I'm saying, with the top and then with the bottom thing like that, like a spinning top or something like that. It most definitely got the characteristics of what you would envision as a UFO that they've been pushing to us over the years. Melly Man say he ain't buying it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all make sure y'all subscribing to the channel if you new. You know what I'm saying? We most definitely chasing 22K. We already at 21. Every subscriber counts, so subscribe. See, they say could the video be AI? Now, if you pay attention to the video, you'll see the reflections of the camera. You'll see the reflections of the people in the craft. You know, so the last time they were saying, because you couldn't see facial features, I most definitely see people's faces off in it. I see their faces off in it. You know, they were saying last time it was AI, you couldn't see faces. You know, it wasn't no reflections. You know, that type of thing right there. But I most definitely see all of that in this video, which led some people to say, okay, even if it ain't AI, it must be something for a movie. I'm not sure. Or could it be real? Could it be Project Bluebeam? They said it has numbers on it. The aliens don't need numbers. Okay, that's fine. Who said that it was an alien ship? Could it be from somewhere else? Could they put numbers on there for it to be identified from whatever country, you know, happens if something like this was to happen? I understand what y'all saying about the numbers. I most definitely never said that it was an actual UFO. I just said it's shaped like a flying saucer. Ain't that what they call it? But my boy Joe down there says it looked like the ones he's seen in New Jersey as far as the drones go. So even if it's not a first say out of this world type of technology and is man-made, you know, could it be real or do you think it's AI? I'm just asking. I see some fakes down there. I see guy over here says fake. One moment they're smaller than the ship. Then again, they're way bigger than the ship. Stop. You know what I'm saying? I understand. They do appear bigger. They do appear bigger than the ship, just like he said. And then on that back view, it's up in the air. I don't know if did they find out how to make it lift up or something. I don't know. Let's go. I feel you. Great observation, bro. They say, here we go. Yeah, this is the one he talking about right here. You know, when they switch over and now they're bigger now the ship bigger than them. You know, they look small compared to the ship. Great observation. I didn't pay attention to that at first. I don't know what to tell you, bro. Good out. That's great right there. Yeah, real talk. Unless they found a way to lift it up or something. I don't know. That's dope. Let's go. They say that would look like a different ship. So could it be two ships? Here go one. They say it says it's in India on Twitter. Okay. So this is supposed to be done crash landed in India. Okay. They say, what about radiation? So you don't think the hazmat suits, or the ones they got on appear to be white, and like the masks they have on appear to be black. Black mask, white suit. Those aren't hazmat suits. Let me know. Yeah, one is scratched up like it crash landed. But I most definitely see reflections and all of that within the ship. This crazy. This one got the classic UFO shape. Shout out to her for it. Appreciate it. Now more of the UFO shape. But it appears to be bigger, just like God said. To where now they standing in the back of it and you can't see them over the top. But in that first one, we can see them over the top. Shout out to you for those gifts here for it. They say it's rounded. They say it's two different, it's clearly two different ships. AI people. They say it looked like some shabby Earth technology. They say two different ships. So would this be a third one? Because this seems to be sitting flat on the ground without the UFO thingy. You know what I'm saying? But it is damage to it. Look, damage right here, right here, right here, right there. I don't know. Could it be three different ships, guys? Let's look again. Look at the shape of this one. Look at it over there. See, it don't got the classic UFO shape. This the one I said looked like a turn knob from a radio. See, it's more like an igloo or something like that. More like an igloo shape. Then this one got the flying saucer shape. See what I'm saying? Y'all see what I'm saying? It might be three ships. Because this one is a completely different shape from that other one. And then this one is bigger than all three than the other first two. This one is bigger than that one. So it appears to be three different ships. Three different ones. They say let it play, please. Shout out to all my people that listen. All I need for y'all to do, please, is double tap that screen, get the likes up, share the live. Yeah, and most definitely subscribe to the channel if you new. If you just found me today, subscribe. We chasing 22K. You know what I'm saying? We just hit 21 the other day. Make sure y'all subscribing to the channel. Somebody said typical media BS. Oh, Lord. The numbers appear to be 211. Right here it say 211. Then they got like a little design right there. And it looked like some more spelling. But I don't know what it say. All I see is 211. IGT looked the video up on Twitter. You know, they say it's in India is where this thing's supposed to went down at. Or these three ships. They say it's a hoax. Anthony says fake. They say looks AI. They say you're right, Penny. The ground look different. So these are three different wrecks. And you're right about that, Penny. One of those pictures looked like it just got through raining. This one seems to be dry, like early morning right here. Then this is yeah, you right. See, this looks more like some disturbed dirt or something. It says it on the screen, man. It says cyber visions.
Doing that retrospective
Man, shout out to everybody that hit that like button, man. We most definitely in the building, man. Y'all make sure y'all keep hitting that like button and most definitely subscribe to the channel, man. Turns out that Benzino, you know what I'm saying, has been having some problems with this young lady right here. Let's go with Tina Kim.
Just give me a minute. I'm gonna bend you over, Benzino. Watch this.
First of all, Tia, here go my neck. Look, these are my teeth. My teeth. Look, this is my hair. All mine. All right, so now we cleared that up. I did an interview and they asked me about my daughter. My daughter. You know, my daughter. I was half giving birth to her, raised her, provided for her, did everything.
Why these two even smoking it out in the beginning?
For her so she could thrive, and she ended up thriving. God bless her. And yes, I am going to be a grandfather.
Just give me a minute. I'm gonna bend you.
Shout out to everybody in the building, man.
And yes, I did say I don't want to meet any guy that's not going to be with my daughter. That's my choice. And I said I wanted to meet Trippy. And yes, I did say I don't want to meet me. So I don't know where you come across with I don't want to meet Trippy or I don't want to meet my grandson or daughter. You doing too much, mama. Why don't you go get... I know what you need, for real. And I got a couple of guys I can introduce you to. You in your mouth, so you can shut up.
Oh, wow.
You talk too much. I know that breath got us.
Strong neck Benzino.
You talk way too much. You probably mad about Ross's baby mama on Wags. You know why they didn't pick you? Because you talk too much. You too angry. You too mad. You too traumatized. You need to go heal. Ross ain't never getting back with you, lady. Ever. To meet me. So I don't... It's unfortunate because the world knows you still love that. It's unfortunate because the world knows you still love that.
You don't think it'd be like hard, like dating a rapper,
Boy, they
like
going head to head.
like a male rapper?
Right, yeah, she's gonna have to deal with it. I mean,
like Trippie Redd been like he been in the game a minute. Like he got crazy fans too.
Man, they be going crazy. So you already know the groupie lines down the corner after every show. Him as a man is gonna have to come to terms with that with just him and God. Because I don't want to be a hypocrite.
What's up,
I know what I was doing. But she's my daughter. If you love her and you love the child and you plan on being with her, then, you know, nowadays with social media, it's going to be hard to do any type of cheating. But if you do it, you just you know, be respectful at it. And
so you think of being in a monogamous relationship is going to be hard for them with the pressure?
It's hard to be in a monogamous relationship with anybody right now. I know Coy is a one-woman type guy. Mm-hmm. She's not with the... You know, just, you know what I'm saying, him messing around. So,
because, you know, some relationships be open. She's not with that open stuff. She's like,
about his daughter.
That's it, yeah.
No, she ain't with it.
Most definitely got some form of static with Tia Kim.
And dealing. You don't think it'd be like hard, like dating?
If there's any advice I would give him with Coy being pregnant is to understand that they're going to go through hormonal changes. Don't take it too personal. Mm-hmm. If she's flipping out, you know, let her calm down. If there's any advice I would give him with Coy being pregnant is to
go Tia
Hey, Trippie Redd, I know you ain't over there cheating and tripping out on my niece Coyle Ray. Why she pregnant, bro? Come on now, stop playing now, dog.
T
When I
on his
saw you
neck.
at Bell Harbor, I thought you was gonna be sweet to her, dog. Why would you do that if she over there pregnant with y'all first child? Come on, man. I'm gonna put the paws on your red when I see you, dog. Don't play with my niece out here like that, bro. I'm gonna you up,
Oh
Trippy.
Lord.
Hey, Trippy
Say
Red.
she gonna get
I
on his
know you.
top. You know what I'm saying? They got a lot going, man. You know what I'm saying? They got a lot going. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. This is most definitely everything news. We most definitely in the building, y'all. Hey, check it out, man. It's a lot going on out here, man. Trump has most definitely started his deportation situation. You know, he most definitely looking to get every immigrant, migrant, whatever grant right up out of the United States by any means necessary. Man, Trump done got planes, all type of stuff to ship these people where they came from. You know, if they're illegal, but just know this. He's looking to end birthright citizenship. I told y'all it's going to be a big deal, man. You know, he done sent 1,500 troops over there to the southern border, you know, to lock that down. The thing is, they saying that the troops can't touch the immigrants, allegedly. It's not allegedly that they not supposed to, but just saying allegedly like they won't do it. Because most definitely, man, I don't know why you would send the military there anyway. But yeah, man, it's most definitely underway, man. It's turning some places into ghost towns. You know, they done started the sweep in Chicago, you know, and eliminated the whole town, basically. Not eliminated like took nobody out, but eliminated as far as the people that's there got scared and took off, man. You know what I'm saying? Most definitely keep your eye on this whole immigration situation, man, because yeah, man, it's crazy. But in tune with what people wanted to see from the UFOs, man, you know what I'm saying? And the thing I just seen a while ago, let me take y'all here, man. You know what I'm saying? It says, Butcher says he believes aliens have underwater bases on Earth. You know what I'm talking about? Like, man, this is on the news. Could they be trying to tell us something? I'm just saying, I showed y'all the clip of the UFO thing. Let's go back to it for a second so y'all can see it at the bottom down there. Most definitely showed y'all this UFO thing. You know what I'm saying? We debated for a little bit whether we thought it was real or if it was cap. You know, but I must say this, they sure do be putting it in our face talking about these UFOs on a daily basis. It's like you go look at the news, they most definitely gonna be saying something about the UFOs or the drones or the UADs. It's always something. And now that this dude is on here saying he believes that aliens have underwater bases on Earth. Let's see what he talking about. Y'all tell me if it makes sense to y'all. Make sure y'all double tapping that screen. Most definitely get them likes up. This is everything news, and I'm most definitely bringing you all the news you can use, man. Let's check it out. Let's see why he thinks that aliens have underwater bases on Earth. Let's go.
An account from an admiral describing an underwater UFO as large as a football field, moving at hundreds of miles per hour underwater. And Representative Burchett is joining us live on News Nation Prime now. Representative, I appreciate you making the time tonight.
Thank you, ma'am. I was just out in the field. My donkeys got out, so you're a welcome relief from all that.
There's a whole story there, but first let's talk about, tell me more about the circumstances.
He said the underwater base is as big as a football field. Let's go.
Talked about this week. What did the Admiral disclose to you? When was this? What exactly did he say?
It's been a while. You know, I get a lot of people who want to disclose things to me, and I'm really cautious about it because, frankly, a lot of it is just theory and things like that. When you hear firsthand accounts, and this isn't the first one that I've seen. There's been sonar. I've talked to several different people that have said this thing, and I believe sonar is underwater. So the way our military hides this from us is because our sonar is probably high tech. I don't know. Is more high tech than anybody else. But the odd thing is, we want to hide it from the Chinese. But you and I both know in America.
Do you believe? See what I'm saying? You got these people coming out in front of the media. You know what I'm saying? Saying aliens this, aliens that. The drones in New Jersey, things like this right here. Do you believe? Or are you a person that say, man, that's hogwash? They just trying to scare us. They kind of distract us from something else by telling us about the aliens. But could they be trying to forewarn us about what's to come? I'm just saying.
knows that probably most of the components for our double secret sonar is probably bought from the Chinese, so they pretty much know what we got. And there's basically, I've been told there's 5 really deep sea areas that we know more about the surface of the moon than we know about the surface of the ocean there. And you have a lot of UFO or UAP activity there. And people are sighting these things. You're having sailors, you're having different people all across the world. And the numbers seem to be higher in these areas. And that leads you to believe is something traveling light years? Is that even possible in our realm of thought? I mean, you're talking about the light from the closest stars left there before the time of Christ when we see it at night. So, you have to think, well, maybe something is here, and has it been here long? And, and I talk to folks in the Christian community and others.
There go the drones, you know what I'm talking about? Or what we call drones. He's saying UFOs and ships of that nature, you know what I'm saying? Some of these up there in the sky, man. I'm just saying. Y'all was quick to dispel it and say, hey, y'all this and that. But they most definitely in Congress having meetings, exposing secret things that have never been exposed before when it comes to the UFOs, and pilots are coming out saying, hey, I seen this, I seen that. You got this dude talking about underwater bases that aliens got up underwater. Man, come on, man. It got to be something.
That think it's part of the spiritual realm. I'm not doubting anybody's beliefs or anything. I'm not trying to rain on that. I'm just reporting what I've been told multiple times, and this is something I've pulled together. So I believe there's something going on, and our government, once again, is spending tens of millions of dollars on something that they tell us does not exist. And
so Representative, can you take us back? What exactly did this admiral tell you?
Well, the last thing he told me was they're real. He said they're real. It was just me and him talking in a doorway, actually. And
he said the last thing his partner told him was they real.
Readings of something, and I believe it was described as large as a football field, and the speeds were just something that we're not even close to being able to do underwater. I wasn't thousands of miles an hour. It was in the realm of a couple of 100 miles an hour, but still, I think the closest thing we've got something that does close to 40 miles an hour, maybe, or 45, something like that. I don't know, maybe some of our secret apparatus, but anyway. And
they said, I heard they was using a force of gravity to go any direction they want, and fast as lightning. Crazy-ish, fam. See, I'm telling you, man, it's something. They ain't just putting it out here for nothing.
And this is not the first time this has happened. Mm-hmm. And I've talked to others that have said the exact same thing. People that were on a ship or on a sub, that's something, they had weird pings, things that showed up, and they moved at such a speed that it was just not fathomable in our.
And did that admiral speak about potential alien bases underwater as well?
Well, that was I put all these conversations together, but that seemed to be the realm of possibility, and that he agreed that I did, that something traveling is just not in our realm of understanding. But again, I had breakfast with a former NASA engineer with a couple of folks, and one of them asked sort of a smart aleck question, sort of pointed at me, saying, well, what about all these aliens? What about these Martians Burchett's talking about? And he turned to him and said, we have uncovered things that we do not understand. They're moving at speeds that we do not understand. They're at angles, stop and go. He said, I don't know if it's a wormhole. I don't know how they are doing it, but they are doing it.
Thanks for watching. Go to join.nn.
I don't know if it's a wormhole or what, but I don't know how they doing it, but they doing it, man. Hey, man, it's most definitely something to all this. They wouldn't be putting it out here for us to see if it was not. That's why you hear all these reports, all these media meetings, all these things, and they broadcast it on the news for everybody to see. They want you to see it. They want you to know that it's something going on, even if we don't know exactly what. It most definitely something going on. You know what I'm saying? Whether you know it or not, it's something going on out there in the sky, man. And they're doing everything but just come out and saying, hey, there's something going on. They doing they deflecting, they saying this and saying that, but it's something going on. Truman or one of those old presidents signed a contract with the aliens. Lord, it's crazy. Everyone has been telling me I'm crazy 10 years because I'll point up at the sky and ask if they see it. They never do. I hear you. If they didn't know, there would be more of a panic. Absolutely, man. I'm just saying, it's most definitely something. Now, back to what I was saying a while ago, because we got to keep the show moving. You know what I'm saying? With this deportation situation. Like I said, Trump done sent 1,500 U.S. troops to the U.S. border. You know what I'm saying? The southern border. To try to get it under control. Let Trump tell it and people tell it, the immigrants are the worst thing that ever happened to the United States. You know what I'm saying? That's what they be saying. Allegedly. I'm going to say allegedly. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what they be saying. Like they make it out to be like just the worst thing ever. And just like I told y'all last week, I'm going to tell y'all again this week. It has begun, guys. You know what I'm saying? Trump's plan of deporting Latino people has most definitely begun, y'all. You know what I'm talking about? It's underway. Check this out.
Good evening to you. I'm Natasha Zubes, and tonight we are standing at the crossroads of history. The border, a moral quandary wrapped in statistics, headlines, and human lives. And we are on the precipice of sweeping change. The American people have spoken decisively. The southern border, one of the major issues that catapulted President Trump back to the White House.
Entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came.
And tonight, mass deportations with hundreds of undocumented migrants already flown out of the U.S. Those military planes coming from the Department of Defense, part of a surge in assets from the Pentagon.
Now, I think Colombia, you know what I'm saying, most definitely, they denied a U.S. plane today full of deportees, y'all. You know what I'm saying? They said they know. You know what I'm saying? You cannot bring them over on that plane. You know what? I tell you what, we'll come get them on our own presidential plane because they are immigrants or migrants, not villains or, bad people. They shouldn't be just put up on a plane. That's what the Colombian president said. You know what I'm saying? He offered to come pick him up on his own, but he most definitely denied Trump's plane and told him it couldn't fly into their airspaces.
Onto the border. That includes 1,500 new troops heading south. We want to give you a live look at Fort Bliss, Texas tonight, where a second batch of troops arrived just today for southern border operations. The president fueling these efforts with executive orders declaring a national state of emergency at the border, attempting to end birthright citizenship, designating cartels as foreign terrorists.
Now, people are saying that to eliminate the birthright situation, that is a violation of the Constitution. They said Trump cannot be able to do that. And then you got certain governors or whatever in certain states that's looking to block Trump's executive orders. They not going along with it. Trump has labeled cartels as the T word. You know what I'm saying? A risk. I'm just saying, man, it's a lot going on, man. Y'all better be paying attention.
And stopping, catch, and release. And we have all seen the images, a mass of humanity who have left their home countries, choosing to cross.
All them people, man. And then y'all be trying to tell me they just gonna turn around and go back peacefully. Absolutely not. That's why Trump sent the military.
It's the deadliest land migration route in the world for a chance of something better. Just one of them, Javier, who I spoke with outside of a Chicago police station where he slept on the sidewalk with his family after being bused from the border. He says he repeated to his 3-year-old daughter as they waded across the Rio Grande that God would take care of them. He says many died. He saw many killed by the cartels.
It's real,
and everyone in this scenario victimized by the cartels. As an undercover cartel hunter told me, working as a confidential informant for federal agencies, the cartels are making money hand over fist, not only charging the migrants thousands of dollars to cross, but getting rich as they flood the country with fentanyl. Over the last 4 years, he says he's only watched the Sinaloa and Jalisco New Generation cartels grow stronger, their power expanding even within our own borders. Well, tonight we are uncovering new threats from the cartels along the southern border. We'll bring you those in just a moment. But we see Mexico tonight already preparing for an influx of deportees and of those unable to make it into the U.S., constructing these giant tent shelters to house thousands. And take a look Across our country, ICE raids. We are tracking at least 2,400 arrests by agents already.
2,400 arrests by ICE already, y'all. You know what I'm saying? And Trump ain't even been in there. Man, look, man, it's most definitely happening, y'all. It's most definitely real. Y'all better stay tuned in. You know, they say a historical event. They say that for a reason, man. You know what I'm saying? This ain't something that's been happening every day.
President Trump's pace for ICE detainments increasing. The nation is holding its breath, both citizens and the families, the workers, dreamers, the undocumented. A nation once again confronted by a question that is as old as the American story itself. Who belongs here? And what are we prepared to do to enforce it?
I tell you what, they finna get some of them up out of here quick.
And bringing you deep reporting on this topic from all angles. Let's get to News Nation border correspondent Allie Bradley first, on the ground live from the southern border in the Del Rio, Texas sector. Allie, new information just into our newsroom a short time ago, a second batch of troops arriving at Fort Bliss in Texas for a, quote, border mission. What details can you tell us about this right now?
Yeah, hi, good evening, Natasha. So we know that President Trump ordered at least 1,500 active duty troops down to the southern border. Now, we need to let Americans understand, our viewers understand, that this is not the first time troops have been at the border. They've been at the border since 2018, when President Trump actually declared a state of emergency then and deployed about 4,000 troops under Operation Guardian Support. So this is
understand that ain't a little bit of people, man. 1,500 is a lot. He done sent them to the southern border, man. They can only pepper ball the people, allegedly. They can only pepper ball them. They can't put their hands on them. But come on, man. If push come to shove, you know them soldiers gonna do what they gotta do, man. That's why they are soldiers. I'm just saying.
An ongoing effort. Now, it's worth noting that the Biden administration decreased that. They did keep DOD, Department of Defense soldiers down here, though, to the tune of about 2,500. So these troops are going to be supplementing the men and women that are already down here, that have already been on a border security mission. And it's really important to kind of distinguish what they're able to do. So the capacity that these troops are going to be down here in, they don't have immigration authority. They're not going to be apprehending migrants.
Yeah, I can hit your, I can play your music, bro. You know what I'm saying? Hit my cash out.
They're there as a deterrent. They're there in their camouflage. They're going to have pepper ball launchers, most likely, and things like that. But again, acting as a deterrent. And they're also going to be used, according to Representative Tony Gonzalez, in more of a kind of ministerial role, so that the, quote, boots and badges can kind of be freed up to do these kind of enforcement operations, Natasha. So that's what we expect to see when it comes to these troops being deployed down here. Now, we don't know what the final total number is going to be or how many actually touched down today, but we do anticipate those numbers to continue and those kind of flights of those military troops down to the southern border to continue. Now, we did get new information on crossings, on the numbers that we've been seeing, Natasha.
That's what I said. They say pepper balls. Yeah, man. They shouldn't be shooting at them people with nothing, to be honest, let alone some pepper balls. But it has begun, like I told y'all, man. If y'all thought Trump was playing, he ain't. He most definitely done gave ICE permission to go here and there and everywhere and arrest people, you know, who they deem to be here illegally. If you ain't got no paperwork, Trump getting you up out of here.
And my gosh, I actually had to ask my sources if I was seeing incorrect numbers, because they are so staggering based on what we've been experiencing over the last 4 years. So earlier this week, we saw about 815 crossing a single day. Guess what yesterday was? 665 Border Patrol encounters across 9 sectors. That's thousands of miles in a 24-hour period. That is a drop in the bucket compared to what we saw under the Biden administration at its peak, 12,000 people in a day. Now, you'll remember under former President Obama, his DHS Secretary Jay Johnson said 1,000 people at the border is a crisis. So now we're seeing 665.
Dang, y'all getting them up out of here.
Under 1,000 since
they
President
getting them
Trump
up out of here.
Back into office, Natasha. So we are seeing those efforts already. Kind of what my sources are telling me is, welcome to the Trump effect, Natasha. He said he was going to end illegal entries. We're seeing hardly anyone cross at the ports, and we're seeing very minimal numbers when it comes
Somebody
to
down there said Congress having meetings about how many lies they gonna tell us. Let's go, allegedly.
Entries with Border Patrol.
Yeah, the decrease in those numbers absolutely staggering. And meanwhile, Allie, I know that military flights are deporting undocumented migrants. Where are these flights leaving from? Where are they going? How many are returning home at this time?
Yeah, so it was really interesting because Representative Tony Gonzalez is down in El Paso today, and he was talking about El Paso is going to be ground zero for these deportation flights. We know that flights went out of Fort Bliss. We also know they went out of Tucson, Arizona.
Yes, sir. It's most definitely a sweep, bro. They most definitely it's a right. They calling them raids, which is exactly right, man. And man, they are going into schools, they going into churches, they going everywhere, man, getting these people. You got some teachers that's fighting back, like Trump. They better not come over here. ICE better not come over here doing no raids. I'm gonna go to jail to protect my students or whatever. But man, they going. Y'all think about it. They going into schools and getting undocumented children, and taking them into custody as well. I'm just saying.
Now, we know here at News Nation of as many as 3 flights that went out to Guatemala. So we looked at nearly 270 deportees that Guatemala accepted back yesterday. So that's what we're looking at with that. And when you have to consider these deportation flights, I need to be clear here. Deportation flights have been going on under Biden as well. This is not just a Trump effort, you guys. Deportations have happened. The Northern Triangle countries, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, they've always played well with the United States. So they have taken back these deportation flights. The ones we have to worry about and the ones that are going to be problematic, China, Venezuela, Middle Eastern countries, things like that don't have good diplomatic relations. Venezuela has not taken a flight back from the United States since February of last year. So they're talking about ways to kind of work with Mexico. Mexico has a better working relationship with Venezuela. So will Sheinbaum take back those people and work with Maduro?
It's crazy,
we don't know yet. They are taking some people back. They're obviously taking Mexican nationals, but they are taking some people not from Mexico to help repatriate them as well, Natasha. But those are some issues we're going to deal with. But it is worth noting deportation flights did not just start under Trump. They are an ongoing effort under DHS. Natasha.
Yeah, Ali, has there been any resistance from any countries that you've been monitoring who do not want to take these flights back of these individuals being deported?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, you've got Venezuela that has not accepted a flight back since February. Now, when I talked with Vice President J.D. Vance about this down here at the border, so what are you going to do? I mean, they haven't accepted flights back, right? We have no vetting information. We have no criminal history from these countries. They're not playing in our sandbox, for lack of a better phrase there. And so when it comes to it, J.D. Vance
up out of here,
they're going to take them back. And even President Trump said, we're confident they're going to take them back because they're going to use tariffs. They're going to use economic sanctions and things like that. J.D. Vance literally said they're going to attack the economies of these countries that will not allow the United States to enforce the law. So that's what we...
Do y'all agree with the things that Trump is doing in order to try to get the Latino people up out of here, man? I'm just saying, man, we seem like a country divided on the situation, but I'd be surprised at how many people that I be seeing that be like, get them gone by any means, get them gone. I'm just saying, what's wrong with it? They say, yep, they say 1,000%, boy, they is in favor of getting them gone. Lord, our mercy, man.
Can expect there. Of course, President Trump is working on those diplomatic relations with China as well, so we can expect to see more of those flights return to that country as well, Natasha.
And Ali, I want to talk about the raids because, of course, we've been monitoring the ICE raids sweeping the country. We see Border Czar Tom Homan, who you've spoken with before as well, telling News Nation that these were underway. Give us details on the latest raids. What are you monitoring here?
Yeah, so again, I'm going to be honest about everything and call a spade a spade. These ICE raids...
They say, what are they doing with the food stamp cards? Man, I don't know, man. But they are deporting people at an alarming rate, man, for real.
Want to call them that. They have been going on for a long time, too. They're done by a fugitive operations task force, if you will. It's actually a detail that ICE officers signed up for. It's a 2-year detail. And they actually do this task force, and they have targeted criminals that they go after each and every day. I've looked at the charts. It's like a roller coaster. Earlier on in January, they arrested around 400 criminal illegal immigrants. So again, this is an ongoing effort. Now, we are seeing the numbers increase a little bit. You're looking at the screen right now of how many criminal illegal immigrants they've actually already...
Now, while we on this thing of the immigrants, y'all, look what it did to the Chicago neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? Says it basically turned it into a ghost town, y'all. When I tell y'all this is a big deal, this is most definitely a big deal, man. Ain't no capping, man. Check it out. We'll go back to that in a second. Check this out.
Promises made, promises kept, with President Trump taking immediate action on his top campaign focus, fighting fighting illegal immigration. From coast to coast, ICE agents going city to city, sometimes door to door, tracking down the nearly 1.5 million.
Did you hear them? They going door to door. They knocking on people's doors to get the immigrants out, man. I'm telling y'all, it's off the chain.
Documented set for deportation. And as ICE closes in on migrants, once vibrant Chicago neighborhoods are now turning into ghost towns. And tonight we are taking you to a neighborhood that has gone silent.
Like I said from day one.
These people are in fear. They say turn it into a ghost town. It's done went silent over there, y'all. You know what I'm saying? They are in hiding, man. It's crazy, man. It has begun. Man, make sure you double tapping that screen. The likes ain't moved, man. You know what I'm saying? Get the likes up. Can we put 200 points on the board? We have 189. Can we get 200 likes? You know what I'm saying? Click those three dots, hit the thumbs up.
No one's off the table.
The Trump administration setting out to execute what it has promised.
We arrested 1,300 people. Over 1,000 of them were criminals.
Immigration and Customs Enforcement operations reportedly underway in jurisdictions.
They arrested 1,300 people. 1,000 was criminal. Okay, what about the other 300? What they do? You know what I'm saying? They arrested, what'd he say? 1,300 people. 1,000 of them was criminals. Okay, what about those other 300? What was they? I'm just saying.
All across the nation. Federal agents have been spotted in many sanctuary cities carrying out these operations.
I hope the sanctuary cities come around.
The usually bustling and vibrant streets of this Hispanic neighborhood in Chicago sit relatively empty because of the concerns over ICE.
Welcome to Mesquite Restaurant, sir.
This little taqueria, like most in the Pilsen neighborhood, is owned and operated by immigrants. The Cruz family, who in 1994 made the long journey from Mexico City to Chicago to grow their little taco stand into a thriving restaurant.
We got tacos, we got breakfast, chilaquiles.
This American dream is one thousands of migrants are striving for when they cross the southern border. But the drastic shutdown of illegal immigration is a campaign promise the majority of American voters are expecting Donald Trump to make good on.
Honest to you, when he come back again, I was like, man, I'm feeling scared.
President Trump borders our town home, and the highest-ranking members of Immigration and Customs Enforcement say they're only targeting violent criminals during these initial deportations. News Nation has seen what these operations look like. I rode along and conducted early morning raids with ICE agents when they arrested men from Iraq and Belize, convicted criminals who spent prison time for robbery and gun charges.
I'm not a criminal. I'm a good guy. I pay my taxes. I do everything right. You know what's going to happen to me? They're going to grab me too. You know? They're not going to check right now.
We've seen examples of...
He say they'll grab him too. They ain't going to check his credentials on the spot. They going to take him to jail and then check. You know what I'm saying? My boy say he in fear.
Resistance throughout Hispanic neighborhoods, including these signs instructing immigrant men and women to push back and block federal agents from entering their homes. But the reality is, new polling...
And that's exactly what I think gonna happen. Did you hear what he just said? Or did that go over y'all head? He said there notes on the door that's encouraging the immigrant people to push back. You know what I'm saying? Stop allowing these agents into your home. Don't give them what they looking for. You know what I'm saying? Cause a whole conflict, which is gonna lead to some casualties, which is going to make this real bad, man. That's what I'm saying. Make sure you listening to what's being stated right here. Listen.
Including these signs instructing immigrant men and women to push back and block federal agents from entering their homes.
You think that ain't going to end well? Y'all hear that?
Hispanic neighborhoods, including these signs instructing immigrant men and women to push back and block federal agents from entering their homes.
One more time for y'all in the
resistance throughout Hispanic neighborhoods, including these signs instructing immigrant men and women to push back and block federal agents from entering their homes.
That's going to make it bad.
But the reality is, new polling shows 65% of Americans strongly support deporting immigrants convicted of violent crimes. That includes Horatio Aguilera, an Iraq War veteran and Mexican-American police officer. He voted for Trump and wants mass deportations of criminals to carry on as quickly as possible.
A lot of Hispanic Americans, there was also a rise that voted for Trump. I think 9 out of 10 people that are living here in America, Chicago, Illinois, are going to agree that if you're an illegal resident, and you are arrested for committing a
Absolutely,
crime,
Hudson. Absolutely, it'll be casualties. And that's exactly what I'm saying. Because if you think them people just going to go back without a fight, you crazy. That's why they putting it out there. Yeah, push back. Don't let them just into your, you know what I'm saying? That ain't going to end well.
Prosecuted for committing a crime, and you are an illegal resident, you are subject to deportation.
The so-called mass deportations have not been carried out in Chicago like people once believed. But that hasn't stopped local and state leaders from sounding the alarm and strengthening local codes which reinforce the city's sanctuary status.
We should stand up for them. That is the right thing to do. But he's trying to tear things down.
Governor, what's your response to people who might say that Democrats are the one sowing chaos, confusion, and fear-mongering when talking about mass deportations that haven't even happened in Chicago?
What are you talking about? They are literally threatening people all across the country. How can you say that we're overreacting somehow? We're not.
The Trump administration is vowing to investigate and prosecute local and state officials who stand in the way of what the federal government is doing. Natasha?
Yeah, Alex, with that tonight, thank you. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, so if you thought it was a game, man, it's not no game. You know, it's crazy. It seemed like a movie, man. These news clippings I'm playing, y'all, seem like, you know, some scenes out of a movie, but this is real, y'all. This is going outside, right outside your door. All you got to do is look out there, man. It's literally people in America living in fear that ICE is going to come. You know what I'm saying? That ICE is going to come, knock on their door, and split up their families, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy, y'all. Check it out, man. It most definitely is happening out here.
Trump's crackdown on illegal immigration is expanding. Not just ICE officers, but other federal law enforcement agencies sweeping across the country. In Colorado today, targeting the notorious Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua, making nearly 50 arrests.
50
and the Washington
Chicago.
Post tonight, citing 4 people with knowledge of the ICE briefings, reports quotas have been set of at least 1,200 to 1,500 arrests per day nationwide.
Is that what you're hoping for? Look, we want to get as many criminals as possible. So there's no number on it.
Tom Homan is Trump's border czar. He's in Chicago tonight, overseeing a major enforcement operation, even as the deportations spark international.
See, all right, say they ain't dividing families. The whole family gonna get deported. Lord, have mercy, man.
National backlash. Colombia's president turning away 2 U.S. military aircraft.
Which was what I was telling y'all about earlier. This guy right here, which is the Colombian president, you know, Trump tried to send a plane load of people back to Colombia. He said, absolutely not. You know what I'm saying? We'll come get the ones we want. We'll come get them. You know, I'm going to send my personal presidential plane. But America ain't landing out a plane over here. That was stole.
Ortiz, writing on social media, a migrant is not a criminal and should be treated with the dignity a human being deserves.
What's up, AJ?
President Trump is now threatening Colombia with urgent and decisive retaliatory measures, slapping a 25% tariff on all Colombian goods coming to the U.S. and revoking the U.S. visas of Colombian government officials.
Good. You know, the country needs to take back their citizens. We got a strong president who will demand action. If they don't act, then there'll be consequences.
At the U.S. southern border, more troops arriving as ICE has arrested hundreds of undocumented immigrants nationwide each of the past few days. The Biden administration also arrested hundreds of migrants a day, but so far, the numbers under Trump are higher. The start of what the White House calls an unprecedented mass deportation campaign.
These are the planes that they've been shipped back in, y'all. You know what I'm saying? This is the inside of the plane, you know, where he's flying them back to where they come from, man. You know what I'm saying? Kind of reminds me of a ship. I ain't going to say the kind of ship, but I'm just saying, look at it, man. It's a lot of people off in there, and he's shipping them by the plane load. A mass amount of them at one time back to where they going.
One change, ICE agents now allowed to make arrests in sensitive locations like schools and churches.
Do you plan under certain circumstances to go into churches and schools at some point?
I'll never say that.
Let's go,
if there's a
Mayor.
national security threat that we know is in a certain place on a college campus, well, we're going to get the national security threat.
Here in Chicago, immigrant communities are on edge. This one.
They say in Chicago, they say immigrants are on edge. I'm imagining they on edge everywhere.
Holding a workshop today about civil rights. This asylum seeker from Venezuela now worried about her future.
Muchas personas andan atemorizadas.
Many people are fearful, she says. That's why they're not leaving their homes.
Gabe Gutierrez is joining us now from
Chicago. And Gabe, some late-breaking details tonight with the Colombian president now laying out his own tariff threat.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. Late today, Colombia's president said that he would impose a 25% tariff on U.S. goods. He's also offering his presidential plane to bring back deported migrants. Hallie?
Thanks for watching. Stay updated.
Yeah, so it's a lot going on, man, with this immigration situation. Let me get that up out of there. Let's get that one up out of there. You know what I'm saying? We walking them down. All right, back to the regularly scheduled programming, man. We still talking about this immigration migrant situation. You know, where they have been putting up signs that says fight back, basically. You know, don't allow these people into your home to separate your family or to kick you and your people out of the U.S. You know what I'm saying? Unite, in so many words.
The arrested 10 Tren de Aragua members, that's coming from that very violent Venezuelan gang that President Trump has vowed to target under Operation Aurora.
What's
We've
up,
seen them
Shot
tied to several heinous crimes in the United States, including the murder of 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungary in Houston, and also 22-year-old Georgia nursing student Laken Riley. Both of their deaths had ties to Tren de Aragua as well. So President Trump zeroing in on that gang, that violent gang. But again, Natasha, the kind of nuance there is they're Venezuelan. So how do you get them out? How do you remove them? And what else is interesting here, I'm looking at the numbers from yesterday. We didn't see hardly any Venezuelans cross the southern border. So that messaging must be getting back to that country as well, Natasha.
To be speaking with Jocelyn's mother live here on Prime in just a moment. I do want to ask you, you monitor the border every single day. What is the border like on the ground this evening? What are you seeing? Is it a stark difference from where you're standing?
If I can try to paint a picture for you here, the biggest difference is the energy, right? So it's the energy and the morale from the agents and the men and women boots on the ground down here. But you can hear a pin drop out here, Natasha. It is so desolate. When you talk about 665 people crossing the border illegally, that's, again, thousands of miles, 24-hour period across 9 sectors. Where are
665 people crossing the border illegal. Yeah, they saying, you see it, she like, where are they? Man, look, Trump done got them all back where they go. He got them scared. I would be scared too, man. This is a scary situation, man.
Are they? They're not here. They're not crossing the border and walking up and self-surrendering to Border Patrol agents at the level that we were seeing. And I want to show you right here. Daniel, can you show kind of this wall situation? So this is one of the biggest issues that the southern border. This is politics in a picture, you guys. So you have the wall here that was ended. The Trump administration, Biden ended the construction of that wall. So you can see that black iron fence that was actually constructed under the Bush administration. And then you can see the chicken wire. That is what was put up as kind of the fail-safe.
They call it the chicken wire. Yeah, and that's exactly what it is. This right here. This is crazy, man. Bush wall, then the chicken wire. Lord, have mercy.
To bridge that gap, if you will. So some major issues there. The sheriff here, Natasha, he's actually a Democrat, believe it or not. There's only 2 Republican sheriffs along the southern border here in Texas. And the sheriff here says, just fix my fence. It's good for the community. It's good for the nation. This isn't about politics. This is about my community. So that is what's happening down here on the ground. But the reality is, agents are able to go do their job again. There won't be a story at the border anymore unless there's a terrorist apprehended or...
Say they're able to go do their job again. They're able to go into the school. See, this is the thing that get me, though. They send their babies off to go to school to learn, get an education, you know, and then at the end of the day, sending your baby to school could have been the worst mistake that you made if you were illegal, because they going off into the school and arresting your baby and calling you on the phone and saying, hey, where the paperwork at? Matter of fact, where your paperwork at? Let's get y'all all gone. Lord, have mercy.
Huge surge, Natasha, because agents doing their job is not a news story. The fact that they were not able to do their job is why we've been down here.
Allie Bradley, live from Del Rio, Texas. Appreciate all of your coverage and joining us tonight. We'll see you later tonight. Thank you. All right, one of the biggest stories News Nation has been following in relation to the border, Allie Bradley just mentioned, the death of 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungary in Houston. She was killed last June after prosecutors say she was kidnapped by 2 Venezuelan men who illegally crossed the border earlier that year. Now, prosecutors are seeking the death penalty. And joining us now tonight is Alexis Nungary, Jocelyn's mother, who has been steadfast in trying to find justice for her daughter. I'm so sorry for everything you've been through. Thank you so much for joining us. And first, can I ask, how are you doing?
Hi, good evening. I I'm doing better. You know, the grief never really goes away.
All right, so her sister was taken out the game by a Venezuelan illegal, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Which is a terrible thing. And yeah, whoever did this, you know, they need to be shipped out by as fast as they can get them up out of here, you know. But everybody ain't this. You know, but this is the kind of images that you see that they put forth to the American people. But everybody ain't this. You know what I'm saying? This is a terrible situation. Hate that it happened. You know, but at the same time, all of the illegals ain't this. You know, I'm just saying, dang though, it's terrible though.
The pain never really goes away. It just becomes more tolerable, and you just learn to deal with it, essentially. I try my hardest to always bring light to her name and her story, and I always do every interview that's asked of me because I'm continuously spreading awareness, and I'm continuously trying to make a name and a purpose from her not being here anymore. And I want to help other families and other young women and children who shouldn't have to go through what Jocelyn went through, what my family is now dealing with, the loss of Jocelyn.
Yeah, I see you creating meaning from this in a powerful way. And I know that prosecutors say they will be seeking the death penalty in this case. Is that the justice you're looking for?
R.I.P. Jocelyn, absolutely.
Essentially, what I want is truly not a Christian faith-based way to go. I wish they could have the I wish the same things that could happen. I'm so sorry, my son.
Man, that's sad.
I wish that they wouldn't have to be living and breathing and doing the same things and having to still live and breathe another day while Jocelyn is not here and not living and breathing anymore. But that's just not the reality of things. That's just not the reality of what can happen. And honestly, it's an eye for an eye. And as much as I wish that they didn't have another breath in their life to still live and breathe another day, I think that the death penalty fits the crime.
Let's go,
they didn't want to have the death penalty
Sweet Lo said they did her dirty. Yeah, they
should have never did the actions that they did against her.
Alexis, what is the hardest part of all of this? What do people not understand about the situation that you're in?
People think that I am against all immigration. People think that I am targeting Mexicans and people who are coming here and wanting a better life. And I will forever always speak on, I am pro-immigration. I am pro.
Well-informed say they're exploiting this case. You know, the details of this case are very sad, man. You know, and when you put only these type of images across to the American people, then that makes the American people think only one type of way. You gotta understand that everybody ain't this. All of them ain't this. You know what I'm saying? It is some good people as well as some bad people, but it's some good Americans and some bad Americans as well. You know what I'm saying? But man, this is just crazy, y'all.
People wanting to live a better life and wanting their kids to have a better life overall. But there's a reason that every country has policies in place for border protection, for border security. And when we don't have a secure border and we're just allowing all these individuals coming in, especially from countries that are not vetted, we have absolutely no idea who we're letting into this country. And it's a lot more dangerous to allow that to happen because they're amongst young women, they're amongst young children who are vulnerable, who don't know the dangerous, heinous people that come in this country and what they're capable of. I support coming here the right way, and I support people wanting a better life. We as a country need migration, but I just don't support people who come here the wrong way.
I understand that, and I want to try to make time for two questions, but
crazy,
if we can be brief here, because I know we're almost out of time.
Right.
Congress has passed the Laken Riley Act. Trump set to make it the first bill he signs, and that would require a detention for undocumented migrants accused of theft and violent crimes. Does it go far enough?
I definitely believe it could go further. Me and Senator Ted Cruz are also working on an act to hopefully get passed through all the way to Congress, to the House, to the Senate, to have every detention center bed applicable and used, and use every measures to. I think the act that was passed for Laken Riley is justice for what happened to her, and that's my power to even make more justice and to even give more security.
It just tripped me out, man.
Make sure that we are all
so
safe.
y'all don't got like an ounce of compassion for the migrants, man. Y'all attitude is, man, just get them out of here by any means necessary. It don't matter if they get hurt. It don't matter none of that. Just shouldn't have came over here illegally. We don't care what happened. Get out of here. That's y'all attitude.
Yeah, I hear that. Alexis, very quickly, I know the suspects are due back in court next month. I can't imagine what it is like to see them face to face. Do you plan on saying anything to them?
Y'all.
No, I do not.
Alexis Nungary, I appreciate you making the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Still to come, an urgent warning from Mexican officials about explosive materials being planted by cartels, where they're being found, and how it could potentially impact you. Plus, the cartels making money hand over fist, not only charging migrants thousands to cross the border.
Man, they are most definitely saying, we don't care, get them out of here. Wow.
Getting rich as they fled the country with fentanyl. With the help of a cartel hunter, we're investigating how the Sinaloa and Jalisco New Generation cartels are increasing their influence in the world of organized crime. Be sure to stay tuned because we're going to be speaking to a man who knows the cartels like the back of his hand, a former cartel kingpin. You don't want to miss his insights on the other side of the break.
Lord, man. Y'all are harsh, man. They saying get them right up out of here. We don't care. Get them out of here, man. Check this out. You know what I'm saying? Lord, man, I'm telling y'all, it's crazy over there, man. 1,500 troops to the southern border.
With Cochise County Sheriff Mark Daniels of Arizona about how important this all is in terms of national security. Let's take a listen.
Well, Adrian, thanks for having me back on the show again. And let's put the big picture back out there, and let's not segment it for the last month with that statement. I know you didn't make the statement, but that statement being made is a feel-good statement. You look at what's happened in my county alone over the last 3 years. We booked 4,170 people in my jail for border-related crimes, double-digit deaths, you name it's happened here. And I'm just one piece of the southwest border. The non-political staff tell you this border's not been secured for 4 years. What President Trump did was what he told the American people he would do, and that's secure this border. It needed immediate and drastic attention. He's given it to them. He's taken the military to protect our homeland, and he's working along law enforcement, sheriffs throughout the country. America's sheriffs have already met with President Trump, also Vice President Vance, and put Zara Holman. So we're doing.
They look like they getting ready. They look like they over there in Afghanistan or something, man. You know what I'm saying? But they can only shoot at them with pepper balls. Lord have mercy, y'all. This is scary.
We need to do to secure this border.
Do you think that the emergency tariffs and visa sanctions that President Trump was going to impose on Colombia was the reason why Colombia says, oh, we're going to send the presidential plane to come get these Hondurans? I mean, I'm looking at Marco Rubio sent out a State Department note saying that Colombia had authorized these flights from America on military aircraft, and then while it was in the air, canceled the authorization.
Well, I support President Trump 100% on that. It's, this is a president that his word, I mean, he's moving faster than government right now when it comes to what he's doing. And you got to commend him. Government, especially our federal government, doesn't move with efficiency. He's doing that from border security to deportation, you name it. He's putting it in gear and he's not messing around. So I think it's the right move to make because once they push back, what do we do with them? They come back to our communities. He pushed them back into Colombia for the right reason.
He said he was going to do a lot day one. He most definitely is, man.
Let's listen to a soundbite.
And it appears that he got the American people behind him. Because all I'm seeing in my chat is, get them gone, get them gone, get them. We don't care. Get them gone, get them gone, get them gone. Lord, our mercy.
From Chris Cuomo's show, speaking with Tom Homan, the border czar right now.
The border saw.
We arrested 1,300 people. Over 1,000 of them are criminals. Who are the other ones? They're either fugitives who've been through immigration court and orderly movement, didn't leave, became a fugitive, or collaterals. Where did the collateral arrests happen? In sanctuary cities, because they forced us into the community. Look, I said from day one, no one's off the table. If the United States illegally, you got a problem. But we are concentrating on public safety threats first, and it just makes sense.
Sheriff Daniels, I just wanted to find out, for people who are trying to cross into the country now from Mexico, are they just being turned back around, or are they being arrested here in the United States and detained until there's some other authority there?
Unless there's an aggravated circumstance, like a fugitive warrant here in the United States, they're incarcerated. Otherwise, they're deported. I know President Trump already put that in order that if they come across the border legally, they are put back into Mexico to be deported through our port of entries. That was something that changed under the Biden administration. Something else that changed, Adrian, that's really good is President Trump reinstituted the pursuit policy for Border Patrol, where they can pursue fugitives now and car pursuits, something we've been endangered on for the last 4 years. He is doing what it takes to be in law enforcement. He has re-energized and re-employed our Border Patrol agents and our HSI folks, which I briefed with them this morning.
Thanks so much for watching. Go to join and
So you heard it from the border side, Caesar, whatever he is, and from one of the Border Patrol agents, man. You know what I'm saying? They most definitely are working hard to get rid of a lot of these immigrants, man. They working overtime. The Border Patrol has been given like certain different rights, and as well as ICE, man. And they going in schools, churches, you name it, they going. They basically saying that ICE is able to do its job again. It's doing what it was made for, which is getting rid of illegals, and they most definitely are taking advantage. Let's hear from another Border Patrol agent on the situation at the border since those 1,500 troops have arrived.
State of the southern border as the first week of the new Trump administration is coming to an end is Lieutenant Chris Oliveris, spokesperson for the Texas Department of Public Safety. Lieutenant, always appreciate you making the time. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Thanks for having me, Natasha.
I want to ask you about this brand new number coming down in just the last 10 minutes or so.
Y'all make sure y'all subscribe to the channel, man.
Arrests
subscribe,
today.
subscribe,
and that is more than 3 times
account.
the number of arrests we saw yesterday. What are your comments here?
You know, it is. I think we're actually seeing what this new administration has been talking about, in the course of the last couple of years now, is that they were going to take action on day one, and they did. And we're starting to see that expedited operation as far as looking and locating criminal illegal aliens that are in the country right now. And that's really what people need to understand, is that we're looking for criminals. And I say we're talking about law enforcement across the board, but most importantly, federal agencies such as HSI, Border Patrol, DEA. They're looking for the worst of the worst in these communities. And I can't see how anyone would even dispute that, how they would not want anyone or any law enforcement agency to remove those public safety threats from the community. So we're seeing that right now. But really what really stands out to me, though, is for one, two factors. One, we're seeing more of an expedited process in looking for these criminals. And two, we're seeing transparency, which we didn't have in the last 4 years. And I think that's what really highlights the work that federal agencies are doing, also law enforcement across the country, when they're making these type of arrests, that the American public actually understand what type of people are in their communities and what they're wanted for, what type of crimes they committed. So that in itself, really, that transparency really highlights the work that's being done and really shows the importance behind it.
Yeah, and to your point, who does not want violent criminals out of their communities? And the numbers completely reflecting that. The vast majority of Americans absolutely.
The thing of it is, they ain't just getting the violent ones. They getting everybody. You know what I'm saying? Trump said they was going to start out with the violent and the criminal illegals. And then you got people like 5280 that said, man, Trump doing exactly what he said he was going to do. Because if they over here illegal anyway, they committed a crime. So I guess they all criminals in 5280 eyes.
Support the removal of undocumented violent criminals. I want to get your take. Last hour on Prime, we had Major General William Enyart on our show, and he commented on the reported arrest quota that is going into place now. 75 arrests per ICE field office per day. Let's take a quick listen to his response to this quota.
anytime you put a quota on a law enforcement officer, that's a bad idea. Law enforcement officers are supposed to use their discretion. And by forcing them to make arrests, you're simply asking for an abuse of their police powers. They're all good people and they work hard. I should say almost all of them are good people and they work hard. But, you know, when you're put under that kind of pressure, you make mistakes.
What is your take on this?
Well, I mean, I do agree to some point that he made there as far as we do have a quota. You do force law enforcement to reach that quota. There is going to be mistakes made. I'm not aware of any quotas that are being set by federal law enforcement. I'm unaware of that. What I can tell you, at least from our end in Texas, our law enforcement, our state troopers, our criminal investigators, we don't have a quota. We want to prioritize public safety. We want to go out there and do the job and really focus on just traditional police work, and that is looking for criminals. And I'll give you a prime example. This past Friday, our special agents arrested 2 criminal illegal immigrants that were from Mexico, and they were wanted for sex crimes of children. I mean, these are the worst of the worst that we're trying to remove. So as far as quotas, I mean, I'm not aware of any quotas from any law enforcement agency. Obviously, I wouldn't be able to speak on that. But I can tell you from law enforcement in general, we don't have quotas. We want to prioritize the safety of our communities, and that's looking for criminals. But again, obviously, mistakes can be made when there's more pressure. But again, we need to focus on what's the most important thing right now, and that is trying to remove these criminal immigrants from these communities.
Yeah, and Homan has said absolutely criminals first. He has also said there is a certain number, a limited number of these criminals. Do you feel with a quota of perhaps 75 arrests per field office per day that non-criminals will start to get caught up in this?
Out there. Well, I mean, I think Tom made it very clear is that that's why you need cooperation from elected officials and from law enforcement across the country. And the most advantageous process would be is arresting criminal illegal immigrants that are in the jail right now, as opposed to being released. And now you have to go look for them in a community where it's much more dangerous for the officer, much more dangerous for the migrant themselves and for the community. And also, Tom Homan said very clear as well, is that when you go look for these criminals in the communities, there may be other illegal immigrants that are associated with those criminals that are subject to removal as well because they're in the country illegally. So the best process is to avoid all of that conflict is to work with law enforcement, especially federal law enforcement, and actually have these individuals that are in the jails right now before they get released and have them removed. That would be the much safer process, the much more common sense process to actually remove some of these criminals from the country.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com.
Yeah, man. So, like I said, man, they reporting live from the border. They saying it's most definitely a crisis. You know, I remember them saying something about Trump was supposed to be state of emergency. You know, all type of stuff, man. And we've been hearing about the plane, right? Yeah, let's take a look at the plane they're using to ship these people off. You know what I'm saying? Check this out.
Implementing his immigration agenda. The White House has just released these images, migrants lined up, handcuffed, and led onto a military aircraft. We should note CNN cannot independently confirm the details because our crews were not there on the ground when these...
Mayor say this is the kind they used to jump out of in the Army. I'm just saying, a cargo ship, they call it. Man, look, y'all, a cargo plane, I mean. Lord, have mercy, man.
Images were being captured. CNN White House correspondent Priscilla Alvarez is here to talk about this. Priscilla, what are we learning about these flights? And we should note, we were just showing this a few moments ago, those images were tweeted out or posted by the White House press secretary. So this is coming from the White House.
That's right. This is part of their show of force after the president signed his executive order declaring a national emergency at the U.S. southern border. Now, if we can bring the photos up again, because I do want to point out what's different here.
Sam just say they walk over and then we fly them back.
It is the use of military aircraft that marks a difference from the way this was handled before. Now, you see there a line of migrants. They are arrested as they are handcuffed as they are boarding the plane. That part of this is actually quite typical when it comes to immigration and customs enforcement and the way that they board one of their deportation flights. But again, what is notable in this image is of that military aircraft. Now, I am getting some details from a Homeland Security official who tells me that it was about 75 to 80 migrants from Guatemala, and they were bound for Guatemala. We are now getting updates from an organization on the ground in Guatemala that is putting out stills of these arrivals. So this story is quickly developing. But in addition to that,
they say good, get the problem under control. Let's go, Trump.
Border Patrol custody, and more in the El Paso
telling
sector.
y'all,
Now,
man,
the
people feel
Pentagon
away.
has said that they were sending this military aircraft to El Paso and to San Diego. So we'll see if more of these flights continue. But Jim, just to broaden this out a little bit, the situation at the U.S. southern border is relatively quiet, far more than it was even over the last several months. So about 1,100 to 1,300 people crossing a day versus the 4,000, 6,000 and up that we were seeing in recent years. So this is an effort to really clamp down on the U.S. southern border, even as border crossings where they are right now are lower than they were in recent years.
Interesting. All right, Priscilla, stay with me. I want to bring in CNN contributor and New York Times journalist Lulu Garcia Navarro. Lulu, good to see you. Your reaction to seeing these photos from the White House, they say that are military planes deployed for these deportations. And I guess one of the things that we should talk about, shouldn't the White House or the administration be giving some kind of access to independent journalists so we can witness this firsthand as opposed to getting these takeouts from the White House?
I mean, I think press access for this is going to be very important. But I think we also need to really try and get context to understand what is happening and what is different than what we are seeing before. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, came out with a statement that said that they had arrested 538 people yesterday. And that is about double what we have seen previously. So indeed, we are now seeing stepped up enforcement. There has been some allegations that they are going into private places and not using warrants. That is illegal. So again, is that different? What are we seeing that is actually different?
We talking about the migrants and the immigration, man.
Actually effective.
And what Trump got going on out of here, man, he's deporting people by the airplane cargo ship load. You know what I'm saying? Not by the bus load. You know, that was Biden them way of doing it. Now Trump putting them on planes and getting them up out of here.
Who they're targeting and where are they targeting people. One of the concerns about this is that they're really going to be targeting people in blue cities and blue states. That is different than what we saw during the first Trump administration, where they were doing raids in North Dakota and red states and rural areas. This seems to be targeted in places that are blue states. So what does that tell us? Does that tell us that this is politically motivated, that they're trying to instill fear in immigrant communities in blue areas as opposed to red areas?
You need 60 more people on that light,
man. We're looking at this enforcement operation. We have to really think about what it means and what is the administration actually trying to achieve.
Yeah, we're going to be talking about what took place in Newark, New Jersey in just a few moments. But Lulu, I do want to ask you, the president has ordered the Pentagon to search 1,500 active military troops to the southern border. We're also seeing these new images of military support away from the border. These are from Camp Pendleton in California. These are from New Mexico, some other images we can show you. And we're now learning that more soldiers are preparing for possible deployment to the border. And so, I mean, Lulu, this is something that, is a bit of a departure from what we've seen in the past, and that this is a very militarized deportation operation, mass deportation.
All I can say is it has begun, guys. It has begun. And with everything they show us, imagine the things they ain't showing us.
An operation. What do you think?
I mean, this is very unusual. This is not the purview of the United States military. They don't have the training for it. But this is what the Trump administration is doing to try and bolster their capacity to deport people, because they haven't gotten more money from Congress for this.
We in the building.
They don't
Shout
have
out to
more
everybody
ICE
here,
agents,
man.
and so they're trying
Continue
to
to double
pull in
tap that
other
screen.
agencies
Shut alive,
to get involved in this deportation, this deportation operation. But this is where I think the Trump administration has to be careful, because recent polling shows that there's overwhelming support for deportation of illegal immigrants, immigrants that are here that don't have documentation. There is overwhelming support for deporting immigrants who have criminal convictions, but there is not overwhelming support for using the U.S. military. 62% of Americans oppose separating families, something that the administration says that they're going to do. 59% are against using the U.S. military. And so, this is not popular with the American people. So they have to be careful.
Yeah, and Priscilla, you were just saying a few moments ago that the number...
I can't tell it ain't popular with the American people. All I've been seeing in my chat is get them out of here, get them out of here, get them gone.
Are down right now. So, I mean, I guess just to be a skeptic here, couldn't somebody ask the question, well, why not just use ICE resources here? Is the military being used here as part of a shock and awe sort of propaganda campaign?
Well, to Lulu's point, we have to identify what's different. And the U.S. military on the U.S. southern border is not different. There are already 2,200 active duty troops who were helping support the border mission. And now it's more of a numbers game. So sending more resources down to the U.S. southern border, our understanding is they don't have law enforcement authority. So what they're doing is a lot of assistance when it comes to operational readiness, augmenting air operations, and doing a lot of behind the scenes work when it comes to assessing intelligence. So we do have to discern that there is truth to the fact that the military was already there to assist Border Patrol because the resources provided by the federal government are strained and over the years have been overwhelmed. But what the Trump administration is doing is putting more of those Pentagon resources there as a show of force, as a show of them clamping down on the southern border. And even if numbers are low, what Trump officials want is for numbers to be zero.
Right. And Lulu, let's play some sound from some migrants who made the journey to the U.S.-Mexico border only to discover it's closed to asylum seekers. Let's listen to that.
So sad, y'all.
¿Qué va a pasar?
She hurt.
Me viene y me pregunta qué va a pasar, qué respuesta le doy yo a mi niño. No tengo ninguna respuesta, porque no sé qué va a pasar con nosotros en la calle.
Con este cierre era la única vía que teníamos.
Yeah, man, it's no longer open to y'all, man. They trying to get them
Y
gone.
ahora ha sido completamente en vano el sacrificio que hemos hecho para salir de nuestros países. Hemos tenido que atravesar miles de países para llegar, ¿entiendes? Ha sido un golpe muy duro.
Yeah, I mean, Lulu, this is a reminder of the human toll of all this.
I mean, that is the central reminder of all of this. There are people who have come to this country, and they did come in the right way. They actually followed the guidance of the previous administration. They waited their turn. They put their information into an app. Many of them have come into this country and were given parole. That is a legal right that is given by the government to be able to live and work here while asylum claims are being processed. And so they did everything the right way, they think, and yet still they are being penalized for it because of the change in this administration. And that is an enormous human toll. These are families, these are children.
All right, Priscilla, Lulu, thank you both very much. Appreciate it. In the meantime, several cities are now seeing President Trump's expanding immigration crackdown, as Lulu was just discussing. ICE announced more than 500 arrests yesterday. Some of them in Newark, New Jersey. A restaurant owner there says about a dozen agents demanded to see documentation of his employees.
Couple of the guys say the agents came in and wanted to see the documents. See, they going into businesses, taquerias, places like that. You know what I'm saying? And asking everybody for their green card. If you ain't got it, they put you in cuffs, put you in the car, get you ready for mass deportation to get you up out of here, man. It's crazy going to schools and churches and doing the same thing.
Guys couldn't show their identification. 3 of them got arrested. 26 years in business, I've never seen anything like this.
Now, Newark's mayor says ICE officers, quote, unlawfully terrorized his city and detained undocumented residents as well as some U.S. citizens. CNN has been unable to independently verify that, but the mayor is expected to speak later on this morning. Joining us now is the former acting director of ICE, John Sandweg. John, I guess what's your take? First of all, I want to ask you about Newark in just a moment. But we were just showing these images coming in from the White House. Of course, we have to remind our viewers these are images provided by the White House of migrants being loaded onto military transport planes. What was your reaction to that when you saw it?
Jim, look, I think this is just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, the administration has essentially declared a war on immigration, not just at the border, but also in the interior. And by that, I mean, through these executive orders, declaring this a foreign invasion, but also harnessing all the resources of the entire U.S. government, not just focusing or relying on the Department of Homeland Security to focus on immigration enforcement here, but pulling on DOD resources, pulling on Department of Justice resources. So look, historically, as Priscilla noted a moment ago, we've seen the military at the border. During the Obama administration, we called on National Guard to supplement the Border Patrol's resources, but they were in a very limited and supportive capacity, primarily providing and enhancing our surveillance capabilities at the border. The use of military transport planes certainly is unprecedented, and I really think this is just the beginning. Because I think, like was just mentioned, they're just trying to augment ICE resources and DHS resources in order to carry out the mass deportation.
It's crazy, man. Trump most definitely gonna make it happen. by any means, man. I'm not lying. And who better to tell you about it than the border saw, the one that Trump put in charge of making sure that all of this moves along swiftly. You know what I'm saying? And without a hitch. You know what I'm saying? This guy here, he most definitely finna tell y'all the whole scenario, man. Make sure you double tapping that screen, man. We like 40 people away from 300 on that like. So if you just got here, double tap that screen, click those 3 dots, hit that thumbs up if you don't mind.
Aperture opens, there'll be more arrests nationwide. We got military on the border, not only helping us with departure flights on military planes.
This is what the
but helping
military
build infrastructure. They're putting up Constantino where they're down there to create a secure border and lock that border down. And DOD's helped administrations before, but not at this level. So it's a force multiplier, and it's sending a strong signal to the world. Our border's closed.
So is this what we will see every single day?
Absolutely.
Ending in what the president has promised is millions and millions being deported?
Yes, but you can see the numbers steadily increase, the number of arrests nationwide as we open up the aperture. Right now it's concentrating public safety threats, national security threats. That's a smaller population. So we're going to do this on priority base, as President Trump's promised, but as that aperture opens, there'll be more arrests nationwide.
When you talk about the aperture opening, the estimates of perhaps those who have been convicted or arrested in the past 700,000 to over 1 million. So after you do that, then you go after everybody who is there illegally.
If you're in the country illegally, you're on the table. Because it's not okay to,
If you're in the country illegally, you're on the table. Not just if you're a criminal, not just, none of that. If you're in the country illegally, you are a target. Basically saying they getting any and everybody that's illegal, whether they're a criminal or not.
In the country illegally, you're on the table. Because it's not okay to, violate laws of this country. You got to remember, every time you enter this country illegally, you violated a crime under Title 8, United States Code 1325. It's a crime. So if you're in the country illegally, you got a problem. And that's why I'm hoping those who are in the country illegally who have not been ordered removed by the federal judge should leave.
Well, you are emphasizing that you go after national.
If you're in the country illegally and you haven't been told to leave, by a judge, he said you should just pack up and leave anyway, because they gonna get you.
Security threats, you have said no one's off the table. If you're in the country illegally, you better be looking over your shoulder. You should be afraid.
You should be
start
afraid.
packing now. Is that what you're doing to get hotel workers out or people working on farms, that they'll be so scared they just leave?
Look, I think if you're in the country illegally, it's not okay. It's not okay to violate laws of this country. We have millions of people standing in line, taking the test, doing their background investigation, paying the fees that want to come in the right way.
Let's talk about the arrests so far. Numbers released the first day were over 500, and there were reports that one was a suspected terrorist, others were gang members.
Getting them right up
all
out
of
of
the
here,
people
man.
who were arrested on day one, as far as you know, convicted criminals or those who had been arrested before?
No. Let me explain that. There are collateral arrests. Where do collateral arrests happen? Sanctuary cities. And this is important we understand that. Sanctuary cities lock us out of the jails. So instead of ICE being able to arrest the bad guy, the criminal alien, in the safety and security of the jail where the officer's safe, the alien's safe, and the public's safe, sanctuary cities release them back in the community, which endangers the community, putting the criminal alien back in the community. But when we find him, he's going to be with others, most likely. Many times they're with others. If they're in the country illegally, they're coming too.
But were these arrests all in sanctuary cities? It doesn't appear so on the first day.
The collaterals, many more. I don't have the exact breakdown. But again,
this is the border czar. You know what I'm saying? This is the dude calling the shots. Y'all see his stance on it. He like, man, if you here illegally, I don't care. You is on the table. It doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? If you don't got no papers, we getting you up out of here.
Arrests in Massachusetts, in Chelsea, Massachusetts, which the governor said it's great to arrest the criminals who have been convicted. But were there people taken there as well who were not convicted? Were they, as you say, collateral?
I'm sure they are.
You talk about these numbers expanding. 500 the first day. What do you think you can get up to?
as many as we can get.
As many as we
every,
can.
What can happen at this point, given your manpower?
Look, I think
He talking about them like they is fish or something. He going fishing. How many fish you think he gonna catch today? As many as the boat can hold. Lord, have mercy.
We're in the beginning stages. We're bringing more resources into this operation. As a whole of government, we're going to have DOJ assisting us. And like the DOD piece, helping build infrastructure, helping the transportation, that takes ICE, badges and guns out of those duties and puts them on the street.
I want to go back to who you're deporting. Aside from the long list of executive actions, the administration said it will no longer tell ICE agents they have to avoid sensitive locations, including schools, hospitals, churches. Benjamin Huffman, the acting Homeland Security Secretary, said in a statement, criminals will no longer be able to hide in America's schools and churches to avoid arrest. What criminals are hiding in schools? Middle schools, elementary schools. You going to go into those?
How many MS-13 members are the age 14 to 17? Many of them. So, look, if it's a national security threat, public safety threat, and what you need to understand is a case by case. Name another agency, another law enforcement agency that has those type of requirements that they can't walk into a school or a doctor's office or a medical campus. No other agencies
can go anywhere.
These are well-trained officers with a lot of discretion, and when it comes to sensitive location, there's still going to be supervised review. So it's not like it's an open issue, but ICE officers should have discretion to decide if a national security threat or a public safety threat's in one of these facilities, then there should be an option for them to make the arrest.
But someday you could go into those schools and grab people who are just
in the
country illegally.
On a case-by-case basis, depending who they are, what the circumstances are. It's never a zero game.
You know that this creates fear in the immigrant community. The chair of the U.S. Conference of Bishops.
Most definitely he knows it creates fear. That's why he said, for anybody that's here illegally, whether you've been told by a judge or not to get out of the country, you should just go ahead and leave. Yeah, he's trying to install fear. They want him to leave. They want him gone. They trying to scare him. That's exactly what's going on. Man, we need 30 more people on that like, man. Click those 3 dots, hit that thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. We chasing 22K. We most definitely on the way. If you new over here, subscribe, man. Yeah, this is crazy, y'all. Most definitely looking to terrify the illegals into leaving the United States, man. We need 25 more people to click those 3 dots, hit that thumbs up. Most definitely get the likes to 300, man. What y'all thinking about all this so far? Y'all still on the side of get them gone, we don't care? Or have some of the things that y'all have seen, like the heart-touching stories, touch the heart yet to where it ain't so cold? You know what I'm saying? I'm just asking. Let's let him continue. This is the border czar.
Bishops Committee said turning places of care, healing, and solace into places of fear and uncertainty for those in need while endangering the trust between pastors, providers, educators, and the people they serve will not make our communities safer.
Well, look, here's the thing. If Congress has a job to do, we're enforcing the laws Congress enacted and the president signed. If they don't like it, change the law. I find it hard to believe any member of Congress is telling us not to enforce the law that they enacted and they fund us to do.
But opening up to anyone who's in the country illegally and going into schools and grabbing them, does that kids, adults?
The message needs to be clear. There's consequences for entering the country illegally. If we don't show there's consequences, you're never going to fix the border problem.
Estimates are that there are 11 million undocumented immigrants in this country right now. How can you possibly afford to deport all of those people?
Well, I'll leave it up to Congress. I think the president has a mandate. This was the #1 issue that people voted on. I think Congress has a mandate to give us money we need. What price you put on that?
Yeah, everything's getting rated, King. Your schools, restaurants, buildings, everything. They rating anywhere they think illegal people is at. They is going in churches everywhere. 11 million, y'all. That's a lot of people. Lord have mercy. They gonna deport them all.
For security.
More detention centers?
What price you put on all these young ladies that have been raped and murdered and burned alive? What price you put on that? What price you put on Lincoln Riley's life? What price you put on national security? Like I just explained, when you have a surge like this, we don't secure that border. That's when national security threats enter the country. That's when sex trafficking goes up. That's when the fentanyl comes in. It kills 250,000 Americans. I don't put a price on that.
And on those detention centers, do you need more
My
beds?
guy said you would need 630 a day for 4 years to get rid of all 11 million.
I think there's
Absolutely.
41,000 now, 100,000. So where do you get those beds? Do you build more camps? Do you do this military installations in Texas and elsewhere?
A little bit of everything. We can build outside facilities. We can expand our contracts to outside contractors. So yeah, we're going to need more ICE beds. A minimum of 100,000. Congress needs to come to the table quick and give us the money we need to secure that border.
Let's talk about those flights again. With the host countries, you flew all of those people back. Were all of the people arrested on the first day, for instance, repatriated? And what about those countries that won't take them back?
Oh, they'll take them back.
What do you mean by that?
We got President Trump coming to power. President Trump puts America first. Mexico didn't want to remain in Mexico program. Under the first administration, they did it. They didn't want to put military in the southern border.
The biggest states,
they did it. El Salvador didn't
Florida.
want to take care of MS-13.
All right, man.
That took President Trump 48 hours to make that happen. President Trump's
All right, Melissa, you be careful.
And if it doesn't, then we'll place my third safe country.
All appointments to the CBP app have been canceled. That is a legal way to claim asylum and get in the country. So what should people do who are seeking asylum?
People on that like button.
Go to the embassy, go to port of entry. Do it the legal way. You shouldn't come to this country and ask to get asylum, and the first thing you do is...
Which reminds me, y'all know that Trump changed the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. But the Mexican president, the lady over there, she says no matter what he try to change it to, the people will always remember it as the Gulf of Mexico. Man, double tap that screen, get the likes up.
Break our law for entering illegal.
So tell me what the definition of success is over the next 6 months, over the next year, by the end of the administration. What is mission accomplished here?
Taking as many public safety threats off the street as possible. Watching illegal alien crimes in the United States decrease. Ending it. Deporting every illegal alien gang member in this country, including Trendawa and MS-13. Making our country safe. When we see the crime rate from illegal aliens go down, that's a success. Every public safety threat we remove from this country is a success. Every national security threat that we find removed from the country is a success. There's no number on it. So my success can be based on what Congress gives us. More money, the better we're going to do it.
I noticed you didn't put in that list of things that will be mission accomplished and success. Getting every immigrant who is in the country illegally out. Why not?
Because I'm being realistic. We can do what we can with the money we have. We're going to be efficient, but with more money we have, the more we can accomplish. If I don't have the money to remove that millions of people, I'm not going to sit here and... One thing, no one can say I haven't been frank in everything I've said. Our success every day is taking a public safety threat off the streets or getting a national security threat out of here.
And our thanks to Tom Homan.
But that's not all they taking. They taking most definitely. They taking a lot more than just the M's off of there or the cartels. They taking everyday people as well. If they ain't got no cars, they illegal. They up out of here. So everybody's got an opinion. Everybody's got to say so on this matter. But we done been down that rabbit hole for a minute, when it comes to immigration. We'll come back to that in a second, man. Y'all know I was telling y'all about Corey, man. You know what I'm saying? I got Corey, the YouTuber that was alleged of kidnapping somebody, and then he went to Dubai. Well, he done came back, y'all, to face his charges. They
were
most
accused of
definitely done
kidnapping two women in Houston back in November.
Corey,
Today
y'all know him?
went before a judge.
Yeah, investigators saying that Corey Pritchett Jr. promised to take two women home, but instead started driving towards San Antonio, claiming someone was after him. The women say he threatened them with a gun, fired shots out of the car, and confiscated their phones. Investigators say he kicked the victims out of the car along I-10 near Sealy in the middle of the night, and then fled the country.
He did purchase a one-way ticket about a week after the incident. Posted on social media he would start a new life in Dubai.
Y'all know I had to hit y'all with the update, man. He done came back from Dubai and turned himself in.
And then I think about last week he flew back into Houston, and that's when he was apprehended.
Pritchett, who posts about his family, music, career, and more, has nearly 4 million subscribers on YouTube. He's now being held on $200,000 bond.
were accused of
200,000.
kidnapping two.
Old Corey, you know what I'm saying? They say got him. Corey Pritchett Jr. officially booked in jail for kidnapping charges. Man, 4 million subscribers on YouTube, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Corey says that he felt like those ladies was trying to set him up with some guys. You know, he had just met them ladies, let them into his car. You know, he thought somebody was chasing him, you know, with his celebrity status. So, yeah, it's going, yeah, he most definitely went to Dubai, you know, said he was starting a new life, but he caught these charges and had to come back to the States and basically face him. He says he's innocent, y'all, but they most definitely got him and booked him in, you know, for those crimes, man. It's most definitely crazy, but it most definitely happened. Here, let's check it out for y'all that don't know. You know, my guy, Life with Corey, you know him, Life with Corey and Corman, who is with Big Boogie now, the rapper. You know, his ex-girl, his baby mama done went with the rapper, you know, and he just done went crazy since she left. We need 9 more people on that like, man. We'll be at 300 on that like. Let's find out what's going on with old Corey, man. 4 million subscribers deep, and you throw that all away for a jail cell. Lord, have mercy.
That expanded from Texas to Qatar.
Look, come there. Come on. Hey, get up here.
Bella say Corey was lame.
That's YouTuber Corey Pritchett Jr. Now, earlier this year, we reported that Pritchett allegedly kidnapped 2 women in Texas. He later hopped on a nearly 20-hour flight all the way to the Middle East, but not to Dubai like he once flaunted to his millions of social media followers.
He didn't go to Dubai, y'all. He lied.
Dubai. The people just want feel so good out here. My kids, listen. So I'm having more kids, right? With my future wife, for sure. And Aiden, my kids.
Now this guy y'all seeing right here is a big time YouTuber. Shout out to my people at Law and Crime, man. You know they always keep us on point. We need 5 more on that like button. Click those 3 dots, hit that thumbs up, man. For everything news. When I tell y'all everything news, I do mean everything news. If it's out there, I'm covering it. We on top of it. You know we don't stay stuck to one subject, man. We bouncing all around. We most definitely got some more Diddy coming up. Him and Jay-Z situation done took a turn with Tony Busby. Most definitely 4 more on that like, man. Click those 3 dots, hit that like button, get the likes up to 300, y'all. We almost there. He's a broke scammer. Libra baby. They say he was making millions off of YouTube, you know, but they said those car raffles got Corey in trouble too. You know, they were saying they was rigged and it was a scam. Yeah, man, it's a lot going on, but let's continue.
It's not gonna be homeschooled, bro. It's getting real wicked in the United States. A lot of y'all not paying attention because a lot of y'all sleep and the news outlets are not speaking on a lot of that's going on there. It's gonna get real over there. Y'all might think I'm lying. Y'all might think I'm just talking. Y'all see it, other people probably saying it. But you know, people don't believe until it hit the fan. That's one thing I noticed about most people in the United States. They want to party, live life, until it hit the fan. When it hit the fan, and everybody like, oh, it was scattered. No.
He instead ended up in Qatar. So how does a content creator with millions of followers end up on the FBI's radar? Well, it first started on November 22nd, when a woman exchanged numbers with Pritchett. The unnamed woman told investigators she and a friend met up with Pritchett. First, it was harmless fun, like working out, ATV riding, and bowling. But it was that trip to the bowling alley where it took a dark turn. The 2 women reportedly felt like something was off when Pritchett and his 2 friends...
Corey done tripped out, man. I can't believe Corey did this. Corey has done tripped out, man. This is crazy. From YouTube to America's Most Wanted. Lord have mercy, man. Lord. Man, listen, 4 million subscribers, making over $1 million on YouTube. I think I'd be satisfied. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, chill out, do your content, you know, and don't worry about nothing else. But Corey, you know, was on some whole other stuff, you know, man. Look, when being gangster goes wrong or trying to prove you gangster goes wrong, this is out this world.
Friends started acting strange. According to one of the women, they were repeatedly looking around, seemed on edge, and were acting suspicious. That's when they learned Pritchett and his friends were having issues with another group at the bowling alley. So the 2 women told Pritchett if he continued acting that way, he should just leave with his friends. So he left. But after some time, the women texted him to get their things out of his car. They all met up at an HEB, and Pritchett switched up his mood and offered them a ride home, and they said yes. But Pritchett flipped again. The women told investigators he began acting erratically and skipped what was supposed to be their route to get home. The women said Pritchett claimed someone was after him and started making phone calls. He then started driving so fast, going past 100 miles per hour. The women claim he pulled out a gun and started waving it through the sunroof while still driving
Lord have
erratically
mercy.
fast, then began firing the gold color handgun out of the car.
Good Corey had been geeked up, man, tripping with himself. Why they needed a ride, LOL, I don't know, man, but Corey tripped out on him.
One of the women reportedly told Pritchett to take her back to her apartment and try to calm him down by asking him to pray with them. But he still continued driving crazy fast down the I-10 highway. One of the women told police Pritchett then made a video call to another woman saved in his phone as future wife. He allegedly asked the woman on the call, "If I had the perfect opportunity and was in the middle of nowhere where no one could hear them scream, should I just go ahead and do it?" And the woman on the line reportedly responded, yes. The women in the car told police that Pritchett told them, "I'm gonna F y'all and then kill y'all."
Wouldn't that make her an accessory? He called her and she told him to do it. Would that make her an accessory to the crime, seeing that she said yes?
By this point, the women said they were texting one another during all of this, but told authorities Pritchett then started pointing the gun at them and took their phones away so they couldn't communicate with each other. According to police, Pritchett then pulled off the highway onto the shoulder of I-10 near Sealy, Texas. Seemingly with a change of heart, he told the women to get out of his car, allegedly telling them this is your only opportunity. So you can imagine how scary this is. You're dropped off in the middle of the night, left stranded, and your phone is taken from you. The women told police they spent more than an hour along the side of the highway before they were able to flag down a driver who called 911. But their stories were corroborated by a huge clue that would help investigators piece together what happened. One of the women had the Life 360 app on her phone, and screenshots, which included timestamps and the route they took, supported the victim's story of what happened. Pritchett was ID'd through his driver's license and social media pages.
Corey done
But a
messed
huge
up,
problem.
guys.
When investigators reached out to him, his phone was no longer in service. Instead, they found out through his TikTok that he was planning to move to Dubai. So here's where the FBI steps in. They found out Pritchett didn't buy a ticket there, instead purchased a one-way ticket to Qatar on December 9th. It didn't stop authorities, though, from charging him. And December 26th, he was charged with aggravated kidnapping. And despite the serious charge, Pritchett, like most content creators, kept on posting. On January 4th, he posted an article from the Houston news station KPRC, along with the caption, in part saying, "Let the show begin, hashtag Houston, Texas. Let me show you how to take the monsters down the hashtag smooth way." You see it say
that's crazy, y'all. You know, he was still creating content about himself. I most definitely seen a clip of him saying, you know, y'all who don't understand what he's doing right now don't know how the internet works. Man, why crash out for some internet fame and get yourself an aggravated charge? Lord have mercy, Corey. Boy, you done messed up bad. Yeah, man, you in Texas too? It wouldn't matter if you did or you didn't. If they want to hide you, they will.
Accused, right? Don't worry, LOL. I'm finna give you the details on here and in the court of law. Well, that all caught up to him, and this week he was arrested on the aggravated kidnapping charge. And all the wealth he flaunted on social media might have just been that, for social media. According to KPRC in Houston...
Yeah, because they were saying he was still locked up on a $200,000 bond. And like at 5% or 10%, that's like $20,000. So, of course he got that, right? Let him tell it he a millionaire off of YouTube. 4 million subscribers. He be having all the diamond teeth, all the diamond jewelry. Surely he has $20,000. Or does he?
His financial affidavit showed he requested a public defender, reporting his monthly income at a whopping $0.00 and no listed assets.
I want to give a huge thank you to you, our viewers, and our amazing sponsors like Upside. Upside is a super...
Did y'all hear that?
And Lowell, I'm finna give you the details on here and in the court of law.
Court-appointed
Well, that
attorney.
all caught up to him. And this week he was arrested on the aggravated kidnapping charge. And all the wealth he flaunted on social media might have just been that, for social media. According to KPRC in Houston, his financial affidavit showed he requested a public defender, reporting his monthly income at a whopping $0.00 and no listed assets.
Wow.
I want to give a huge thank you to...
Yeah, maybe he just, you know, there's all his money in somebody else's name.
Find out how much you could... Our promo code LC.
He was having Hellcats and jacked up trucks and all that, doing raffles of cars. How can you do all that with no money, man? That's why they say he was a scammer.
this case even further is Texas-based criminal defense attorney Bridget Williams. Bridget, thank you so much for joining me today. You know, this case is an interesting one. You have a social media content creator and personality. He's accused of kidnapping two women, fleeing off to Qatar. What's your reaction to this case?
It's something that is definitely mind-blowing when we think about it. So we have this young man who is
crazy,
charged with the offense of aggravated kidnapping. I'm interested to see the timing of everything. Because when we talk about did he flee or abscond to the UAE, when was he notified about
they say he bluffing at the highest degree, okay.
And was that something that he considered when he booked his flight to Qatar, or was that something he already did? You know, that's something that will come out in the evidence, but it's definitely something to take into consideration. I'm sure the court took that into consideration when setting his bond as well.
Yeah, that $100,000 bond is a lot of money for sure. You know, and talk to me a little bit about the law in Texas of aggravated kidnapping. How serious is that charge, and how long could Corey Pritchett face behind bars if he's convicted or pleads guilty to a charge like this?
So we'll start with just like the basics of kidnapping. So kidnapping is a third-degree felony, and so that's like the intentional or knowingly abducting of another person. It's escalated to an aggravated kidnapping with a couple of different circumstances that can occur. One of them is if the person attempts to inflict bodily harm or sexual abuse on the other, and that's what this person is being charged with. The offense has a punishment range once it reaches aggravated kidnapping to first degree. First degree has a punishment range of up to 99 years in prison,
life
sentence, $10,000 fine. Now, if Corey can show that this is one of the defenses that he dropped the ladies off in a safe area, then technically the charge can be reduced to a second degree. However, in this particular instance, I don't foresee that being something that he will say as he dropped them off on the side of the interstate, right? So that doesn't make it a safe environment. But if a person can show that they did release the victim into a safe area, then their charge from aggravated kidnapping can be reduced from a first degree to a second.
Wow, that's just a lot of time. Plus, you know, the gravity of the situation is very serious. And I remember when this story first came about, you know, and it seemed through his social media that Corey Pritchett didn't appear, I should say, to be really kind of taking it seriously. If you kind of just go off what he put on social media, he kind of even blamed the women he was with. So I kind of, given everything that we know right now, I want to ask you, do you agree that this was the right charge?
Yeah, he took their phone.
I do think it's the right charge because
but I think he's going when it gets to going, he's gonna say he felt just like they've been saying. He felt like somebody was following them, like the girls was setting him up. That's why he did what he did, and he gonna say he wasn't gonna hurt them. That's why he put him out the car. I most definitely see him using like he was in fear of his life, and that's why he did what he did concerning them.
This is based off of what the women have said to the investigators, because otherwise it would just be a kidnapping. If I was, of course, defense counsel now, I would make this be a trial case because there are several issues here with the case. So it could be, it's an interesting portion for this particular case. So the first thing to think about is that the women voluntarily got into the vehicle with him, and that's going to be something that defense counsel raises. Now, it transitions, and this is the arguable part here, is that it can transition into a kidnapping when the women have stated in their testimony with investigators that he pointed a gun at both of them and stated in some very colorful language that he was going to sexually abuse them and then even kill them.
Now that was the thing right there. She's right about that.
Into an aggravated kidnapping at that point. Now, the text messages between the women and Corey, that's going to play a very important role in if this case continues to be a trial or if he accepts some type of plea agreement.
He ain't going to have no ice cold lawyer, Hudson. He want a public defender.
So that information would really be important as far as it being a trial or a plea agreement.
Yeah,
And
well
sure,
informed. Yeah, if you don't let them out in a safe place, you can get in trouble, man. You be like Corey. Yeah, you just can't put them out the whip no more and say, hey, get out of my car. You can catch you some charges.
When investigators probably first learned of this case, it probably is hard for these two women to go and tell police, we met this guy, we hung out with him all day, we went to the bowling alley with him, then all this stuff happened, he dropped us off on the side of the road. But investigators say they used one of the women's phones using a Life 360 app to kind of piece together what had happened, corroborating further their own accounts of what happened in their story. So I want to ask you, what are your thoughts on that type of evidence and how Corey Pritchett's defense attorneys might be able to poke holes, if they can poke holes in this evidence of kind of leading where the phone took them, and just how Life 360 kind of played a part in corroborating their stories? Can the defense really poke any type of holes in that?
Yeah, well, I'm not completely sure how Life 360 app works. My understanding is that it can be a GPS tracker, which allows for people to be able to track the phone location. And so there may be some other features that it allows for, and so to help corroborate the women's story. But the prosecution is going to be looking in every possible option to
Somebody said he better take a plea.
corroborate these women's stories, because that's the only way that they're going to proceed and be victorious in a aggravated kidnapping charge, because otherwise it's their word against his word. And so they're going to be looking for every option, every opportunity, everything that they have in order to use to move forward with this aggravated kidnapping charge.
And do you see a case like this going to trial? I can only imagine what that could even look like, but do you see a case like this going to trial? And if not, do you see prosecutors possibly offering a deal in this case?
Some kind of plea deal.
I would say I would foresee it going to a trial setting. A lot of times when it is one person's word against the other person's word, a lot of times those cases do go to trial. And so, again, with the women voluntarily got into the vehicle with him, and we move forward into, it transitions to that aggravated kidnapping based off of their testimony that he pointed the gun at them and said that he was going to kill them. And so at that point is the transition over. And so I do foresee this being a trial case unless the prosecution offers him, I would say, a reduction down, so a reduced offer, which happens sometimes. It just depends on the evidence that they have, and what they will be charging him with going forward.
They say he's done,
they may offer him a reduction, some type of probationary period that could include some jail time, or it could include some classes. We don't know. But unless they offer him something that's reduced, I could see this being a trial case.
And what do you make of just the whole aspect of Corey Pritchett being this social media personality,
and I'm saying, bro, that's
with
crazy.
Millions of followers, and then you have that other aspect too, where we all know, covering a lot of stories, kind of similar to this one, that not everything that you see on social media is really what it is in real life. And for example, in this case, Corey Pritchett signing that financial affidavit, one asking for a public defender, and two saying that he has no assets or money to pay for a defense attorney. What do you kind of make of just that, 360 or 180, I should say, just from seeing the persona that we all see on social media versus what these allegations are and what he's being accused of?
Yeah, I think that's a really great point, in that things are not always as they appear. And so sometimes people...
Man, if YouTube stop paying content creators, they won't have no content creators. Believe it.
Present their best selves, or we don't know what they're using to present their best selves, or this facade of who they want to be on social media. We have no idea. But if he had the assets or had any type of a financial resources available, then he could have used those resources to post his bond, right? He has $100,000 bond. If he were to use a bail bondsman company, most of the time the bail bondsman company will charge...
she do sound like Miss T.
portion of that amount, and so they generally don't pay the full amount, and then the bail bondsman company is just responsible for the remaining amount. So they say that the bail bondsman company charges you...
She sounds just
10%,
like her.
so they may pay 10% to the bail bondsman company, and then that's all that the defendant or his family would pay out
may
of
I say that is Miss T.
in order for him to be released. And so, in my mind, that's saying that $10,000 is what he would have to put up. Now, that's still not a small amount of money, right? But however, if you are saying that you're this person who goes to Qatar and do all these things again, we don't know what someone's financial responsibilities are, what their resources are. And so we just, you never know what a person's financial aspects are.
Yeah, of course, because given, we never know that maybe all the money was kind of put into this move to the Middle East possibly as well, too, which could explain, the no assets or no money for a defense attorney. And speaking of that, where do you think this whole aspect of him fleeing off to Qatar, even though he told his followers he was going to Dubai, where do you think that all kind of plays into kind of potentially an admission of guilt? Do you think that this, I know we kind of spoke briefly about it earlier in our discussion, but do you think it was planned? Do you think it was to kind of get away from what he's being accused of? Or do you think that it was just, what, I do want this new life for myself. I do want to try to move out here and just start fresh. Or do you think it kind of played into what he's being accused of?
I think that's going to boil down to the timing. So when did he book his flight to Qatar? When did he book all of the things that are related to starting this new life in Qatar or the UAE, wherever it is? When did you do these things? Was it before or was it after you were charged?
He said he did it before. He said he went on his page and told everybody he was moving to Dubai before he ever booked this situation, before this situation ever happened. So he didn't do it as an attempt to flee because he had already booked it and said he was moving prior to what's going on.
With this offense. That's what it's going to boil down to. As far as for an admission of guilt, I don't think it goes to an admission of guilt. However, it can show that he was absconding or trying to flee away from the charge and the responsibilities and the punishment of it, again, based on the timing. And so best believe if I was a prosecutor, I'm going to be bringing that up in a trial setting. I'm sure that they brought that up in the bond setting, which is why his bond is what it is. And so that is information that can be brought up in a trial setting. Now, again, if that flight or all of the plans that he made happened prior to the charge, then defense counsel is going to say, well, this is just plans that he made for him to better himself and in his career, right? And that's something that it just centers around the timing.
And I guess we'll have to wait and see how this all continues to play out. Bridget, I want to thank you so much for your time today. But before we sign you off, though, where do you think this whole entire case goes from here?
Well, it goes to trial or plea deal. Is that Corey, until or unless he can place the bond or pay for the bond, he will be in the Harris County Jail until this trial or until he accepts some type of plea agreement. So until the trial moves forward or until he accepts the plea agreement. Now, that could be anywhere between now and years from now, honestly. The defense counsels can file something for a speedy trial if he is sitting in jail and cannot make the bond. So they can file that. However, that still can be another year or so. We don't know how long that could be. And so these trials don't happen immediately. And so it can take some time.
Yeah, and again, gonna have to wait and see.
All right. You know what I'm saying? So we hear about Corey. He going through a situation. He say he broke. He ain't got no money. He need a public defender. All that good stuff. He better go pay for his lawyer and most definitely get his bond together or he going to be sitting in that Texas jail for a minute. And one thing I know about Texas, because I'm in Texas, Texas don't play. Texas going to let you sit there day for day, until your trial. It ain't no just getting out, you got to drop that cash if you expect to last. Or that could be your, real talk. And Corey got a big fight ahead of him, man. Hey, Karen, how you doing? Corey got a big fight. And speaking of things going down in the courtroom, y'all, I know y'all heard about the Chris Brown documentary, right? And the things that were going on, people putting all those allegations on Chris Brown back, saying this and saying that. Well, I've been telling y'all, that Chris Brown recently signed a lawsuit, you know what I'm saying? And basically, He's going to go after the people who were going after him. Everybody that was involved with that documentary they did on him, he most definitely taking them to court, and he's suing them for $500 million, guys. Chris Brown say he is not going to take it sitting down. He is most definitely firing shots at the people that was firing shots at him. It says Chris Brown files a $500 million defamation lawsuit against Warner Brothers and Discovery, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Chris is looking to get his paper. He said, y'all ain't finna play with my name. You know what I'm saying? Y'all is not finna play with my name. 500 million, y'all. Yeah, he going after them, y'all. The people who put out the documentary, if you played it, if you was a part of it, you know all of that. You know, so yeah, Chris Brown has a lawsuit, guys. And just like always, y'all know I'm gonna have all the details. You know what I'm saying? Because he most definitely is gonna take them all to court. Let's check this one out on Chris Brown, y'all.
That highlighted Chris Brown's legal troubles over the years is facing legal trouble of its own after the singer filed a $500 million lawsuit accusing Warner Brothers Discovery and several others who worked on its production, libel, and intentional infliction of emotional distress. The documentary premiered in October, and it was made from the same producers who brought the viewers the jaw-dropping docuseries Quiet on Set. In the Chris Brown documentary, though, the film packed together years of allegations of physical assault, alleged sexual assault, lawsuits, public meltdowns like trashing the green room at Good Morning America, throwing a brick at his mom's car, the restraining order taken out by his ex-girlfriend Karrueche Tran, and the 2009 brutal assault of his then-girlfriend Rihanna. Now, Chris Brown denies many of the allegations made against him, and he's never been found guilty of any sex-related crime. But the singer's attorney argued the documentary states in every available fashion that he's a serial rapist and sexual abuser.
Lord have mercy,
those behind the documentary laid out a false narrative for a money grab. But it's not just the producers who are named in the suit. Brown is also going after one of his accusers. While his lawyers have publicly named her, we'll continue to refer to her as Jane Doe. Now, Jane Doe made an appearance in the film, but she appeared in a silhouette and her voice was altered. The woman claims she met Chris Brown while on a trip to Miami. She said a mutual acquaintance invited her to a party on Sean Diddy Combs' yacht. And before we get into the details, no, Diddy isn't...
Brown and Chris, man. Chris Brown and is connected to Diddy. It happened. One of his situations allegedly happened on Diddy's boat, man. You know what I'm saying? If y'all never knew about this, I think this was a case that Ariel Mitchell Kidd brought forward with somebody saying that Chris Brown allegedly assaulted them on one of Diddy's yachts. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Christopher was there. It's crazy.
Accused of wrongdoing in this case. Doe said at the time she had recently moved to LA and was pursuing dancing when she saw Brown at the party and hoped it was a sign he could guide her or give her some advice. She said the two talked and he handed her a drink, but said that's when her memory got weird. The woman said she didn't remember.
They began to talk and he handed her a drink, and that's where her memory got fuzzy. Drinks, there was that Diddy's, drink, Diddy, memory. Oh, man, you think he gave her a drink? Lord have mercy. Let's go.
She saw Brown pour the drink, but she just drank it, and he gave her another. And then she began to feel tired, and her body started feeling heavy. She claimed Brown later took her to one of the...
Chris done gave her one of them funny drinks at Diddy house. Took her to the room.
Yacht's bedrooms and allegedly raped her. She says after the alleged incident, she admitted she continued to speak to the singer.
Now, that's where it got crazy at, because if you will remember, she said that Chris Brown did all this with this drink, but then she started sending him nude photos and all this type of stuff, trying to get back in the bed with Chris, saying that what happened with him was the best thing that ever happened to her. Don't forget that part, you know, but they still published it out there like he had did something wrong, even though he had the messages and the photos that she sent after this event, wanting to do it all again, guys.
While at first she says she didn't recognize the alleged incident as a sexual assault, she went to therapy where she could later admit to herself that it was a rape. Now, this alleged incident, she says, took place in 2020. 2 years later, in 2022, she filed a $20 million lawsuit against Brown. But here's the thing. Doe's case was ultimately dismissed, and her lawyer dropped her as a client after police uncovered text messages between Doe and Chris Brown, where Doe called Chris Brown babe and asked to see him again after the night of the alleged incident. She also allegedly texted Chris Brown months later saying, missing you, and continued. Ultimately dismissed, and her lawyer dropped her as a client after police uncovered text messages between Doe and Chris Brown, where Doe called Chris Brown babe and asked to see him again after the night of the alleged incident. She also allegedly texted Chris Brown months later saying, missing you, and continued to text him for months after the alleged incident. Doe admitted to texting him some more after in the documentary. But again, the judge tossed out the suit, citing lack of prosecution. And her attorney, Ariel Mitchell-Kidd, who also represents alleged victims of Sean Diddy Combs, said back in October she's representing
anything with Diddy. Ariel Mitchell-Kidd is in the middle. I told y'all, I traveled an attorney. I knew I wasn't tripping.
Jane Doe again, despite dropping her as a client in 2022. She told people, quote, I adore my client and I believe what happened to her is 100% true. I feel that I failed her as an attorney because I couldn't make her comfortable enough with me in such a short period of time where she felt 100% comfortable being forthcoming with me. The storytelling Jane Doe had not only been discredited over and over, but was in fact a perpetrator of intimate partner violence and aggressor herself. That intimate partner violence, according to Brown's attorneys, comes from allegations Jane Doe harassed her ex-boyfriend online and threatened him with a knife. They continue to argue her...
If you're just now tuning in, man, we're looking at the lawsuit that Chris Brown has put forth against Warner Brothers and Discovery, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Due to this new documentary trying to say that he did stuff that he didn't have no business. Chris say he innocent, and it's done been proven. So he don't know why they would do that, and now he's suing them for $500 million, guys.
History of violence and erratic behavior should have raised red flags for any responsible journalist. In a press release that was previously attached to Chris Brown's Instagram page, his attorney said in a statement, this case is about protecting the truth. Despite being provided with evidence disproving their claims, the producers of this documentary intentionally promoted false and defamatory information, knowingly disregarding their ethical obligations as journalists. Their actions undermine not only Mr. Brown's decade-long efforts to rebuild his life, but also the credibility of true survivors of violence. While Chris Brown is seeking $500 million in his lawsuit, a portion of the money, according to his lawyer, will be donated to survivors of sexual abuse. I'm joined now by a great guest who's here in studio with me today. That's litigator Rich Schoenstein. Rich, always great to see you. You know, $500 million, that number stands out a lot. What's your reaction to this Chris Brown lawsuit?
Well, that's an interesting figure. So the first thing I thought of reading the lawsuit is exactly that, damages, because this is somebody who has been reported on for years and involved with lots of other litigation. And the public has a view and opinion about him, I think. So let's assume this was a false story. Let's assume his allegations are correct for a minute, that this was a false story, that the defendants didn't investigate it, that they put it on. Has it really injured him? Has it injured him $500 million? Yes. Is there $500 million he would have received but for this sole story when in fact there have been incidents with other people that have already been reported on? I do note he says in this complaint that a portion of the $500 million...
They most definitely been slandering his name. You know, whether it's worth $500 million to him, I feel like he gonna win something, because they most definitely been running his name through the mud.
Once is going to be donated to charity, which is an interesting thing to say. He says, for total damages in the amount of $500 million, a portion of which will be donated to survivors of sexual abuse.
Yeah, it's very interesting that that portion was added to the lawsuit, as well as the kind of the press release. What's your reaction to that? Him being, forthcoming and wanting to, I guess, kind of clear his name in a way, but also kind of make this point out to the public that I do, respect survivors of sexual abuse. Here's, money if I do win this lawsuit.
Right. So that statement in his complaint has no legal significance. They can't award him punitive damages for him to give away to even a most worthy cause. That's not the way the legal system works. They will, someone will determine if he's liable, then they will assess compensatory damages, and if the judge thinks the case merits a punitive damage charge, the jury can consider that. It would never be anywhere near $500 million, and the jury wouldn't be able to consider his suggestion that he's going to give some of it to charity. It's completely meaningless. All of that exists only for the public-facing part of this, which, you know, all of these kind of complaints are in part
Hudson say he'll sue him
document
too.
filed in the
Yeah,
litigation,
they've been dragging
but
Chris through
in
the
larger
mud, man.
part, they're a PR statement, and that's
Since that whole documentary aired, his name has most definitely been drugged through the mud, man. You know what I'm saying? I think if he's innocent, he's deserving of everything that he asked for, man. You know, do not be putting false allegations on people, you know, and making them be what that is. Most definitely could get you in some legal trouble.
part of his PR statement.
Yeah, because it seems like throughout this lawsuit, from the reports we've been reading as well, too, you know, it doesn't appear that the lawsuit's not necessarily targeting what was in the documentary as far as the history of it, right? It really kind of boils down to that 2020 alleged incident that happened on Diddy's boat.
JoJo, I think he's going to win it.
Accused him of drugging and raping her. Now, we know there's a lot of kind of back and forth with that. The lawsuit was dismissed, and it seems like that was kind of another point made in the lawsuit against for Chris Brown to file that, you know, the documentary was portraying him to be the serial rapist, the serial sexual abuser. So what's kind of your reaction to Chris Brown's attorney's claims and how that all kind of, you know, goes into the documentary as well when you have this whole like legal history of, you know, Chris Brown getting in trouble?
JoJo, he trying to get that bread.
When you file a defamation action, to prevail on a defamation action, the first thing you have to prove is that it's false. So you have to go to court with evidence to convince the jury that what was said about you.
He already did that. He went there. You know what I'm saying? He produced those receipts of her trying to get back with him after all of this, in which the judge threw it out that time. So therefore, he did kind of prove his innocence because they didn't believe it. You know what I'm saying? So in so many, he already has, and they still went forth with this lawsuit, which is damaging. You know, because imagine the amount of female support he might have lost behind this. You know what I'm saying? The records he could have sold had they not put this jacket on his back. And it most definitely turns into money, guys.
Is in fact false. So he's going to have to disprove those allegations, which is hard. That's a reason a lot of people don't
The
file
documentary is defamation. Let's
they
go.
don't want to take on the burden of proving that it's false, and sometimes because they don't want to bring even more attention to the story. He, by filing this lawsuit, has brought even more attention to the documentary. We call it the Streisand effect.
What's up, TNT?
If you remember, there was a famous instance where Barbara Streisand brought a lawsuit because people kept taking photos of her home, and it only compelled the further dissemination and interest in those photos. And so when you magnify the allegations by instituting litigation, we sometimes call it the Streisand effect. So that is part of what's happening here, is he's making it a story again.
Yeah, and it seems throughout the years as well, too, you know, a lot of allegations have been made against Chris Brown, and Chris Brown has responded on social media, but I'm wondering, is this lawsuit his final kind of like, look, I understand that I've had this history, you know, we can point it back to Karrueche Tran, we can point it back to Rihanna, we can point it back, you know, to other instances, but even when it comes to kind of the sexual assault allegations, he has been very forthcoming and or vocal, I should say, about voicing his denial of these allegations made against him. So in terms of kind of filing a suit like this, how much of it, again, is PR versus, you know what, like, I really want to take this to court. I want to use the legal system to kind of get back what I deserve. How much of it is that versus just PR?
So we don't know the answer to that really good question until we see how it plays out. We've seen defamation suits that have been carried all the way to trial by people who really wanted to clear their name. Johnny Depp comes to mind. That's somebody who filed a suit, saw it all the way through trial, got a jury verdict in his favor, didn't really walk away with very much money at all, settled for a very small amount, but got public vindication. Other times we've seen defamation suits that are dropped that are settled for an undisclosed or sometimes a disclosed monetary payment, and those are just cash grabs. My guess is that this particular lawsuit is more about trying to make a name-clearing PR
I already know the one and only that's coming up next.
Effort than it is about actually recovering money, but only time will tell.
And, just to kind of give the filmmakers and the producers their side of this, I watched the documentary. And after the allegations were made, you're going to commercial break, the black screen comes out, Chris Brown denies all allegations, he's never been charged criminally in this matter, that type of thing. As far as the responsibility on documentarians, on filmmakers, do they carry that same responsibility that journalists do? Or is it one and the same in terms of ethics? Because to me, watching it, I felt like they did do their part. They reached out to Chris Brown's team, according to them, said that he denied the allegations, again, hasn't been charged criminally when it comes to these sexual abuse claims. But in terms of just ethics, does that have a leg to stand on in this lawsuit?
Well, I don't know. I'm not an expert in the ethics component of it, either for someone who makes documentaries or for journalists for that matter. As a legal matter, if they are quoting allegations of others, then what they're reporting is truthful. These are the allegations that are made against him by this woman. And
y'all
then
make
they
sure
add
y'all
to
subscribing
it.
to
By
the
the
channel,
way, we
man.
reached out
Road
to Chris
to
Brown.
22K,
He
every
denies
subscriber
everything,
count.
but
Subscribe,
didn't
subscribe,
want to appear in our
subscribe if you're not
documentary.
subscribed.
That's also truthful. If that's the full scope, and I haven't seen this documentary, so you're one up on me. But if that's the full effect of the documentary,
that was this year. This is all current. This is what's going on right now. He just filed a lawsuit against them. They most definitely breaking down the whole thing. What's up, Jeskina? How you doing? Yeah. They most definitely, he filed a lawsuit. Law and Crime is just giving us the details of the lawsuit. So this is all current. This is a current situation right here that's going on with Chris Brown.
Documentary, then they ought to be okay, because they're entitled to report a story. They're entitled to report somebody's allegations. I think what he says in this lawsuit is it should have been obvious that that wasn't truthful, that the person who was making the allegations had issues that should have been red flags, that there wasn't enough investigation done, and that they shouldn't have put the thing on the air without being able to further verify it. That potentially is a reasonable claim, depending on what actually happened.
Yeah. And another question to you is, the documentary came out in late October. I'm sure beforehand, even when the production was kind of going on, I'm sure producers reached out to Chris Brown's team. And so, we go from October to now January when this lawsuit is filed. Why do you think he took until January, until this year, this month, to file that lawsuit? Is it
January, which means it's current. It's still January right now. I'm just saying.
That just a normal time frame for this type of lawsuit at this magnitude, or what are your thoughts?
No, I mean, so this is not, I'm looking at a 6-page complaint, right? I guess it's maybe a little longer than that, but this is not the hardest thing to put together. It shouldn't have taken 3 months to put together. So either it could be a bunch of different things. Maybe they had discussions with the defendants. Maybe there were settlement efforts. I don't know. Maybe they had to decide whether or not they were going to pursue the litigation. Maybe first they demanded a retraction, or maybe they just didn't make up their mind, or maybe once they made up their mind, they didn't want to do it during the holidays because the news cycle kind of swallows things during the holidays, or maybe because Baldani and Lively are commanding the airwaves, they wanted to wait until that was over, until there was a calm moment. And then
every time they put the camera on him, he remind me of one of them videos we used to watch at school. Lord have mercy.
Strategically put it out so it would be a news story. I have no idea how many of those factors went into play or how they came up with the timing.
Yeah, it seems like a lot kind of going on there. And again, that $500 million just really sticks out to you, and I'm sure sticks out to a lot of people. You know, the producers who made this documentary were the same ones who also made the Quiet on Set documentary. That documentary was jaw-dropping, as we all know, kind of going into the allegations made on Nickelodeon sets, all of that sort. So in terms of filmmakers, documentarians, again, kind of making these types of stories, but then, you know, people who are the subject of it, in that case with Quiet on Set, it was Dan Schneider. In this case, now we have Chris Brown. But in terms of the liability that they potentially face, is it enough to just say they aren't accused of wrongdoing, they denied the claims? Is it enough when they're filming this type of content, which can be kind of hard to kind of delve into all these different pieces, but kind of what does it say to filmmakers when, you know, these types of things happen where the subject of a documentary ends up slapping them with a defamation?
Well, hopefully anybody who's putting out this kind of content has someone doing a pre-screening to try to flag if there are any issues.
All right, I'm tired already of Clear Eye. You know what I'm saying? The Clear Eye commercial, dude. Clear Eyes. You can just, I'm done with, I'm over him. You know what I'm saying? Let's double tap that screen. Most definitely get these likes up. Okay, so we find out, you know, about the details of the defamation lawsuit that Chris Brown has put forth, right? And it's crazy, y'all, because not only is Chris Brown coming out guns blazing, Diddy is also coming out guns blazing about the press he's been receiving in the media. You know what I'm saying? As far as, you know, the documentaries, you know, things of that nature, all these people coming out saying that Diddy did this and Diddy did that, and then they earned it on the news and all of that. So what did he do, man? You know what I'm saying? While he's fighting this separate legal battle, you know, for his freedom, you know, and the things that have been alleged against him, he's paying money for attorneys to fight that. And I guess he's going to take the money that he hopes to receive from News Nation and Courtney Burgess. Because, yeah, he's suing them as well. Now, Diddy has his own lawsuit against those people. It says, okay, this one says Diddy's lawyers say that they have proof prosecutors directed raid on jail cell. That ain't the right one, but we most definitely heard that one too. Hold on. Let me get to this other one where Diddy is basically suing News Nation and other folks for defaming his character, for defamation as well. Upset by the things that have been put forth. Let me see this. This is another one. Diddy's ex, Cat Payson, details alleged physical sexual assault. You're a demon. Calls Diddy a demon, man. You know what I'm saying? His ex done came for it, but that one ain't it either. Let's keep on going until I find the right one. Hold on. Let me find the right one where they talking about what he got going on with News Nation and suing them, as well as Ariel Mitchell Kidd and Courtney Burgess. There we go. Diddy files a $50 million defamation lawsuit against accusers who claims to have incriminating tapes, which is Courtney Burgess. You know what I'm saying? He most definitely is suing this guy right here. Courtney Burgess right here. As you can see, this is him right here, as well as his attorney. You know what I'm saying? Ariel Mitchell Kidd, who chases Diddy everywhere. You know, our traveling attorney, you know, that's everywhere they talking about Diddy. She got so many clients, this, that, and the third. Diddy has caught wind of what's been going on with Courtney Burgess in the book and the alleged freak-off tapes and all that good stuff right there. Diddy says he don't know this guy. You know what I'm saying? Never met him. And he's most definitely looking to take this guy to court for defaming his character while he's locked up in prison right now. He'll win this one. But the freak off, I don't know. All right, so for more on that situation, you know what I'm saying? For more on this whole situation, let's turn to my same folks over here where they give us all the details and the paperwork of what's in Diddy's case against News Nation, Ariel Mitchell Kidd, and Courtney Burgess. He's suing all of them for defamation.
and how much money he's demanding. Welcome to Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. Sean Combs wants to go to court, but this time he is the one bringing the case. For months, Combs has been in the news as he awaits trial on federal charges of racketeering conspiracy and sex trafficking. Combs, of course, has pleaded not guilty to those charges. His attorneys claim that he is innocent. And in Combs' defamation lawsuit, they write that he is confident that he will be acquitted at trial. Combs is also facing more than a dozen civil lawsuits filed by women and men. Many of them claim Combs drugged and sexually assaulted them. Combs has vehemently denied all of these claims, his lawyers issuing statements saying, no matter how many lawsuits are filed, it won't change the fact that Mr. Combs has never sexually assaulted or sex trafficked anyone, man or woman, adult or minor. Now Combs has filed his own lawsuit, claiming he's been defamed by a man named Courtney Burgess, Burgess's attorney, Ariel Mitchell, and cable news network News Nation. And he wants a minimum of $50 million in damages. And full disclosure here, Ariel Mitchell has appeared as a guest here on Law and Crime a handful of times. Burgess and Mitchell appeared on News Nation on October 31st, 2024, and said Burgess possessed videotapes that showed Sean.
I remember that. How many of y'all remember that? I showed it over here when they appeared on News Nation, and Courtney Burgess was talking about he had freak-off tapes on a hard drive. Drop a 1 if you remember that. You know what I'm saying? Drop a 1 if you was here in the building when we first reported on Courtney Burgess and Ariel Mitchell kid over there on News Nation, man. You know what I'm saying? Not only has Ariel caught her case, Courtney done called him a case, and he also brought News Nation off into it for reporting on what they was doing and letting them use their platform to defame his character.
Combs having sex with other celebrities, some who were minors. Now, to be clear, these are allegations made by Courtney Burgess, and so far, we haven't found reports of anyone else who has viewed these tapes or can verify their contents. Ariel Mitchell has said she has seen screenshots. Burgess and Mitchell claim that he testified earlier on October 31st in front of the federal grand jury investigating Sean Combs. Again, Combs has denied these claims.
Now let me tell y'all this.
States,
it said that he testified in front of the grand jury, aka the feds. And he also said that they had took his phone and downloaded the freak-off tapes off of his phone. If y'all remember that, he said they took them.
Defendant Burgess falsely claimed that he possessed videos of Mr. Combs involved in the sexual assault of celebrities and minors. Burgess repeated this false claim many times to anyone who would listen, including reporters for major news outlets, including News Nation, which recklessly repeated and amplified his lies as if they were true. The suit continues, offering details about Burgess's claims about the videos. In response to the host's questioning, Burgess falsely stated that all 8 celebrities who were recorded having intimate relations.
Falsely. Let's go, man. Hey, Diddy and them ain't playing, man. They say they want their money.
With Sean Combs, 2 to 3, possibly 3, appeared to be minors, all appeared inebriated, and all, to be honest, were victims of sexual assault. The suit claims Burgess first contacted Mitchell about selling a sex tape that he claimed to have that showed Sean Combs and a male celebrity that he said he received from Sean Combs' late partner and the mother of his 4 children, Kim Porter. Again, Combs is alleging that Burgess's claims regarding the contents of the tapes are false. The lawsuit states, upon information and belief, sometime in or around September 2024, Burgess contacted Mitchell seeking to team up with a lawyer in an attempt to legitimize and or profit from his outrageous lies. Combs' lawyers claim Burgess has never met Sean Combs or members of his family. But the suit states, nevertheless, Burgess has claimed on multiple occasions that Kim Porter, the mother of 4 children with Mr. Combs, who died in 2018, provided him with a copy of her memoir and videos depicting Mr. Combs sexually assaulting inebriated celebrities and minors. Those close to Miss Porter, including her children and her roommate for over 20 years, had never heard of Mr. Burgess before he made this utterly implausible and completely false claim. The suit says Burgess acknowledged in an interview with a YouTube channel that Kim Porter had no more than a passing acquaintance with Burgess. The suit also claims that Burgess was a part of publishing a book on
that book, and he most definitely said he was part. a lot of what I'm hearing from these court filings is all things that I really heard Courtney Burgess do too. He most definitely said that he had part in putting out this memoir that they putting on the screen right here, that a lot of people say they actually believe what's inside the book. They believe that it's real. If you was here the other day, I showed a clip of Al B. Sure, basically saying that the things that we are hearing in this book could absolutely be true.
Amazon entitled Kim's Lost Words that her family later denounced as fake, which led Amazon to pull the book. Combs' suit also claims Burgess falsely insinuated his life was in danger from marketing the book. Now, there are other claims.
He most definitely did. He went over there on that Sean dude channel telling Sean them he felt like his life was in danger. And that's when Jaguar was telling them to be careful and all of this and that right there. So they not lying. I most definitely, I've been covering this. So I most definitely hearing, I'm listening. And a lot of what they saying is spot on. He most definitely did all of that. Talking about Courtney Burgess.
Of defamation made against Ariel Mitchell, Courtney Burgess's lawyer. Combs' suit claims this case is about defendants' willful scheme to fabricate and broadcast outrageous lies concerning Mr. Combs, and then to leverage those falsehoods to gain social media fame, enrich themselves, and strip Mr. Combs of his reputation, livelihood, and right to a fair trial. The suit continues. Burgess peddled his false and defamatory statements about Mr. Combs to promote himself on social media. Mitchell did the same. Both seek to capitalize on the resulting publicity for financial gain. Sean Combs claims that Mitchell benefited financially from granting interviews to News Nation and other outlets.
Ariel Mitchell Kidd, our traveling attorney, she most definitely was on every station, every news station, everything that had anything to do with Diddy, and she probably was getting paid. I'm just saying, man, they spot on. Diddy's attorneys is doing their job, man.
The suit states, in exchange for press appearances to discuss the allegations against Mr. Combs, Mitchell has demanded luxury accommodations, including first-class flights to New York City, a minimum 2-night stay at 4-star minimum hotel, on-site hair and makeup services, meals and snacks, and an unspecified materials fee. She has insisted, moreover, that such interviews must occur in New York City. Combs' suit claims that Mitchell made false statements about having seen parts of sex tapes, but Combs said she couldn't have because they don't exist. As for News Nation, the suit says News Nation, upon information and belief, conducted no investigation before broadcasting the false allegations.
That's why everything is allegedly over here. We don't know what that nigga done and what he didn't do. You know what I'm saying? Everything is alleged. We just going off what the news saying and showing what they broadcasting. News Nation done got themselves tied up into a lawsuit, for defamation for allowing Ariel Mitchell Kidd and Courtney Burgess to come up on their platform and spew what Diddy says is lies, man.
It easily could have done so. Hey, by the way, did you know that your personal data is being funded completely information? Full 8 hours doesn't find it me peace of mind about information me, MFix, Crime Fix, and Courtney Burgess's interview, in which he claimed to have seen minors and celebrities on sex tapes with Combs. The Combs lawsuit further states, the host went on to note that because the 8 people in the videos, the 8 celebrities in the videos were allegedly victims of sex crimes, we know who they are, but we will not be naming them, famous or not. This statement was false, and the News Nation host knew it. Combs' attorneys also mention a Peacock documentary, Diddy, The Making of a Bad Boy.
TMZ.
During the interview in The Making of a Bad Boy, Mitchell shamelessly promoted herself as a lawyer who had filed several cases against Sean Combs for sexual assault and asserted with no basis in fact and with utter disregard for the truth that Combs is a man who has done awful things to hundreds, maybe thousands of people. So there is a lot to talk about here. And to do that, I want to bring in Joe Meadows. He is a defamation lawyer who practices in Washington, D.C. Joe, thanks
so much. So he's going to tell y'all how likely it is that Diddy is to win, because he is a defamation lawyer, meaning he knows everything when it comes to this defamation thing, things that we may not know. And he basically going to tell us how plausible it is for Diddy to win with them slandering basically his name.
So much for coming on. The big question I have for you here, my first question is, Sean Combs is a public figure, so he has to prove actual malice here. How
she a
big of a
bougie
battle is
attorney.
this
Let's
going
go,
to be for
Bob.
him? Is this an uphill battle?
Thanks for having me on the program, Anjanette. Any time a defamation plaintiff is a public figure, that could be a celebrity, that could be a politician, that could even be somebody called a limited purpose public figure, they have to prove defamation by a standard called actual malice, which means that they have to prove the defendant knew what they said was false or that they recklessly disregarded the truth. As opposed,
that's gonna be hard with News Nation because it's just like with people like me. You report on stuff, you don't know what to believe. You know what I'm saying? We don't know whether the situations are true or false. So I think them allowing them on was only for them to give their versions of events. And I always thought it meant something when, like, at the end, they say we reached out to Diddy's attorneys. They didn't give a response, blase this and blase that. Like they was trying to give them the chance to tell their side as well. I don't know, sticky situation, but it's going down.
Goes to a private figure who has to show that the defendant made a false statement negligently.
Sean Combs is claiming that Ariel Mitchell, the lawyer representing Courtney Burgess in this case, and she represents other people as well that are named in this.
He said, I always tell you by saying allegedly, my hair doesn't always protect you. That's all right. I'm saying everything is alleged anyway, because I don't know what's true and what ain't. I'm just taking it all in. We just listening. We ain't casting judgment. We just listening to what they got to say. So it's all alleged until they do something that we can write down that's factual.
Lawsuit, other cases. He says she did disregard the truth and didn't investigate these claims. But as far as Courtney Burgess goes, he's saying she didn't see these videotapes because they don't exist. So how does Sean Combs go about proving that? I mean, is that through depositions where he has to, sit her down with lawyers in a conference room, maybe possibly on videotape, and have her explain how she investigated this?
Yeah, Sean Combs has made the claim essentially against all three defendants that the allegation that there are videos out there showing that he engaged in sexual misconduct, or that the lawyer, Ms. Mitchell, corroborated others who have said that Sean Combs has engaged in sexual misconduct, has to show that those statements are false. And Sean Combs says the videos don't exist and the corroboration doesn't exist. So in discovery, in the information exchanged in any litigation, he's going to ask, show me the videos, show me the police report, show me this memoir, because I think it's all fake. And that's going to be how he's going to try to prove the fault element of his defamation case.
As far as the videos go, that Courtney Burgess claimed to possess with these flash drives, Sean Combs is claiming that the feds never seized these flash drives and that Ariel Mitchell claimed that they had seized the flash drives. And that Courtney Burgess claimed that they had seized the flash drives.
She most definitely did, Penny.
I mean, that's pretty easy to prove.
She went from saying that, from saying allegedly to basically putting the whole jacket on Cardi B back. Big difference, Mayor. Big difference. She was damn near saying, yeah, she got it type thing. That's why Cardi B came at her so hard.
The feds would have to turn that over in discovery for the criminal case, the sex trafficking case, if they had indeed seized those flash drives from Courtney Burgess. And he testified apparently in front of the grand jury. So if he had actually turned over that material, the feds would have it and they'd have to present it to Sean Combs's lawyers in discovery.
Well, there's the discovery aspect in the criminal case and what the government must show Sean Combs in the criminal case. But in the civil case, the government's not a party. Sean Combs has to prove falsity of these alleged defamatory statements. He'll say, the tapes don't exist, and the defendants have to prove truth. So it'll be on their obligation to show that the tapes do exist, so that they either have them and will present them in discovery and ultimately present them at trial, or they'll subpoena them or try to get them from others. But the interesting question is, from a defamation standpoint, is what is the gist of these alleged defamatory statements concerning the tapes? Is the gist that Burgess and his lawyer have the tapes, or is the real gist that this sexual misconduct actually took place? That's what you actually measure truth or falsity.
Now, Courtney Burgess says that, like I keep saying, he says that the feds took his phone. You know what I'm saying? So he most definitely went and testified in front of him too. Remember, that was on TMZ. But I guess maybe the reason why they doing this is so the defense, so that like the prosecution can't say that they ain't got those freak off tapes. You know what I'm saying? Because if he's saying that y'all took them, you know, and y'all saying y'all don't have them, well, somebody lying. Either it's him or it's y'all.
Against in a defamation case.
Sean Combs is saying that, you know, these tapes don't exist because he's not on tape having sex with a celebrity who is a minor, that it didn't happen. So as a lawyer, what is the duty of the lawyer to investigate the claim before, you know, representing a client and going on television and making the claim and sitting next to your client and making the claim?
What's up, University?
Well, I mean, there are ethical obligations and professional responsibility duties of any lawyer in counseling a client, in filing a suit. You have to have a good faith basis for bringing the claim. But there's also the duty of people not to engage in reckless defamation, either, and conducting due diligence before you say things publicly to third parties that might hurt someone's reputation. And you know, we'll see in the litigation as it proceeds what was done.
I might need to take a couple of these YouTubers to court for defamation. I might can win me about $50 million they ain't got. But they say they rich though. But I might need to take a couple of them.
What wasn't done.
Way they be
there's always
lying
two
on
sides
this
to the story, which is probably why Sean Combs brought this defamation suit in the face of a criminal case. He wants to publicly show that there are two sides to the story, and let's not rush to judgment. I am saying what people are saying about me, and what the government is saying about me is false.
I never get my money.
Sean Combs has to prove that he was actually defamed, that he was harmed by these statements. And he says that, you know, this is a different world now. People go on TV and say something, and then there's the video, it ends up on YouTube, it's put out on social media, and that he has been harmed by these statements. So is that an uphill battle for him, given the fact that he is facing criminal charges for sex trafficking involving one person who he was in a relationship with for many years? Separate case. It's a criminal case, as you know, but this is now a civil defamation case. Is that going to be difficult for him to prove that he was indeed harmed by these allegations?
It's a great question, interesting legal issue on the damages aspect of this lawsuit. I think it's not going to be an uphill battle at the beginning stage of any lawsuit and making sure that you have filed a lawsuit and it's not going to get thrown out by a court. I think it will become a challenging part of the litigation, certainly as you move forward in the litigation and at trial. How is Sean Combs going to show that these particular statements that I've filed a lawsuit about harmed me versus perhaps other statements out there or other events that are being reported about him in the news? And a jury ultimately is going to have to make that call on which part of the things out there.
Well informed say they can't even pay attention, let alone pay a defamation judgment. Well, that might teach them something. Might just have to test it out.
Actually caused Sean Combs damages.
Sean Combs' lawsuit has listed statements that Ariel Mitchell made last October to News Nation, in which she discussed claims by her client, Ashley Parham. Parham claimed that Combs and others sexually assaulted her in California in 2018, and Mitchell filed a lawsuit based on those claims. Sean Combs has denied those allegations. And I told you last October that the Woodland Police Department told me in a statement that the claim was investigated and labeled as unfounded. The lawsuit filed by Combs states, on October 7th, 2024, Mitchell also falsely claimed that she had done research indicating that baby oil may be used as a conduit for transmitting drugs mixed into the oil to another person for the purpose of incapacitating them. Mitchell into the
He finna sue her for
and
that.
labeled as unfounded. The lawsuit filed by Combs states on October 7th, 2024.
This is about
Mitchell
the baby
also
oil.
falsely claimed that she had done research. 7th, 2024. Mitchell also falsely claimed that she had done research indicating that baby oil may be used as a conduit for transmitting drugs mixed into the oil to another person for the purpose of incapacitating
Shout out to you,
them.
Patty. Appreciate
Mitchell
it.
suggested, moreover, that Mr. Combs did this to one of her clients, i.e. mixed drugs with baby oil and doused her client with it, thereby lowering her defenses. That statement was a lie. Mitchell performed no such research, and even if she had, there is no scientific basis for asserting that baby oil could be infused with drugs to incapacitate
Now go to
anyone.
baby oil.
I asked Joe Meadows whether those statements could be considered defamatory.
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, a defamatory statement, something that can give rise to a defamation claim, is a false statement made to a third person that harms your reputation, and you can prove that the person who made the statement made it either negligently or with actual malice. And he's stated statements in this lawsuit that he believes states a
Let's
claim.
go, Patty. Send as
It's not
many as
unheard
you
of
like.
for defamation plaintiffs to sue not only the maker of the original statement, but somebody who repeats the statement. And that could include the person's lawyer. In the Johnny Depp case, there were claims that were made against Johnny Depp for counter defamation, and those statements were made by Johnny Depp's lawyer, and they fought that out. So it's not unheard of to sue
Kyla,
the
they would have
lawyer
been saying something.
as well in a defamation.
And you know what? I haven't heard an official report yet, y'all, from all that baby oil that they found at Diddy, whatever, at his crib or whatever. I haven't heard one official statement come out yet and say that they found anything off in there. You hear me? I ain't heard an official statement yet from the feds or none of that saying that it was any kind of anything inside of the baby oil but baby oil.
Defamation lawsuit. And it'll come down to whether or not Miss Mitchell had a good faith basis for making her statement, whether she can prove the truth of her statement. She's going to have some interesting defenses that may be available to her as well, some privileged defenses. She may say, what I was saying was what was already being reported in another lawsuit, or what was being reported in a criminal case, or that what she said was a fair and accurate report of some other governmental proceeding, and those defenses may be available to her.
There's also mention of this Peacock documentary in which she appeared with that client from the lawsuit in California, Ashley Parham. And they say that during the interview, she shamelessly promoted herself and claimed that Combs is a man who has done awful things to hundreds, maybe thousands of people. So that's, I mean, she's saying it's a possibility. What do you make of that claim by Sean Combs?
This is a defamation lawyer.
The general subject matter of what Sean Combs is suing for. He's suing for defamation arising out of these claims about tapes existing, and he's suing that people, Mr. Burgess and Miss Mitchell, were corroborating what others have falsely said about Sean Combs. And so whether it's the Peacock documentary or whether it's the stuff about the baby oil, Sean Combs is saying, hey, you're repeating false statements that have been reported by others, and you shouldn't do that. So it's one and the same type of thematic elements to his lawsuit.
I want to talk now about Courtney Burgess. He is represented by Ariel Mitchell, and they were on News Nation together. And, you know, he said he answered questions. I remember watching this interview when it happened.
I watched it too.
He declined an invitation to speak with us through Ariel Mitchell. I want to put that out there for full disclosure.
Oh, she done got scared.
They're saying...
she was ready to pop up everywhere. Diddy done put these charges on, all of a sudden she don't want to come on the show. Let me find out, Ariel. You know what I'm saying? Let me find out. You did all this parading and promoting and all that stuff you was doing. And then now, you know, you done got in trouble, basically. Diddy trying to sue you. You don't want to talk no more. Now, you should have came on the show. I'm pretty sure Law and Crime had a lot of questions for you.
He basically made this whole thing up, and he peddled a memoir and was part of producing a book that was fake. So, I mean, they're saying Courtney Burgess's statements, he was part of making a book that was essentially a lie, that was fake, that he was part of trying to sell a sex tape, an alleged sex tape that he claimed showed Sean Combs and a male celebrity engaged in sex, and that Ariel Mitchell, he contacted her in September to help broker this sale to the celebrity so that the celebrity would purchase the videotape to basically buy it.
Wow.
So it would never see the light of day. And then all of a sudden it evolves into this whole thing about having flash drives with these other videos that Kim Porter allegedly gave to him. That was what he claimed. And that they had celebrities having, it showed celebrities having sex with minors. So if those tapes don't exist, how damaging is that for Courtney Burgess? Because as you mentioned earlier, he's going to have to, if he indeed has those flash drives and those videos, he is going to have to produce them in this suit.
But remember, hold on, she keeps saying he's gonna have to produce them. But Courtney Burgess most definitely said that the feds took the phone with the stuff on it. So in fact, if that is true, they already got it. You know what I'm saying? Like, he don't got to produce them now because, quote unquote, the feds already have them. At least that's what he said.
Right. I read those allegations in the lawsuit, and it will be challenging for Mr. Burgess if he doesn't have the tapes, or he can't prove that the memoir exists and was real. I mean, that's the central part of what Sean Combs is saying is false about these statements and the underlying sub-statements that he allegedly engaged in sexual misconduct. So, like I said earlier, the plaintiff has to prove, defamation plaintiff has to prove falsity of the statements, and the defendants have to prove truth of the statements. So at some point, Mr. Burgess has to come forward and he has to show that he's got the tapes, that the tapes exist, and that he's got the memoir, and the memoir exists, and the memoir is real. And that's going to be the kind of the he said, she said battle between Sean Combs and Mr. Burgess.
If you're representing Sean Combs, do you talk to him and do you ask him, are you 1,000% sure that these tapes do not exist? That this is all false before filing this case?
Well, I mean, any lawyer has an ethical duty and obligation with their client.
Shout out to you, Ram. Most definitely.
Make sure that they have fully investigated the claims and the allegations, and they have a good faith basis to file a lawsuit, and to trust their client in what's being presented to the lawyer. And if you have no reason to not trust your client and you have the good faith basis to make the claim, then you have satisfied your ethical and professional responsibilities.
I want to move on now to News Nation's role in this. And they're a news outlet.
News Nation got a lawsuit.
And they have broad protections, but they also,
suing everybody.
As a news person myself, you have to do your best to try to verify these claims. What was their responsibility?
They better hope he get paid. I mean, he get found guilty. If not, Diddy finna be the richest man on the planet because he get to sue everybody. CNN, you know what I'm saying, News Nation, everybody that's been, reporting on this situation because they most definitely been put some jackets on Diddy back.
Here, in investigating this before allowing Courtney Burgess and Ariel Mitchell to make these claims on the air.
Well, Sean Combs says in the lawsuit, and all I know is what the lawsuit says, but the theory why News Nation or the parent company Nexstar Media is responsible is that you, media entity, you not only passed along what was said by Mr. Burgess and Ms. Mitchell, but you adopted those statements. You vouched for them. You expanded on those statements in a way that went beyond being neutral and objective. That's the theory from Sean Combs. Whenever people go on TV or radio or internet podcast and make alleged defamatory statements, it's not always the media entity that's always being sued. But here, Sean Combs says you went beyond that. You actually embraced and credited what Sean Combs says are false statements. And Nexstar Media will disagree, and perhaps because they're in New York, they will try to take advantage of what's called a neutral reporter privilege, and they'll say, look, what I was reporting was the news, and I was accurate and I was objective, and based on this privilege, I am not liable for defamation.
So, as a defamation lawyer, did News Nation have an obligation before airing this segment to do a little bit more investigation? Obviously, News Nation has not responded to this lawsuit yet. Nexstar, their parent company, has not responded.
Yeah, Sean Combs is saying all three defendants have engaged in actual malice. And with respect to Nexstar Media, he's saying you either knew that these statements were false or you recklessly disregarded the truth. You should have done your due diligence. You should have investigated whether the tapes existed. And we'll find out in discovery how far that goes and what Nexstar Media is going to say about that. Maybe they did investigate. But like I said before, I think they're going to argue pretty strongly that they were being accurate and objective here. That's my guess as to what they're going to certainly hang their hat on in their defense.
Sean Combs also claims, though, that News Nation never reached out for comment to get his side of the story, which they could have easily done.
Yeah, that's not an unusual claim when a defamation plaintiff is asserting.
Says that News Nation never reached out to him. Hell, think about it. It's a lot of news stations stopped covering Diddy because they really don't know if he will be found guilty, in my opinion. Yeah, absolutely. And this is the type of stuff that makes them afraid to cover this type of situation in fear of a lawsuit. You know what I'm saying? I seen where Trump won like 15 million. So it is most definitely possible to win money out of some of these news stations, for real. Trump did it, you know what I'm saying? Did he walk? Ooh, Jesus, gonna be a lot of people in trouble.
An actual malice kind of type defamation against a news entity or reporter, they're going to say, among other reasons why you engaged in actual malice, you never checked with me to get my statement, to get my side of the story. And in fact, you weren't very objective.
They was brought up in this, in fact, Caramel, they was brought up in this situation. They most definitely brought up the documentary that they did as well. It'd be interesting to see if he don't sue them next.
And you were being very partial and subjective here in adopting a statement. So I wasn't surprised by that allegation. Whether that's true or not, we'll find out in the case.
And we haven't heard Nexstar's side of the story on that point yet. We haven't heard from them at all about this lawsuit. That will probably take...
Mo, I'm smoking Newports. What you smoking?
Some time as far as responding in court goes. But I'm wondering, does not seeking a comment, does that contribute to, or does that add to Sean Combs's argument?
Yes. It's a factor within the test of actual malice, which oftentimes is a circumstantial evidence test. What things did you do to make sure that what you said was true? And did you have evidence before you? Did you check with the source? Did you know whether the source was credible or not? Was there other information that you knew privately or publicly that might have clued you into the falsity of the statement? So it's one piece of the circumstantial evidence test of whether or not there is actual malice behind the statements.
Joe, what do you think about the dollar amount sought in this case? Sean Combs wants $50 million in damages.
50 million?
Yeah, it's a big number, but it's Sean Combs, and
ain't nothing like Chris Brown, though. Diddy just want a little 50. You know what I'm saying? Chris Brown want 500 million.
I guess it's not too shocking considering who Sean Combs is and the reputation that he apparently built up until the time of the negative statements being reported about him. Oftentimes, the number picked is a pick that's designed to reflect what the plaintiff feels about the claims. I mean, the plaintiff is trying to defend his name and his brand, his reputation. $50 million, it's a big number. That's going to grab some attention. That's telling the world how harmed you believe you were by these defamatory statements. But like I said earlier, the interesting issue is once you get into the litigation at trial, how much of the alleged reputational damage was caused by the statements that are mentioned in this lawsuit versus other statements, and only a jury can figure that out.
Well, we will see where it goes from here. Joe Meadows, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Crazy, ain't it? You know what I'm saying? Diddy is looking to get his get back, y'all. You know what I'm saying? He's going to do it at the expense of some of these news stations, man. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to his whole situation, man. You know, basically getting that Courtney Burgess and Ariel Mitchell kid, man. You can't make this stuff up, man. I couldn't make it up if I wanted to. Just crazy, man. Just crazy. I said, wow, man. That is crazy, man. Woo-wee. Let's check out what Tupac ex-girl had to say. You know what I'm saying? About Tupac. Y'all seen this?
I understand that you two fell out.
Yes.
Tell me why.
Well,
oh, Tupac.
sound like he had
R.I.P.
this
Tupac,
thing. He
man.
knew I used to go to this one club,
She
the
pretty.
Tunnel, every Sunday, like clockwork. I'd be there. So when he would pop into town, he'd always surprise me, or sometimes he'll call me, but sometimes he would just pop up on me. And this was one of them times where he did the pop up and he didn't tell me he was coming. And I was coming out the club and I seen my homeboy owned a bike shop in Queens. Like a neighborhood friend though, not like a guy I was dating. He had a bike shop and me and my girls used to go over there. Like we'd ride on bikes with them sometimes, as you know. And I bumped into two of his employees and they were on bikes outside. So one of them was like, "You want to go for a ride real quick?" And I'm like, "Yeah, and I'm drunk, you know, the wind in my hair, I'm feeling good."
Callie, she pretty.
And when I come back from that quick ass bike ride, as fate would have it, he pulls the bike up, I get off, and Pac is standing right there with his boys. And he actually was telling his boys, like, "Yo, you know, this girl that I'm dating or whatever, like, she's, you know, I'm gonna introduce you to her," and I pop off this bike. And he just looked at me like, really? And I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, you know, we had an understanding when we first started talking to each other, and the understanding was, when we together, we together. And when we're not together, we're not together. And I knew, like, he was exercising that, but at least to me,
I think that is Quincy though.
I prefer the honesty. You know, tell me what it is and let me be a part of it if I want to. And I definitely wanted to be a part of it. So I was like, all right, but you know, it just threw me off because him getting upset at me. And then at the time, I'm young, I don't know how to communicate and express myself or even defend myself. I caught an attitude in 2.2 seconds. So I'm like, and what? You know, like, and yeah, I cussed his ass out and walked to the corner and sat my ass on the curb and cried. So my girlfriend had to get me up off the curb and into a cab because I was devastated. Like, I couldn't even believe, like, why didn't I just say, like, it's nothing. Like, this is, you know, these people work for somebody I grew up with from childhood. Like, you know, it's just nothing. But I stood on my 10 toes. And we went our separate ways that night. And we didn't speak. And then he got shot.
That's cold.
If I would have went somewhere that he's at and I seen him with a female, I know I would have felt away. Because when he told me Faith, I threw up so bad that I had to go to the hospital.
And I understand that you two fell out.
Yes.
Tell me why.
That's dope, man. You know what I'm saying? Tupac X, man. R.I.P. Tupac. You know what I'm saying? Say she was on a motorcycle with some other man. Tupac seen her. You know what I'm saying? It was hurt. He was just telling his homeboys about how good of a girl she was. You know, this, that, and the third. Only to have it blow up in her face. Man, only to have it blow up in his face, basically. Did y'all hear about academics, man? Academics got something going on where he said something about a 15-year-old. Check this out.
Academics need to be on a fucking...
Hold on. He was going crazy already right then. We got to get to the initial story, and then I'll bring y'all back to hear his response. You know, we still got to get to the Jay-Z Diddy situation, Tony Busby, where basically Tony Busby is slamming Jay-Z lawyer, you know, about the things he's been doing, you know, to try to clear Jay-Z's name, man. Hold on. Let me find this with DJ Academics real quick. Academics going outside. It was something to do with a 15-year-old where he was telling the dude to go do something with her. So I just go from where it was at, where I was just showing y'all him defending himself against what he said. Basically, let's go here.
Academics need to be on a fucking... I ain't gonna lie to you, this shit turned me so off. Like, I swear to God, and I never swear to God, I never need to be on Kai, Max, Aiden, nobody's stream. I don't need none of nobody who stream. I got my own thing going on. Bro, so when I see this shit piss me off, I'm like, bro, I'm over here fucking with these, supporting them. Yo, I told Ray, bro, I almost hit Grant and said, bro, yo, fuck that. No more Max clips on my page. I'm supporting these niggas, and he is kicking my back in. I get nothing from it. I don't benefit if Max go up. I don't benefit if Aiden. Bro, I support them because I like these guys. I support them because I'm in the streaming community. I want them to go up. Yeah. Matter of fact, and I swear, on everything I love, I'm gonna show you how. If y'all acting some type of pussy, real talk, I'm gonna show you how. Yo, Grant, I promise you, no more Max clips.
Got him hot over there.
Every clip you see from Max from now on, I guarantee you, $3,000 a clip. Every label pay me that.
Shout out to you, EJ.
Not show no love for them. Trying to kick my back in like I'm a weirdo. I show love. Ask that nigga Aiden, bro.
I'm telling you, Penny, he basically it says DJ Academics defends himself after being called weird over comments to a 15-year-old. I think it was a female. He was trying to encourage her to have relations with some dude. You know what I'm talking about? Like on his stream. And he got a lot of blowback from it. And that's what he reacting to right now.
He was down to pay me. I told him, bro, I don't want no payment. Bro, I'm not going to get caught. No.
You map more at chat and what?
Bro, I don't care. Yo, no, because I show too much love. I show too much love. And I could just collect the bag. I show too much love. I show too much love. Yo, I show too much love to ever be called a weirdo. I show too much love. So I promise you, yo, Max, I fuck with you. I love you. But these labels, they're on your dick now. They're going to pay me $3,000 to $5,000 every time you see me on my page. Grant, it's clipped. I promise I'm done with that shit. Let's see how that go. My pocket's going to get fat. I'm just not going to get called no weirdo on no type of shit. Fuck your community, my nigga. I'm not doing it. Show love. I show love. I show love to Kai, Speed. I show love to all y'all. Y'all gave me shit.
Ooh-wee, man. Ooh-wee-wee. You know what I'm saying? My boy Academics is fired up, man. He say he showed too much love to these people for these people just to be calling him a weirdo. You know what I'm saying? He did not like that. I guess one of the people that he done helped out done went on their channels since this happened, you know, and basically started calling them weird, this, that, and the third. And that was his response, man. He was big mad. Yeah, DJ Academics was heated. Here go what he did right here. Listen.
Max said he wanted to try fucking a dude.
Listen, this is it. This is what had him over there acting like he was acting.
You let him fuck you?
No. Lord, have mercy.
Oh. Why not?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. You can have.
You hear act now. I guess this person is 15. Right here. You know, and he's trying to convince them to do things. And he got a lot of blowback for this, y'all. You know what I'm saying? And that's what he was over there snapping about.
But bro,
Wait.
if I can't fuck you, I'm cutting you off.
Lord, have mercy.
Yo. Suppose he's like, yo, bro, listen, yo, you always wanted me to be next to you. Now I could be inside of you. Pause.
Trigger warning. Academics called out online for seemingly trying to persuade 15-year-old streamer to have sex with a man. That's what got him over there uptight like he is.
Yo, I'm not gay.
Okay, that's a dude. Yeah, this here is it's a young guy.
Dick though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow, academics been a weirdo. See, the academics been a weirdo, but y'all support weirdos, so he ain't going nowhere. Something got to be done about academics. He's preying on young kids, and he'll just wait for this to die down before he pops back out again. DJ Academics is 33, talking to a 15-year-old about this, and he has a case with his ex throw him under the jail. What a weirdo. Hope everybody turn up the Academics grooming video on TL. You speaking on music business stuff, and you got too many weird cases roaming around freely. Those clips of Academics circulating are wild. We're supposed to be protecting children, not exploiting them for views because we want to get Academics on the culture. Somebody call the damn cops, please. They trying to get him locked up. It took all these men to see Academics being weird and predatory to a 15-year-old boy to just now realize he's been a weirdo. Okay, I'm glad everyone catching on IG. I just saw a clip of Academics quite literally actually harassing a little boy on stream, and my jaw is on the floor, just bold coercion and harassment. I want him and his counterparts tarred and feathered for real. Watch how no Drake fans calls out Academics for grooming a literal child. I leave Twitter for a day and Academics got caught grooming a 15-year-old. That's why he was going off, y'all, allegedly. You know what I'm saying? Allegedly, he was grooming. But they most definitely calling Ack out, man.
Conversations happen. We need to cancel Act. This is about the 18th time y'all tried to have this conversation. I do want to let y'all know, whether you're another community, whether you're the bitches with 15 baby daddies who are on baller alert, or the neighborhood talk, or you're one of those Kendrick fans who are upset that, you know, I'm sorry, Drake still is giving BTA belt to ass. I get it. Y'all are upset. How do we cancel Act? I'm still the biggest. Pause. You can't cancel what you didn't build. If you're my audience, don't have no sympathy for me, I've always said, I ain't gonna lie, I've done a lot of bullshit up in this game. Trust me, I've got mine off. This issue aside, which I am wrong. I will be better. This is a teachable moment.
He admitted he was wrong.
I also don't think it's only a teachable moment for me. For me, at first, I'm looking at it like, bro, it's a dude, right? You know, if it was a woman, it would be very... Conversations happen. We need to cancel Act.
So, Act, you know, he took accountability, said he was wrong. You know what I'm saying? Wasn't he an ex-offender? I don't know, but I know he most definitely had that case where that woman was in his house screaming and got caught. It was on his security camera. I think he still got to go to court for that. This is past wrong and past excuses. Yeah, man, most definitely was a dummy move. I wouldn't encourage nobody to go do nothing like that, man. But Academics most definitely done got himself in a heap of hot water for the things he had to say to that 15-year-old. If AK is messing with Aiden Ross, then you know what it is. Lord have mercy, y'all. Allegedly. All right, so which brings me back. Okay, let's get back on track. Just a couple of those things in between there. All right, so now we got to come up with Jay-Z, y'all. Jay-Z and Tony Busby are still locked in, man. They still in a debated battle. You know, Tony Busby just recently filed with the courts things against Jay-Z's attorney. You know, and the things that Jay-Z's attorney been doing, you know, as far as the whole little PowerPoint he put on for the news, you know, this, that, and the third, trying to clear Jay-Z's name in the court of public opinion, which Jay-Z's lawyer got reprimanded by the judge for doing that. You know, now Tony Busby has took matters in his own hand. It says Jay-Z's Rock Nation partners with South Korean music firm to let fans invest in song royalties. Not the one that I was looking for, but I know y'all most definitely remember what I'm talking about. When it comes to this Tony Busby situation, him and Jay-Z been going back and forth. It ain't over yet, because now Tony Busby has tried to go at Jay-Z, man. It's crazy. And he basically slammed Jay-Z's attorney for the things that Jay-Z's attorney's been doing to represent his client. If y'all don't remember, Tony Busby is representing the lady who couldn't quite get her story together when it came down to the accusations she made against Jay-Z and Diddy for allegedly touching on her without her permission. Let's get more into this one, man. Continue to double tap that screen. Continue to subscribe if you're new. This is Everything News. We most definitely breaking down the news you can use. Yeah, man, it's crazy, but let's go.
The legal fight between rapper and entertainment mogul Jay-Z and Tony Busby, the lawyer representing a woman who claims Jay-Z raped her when she was a teenager. After the rapper has argued Busby should be sanctioned over allegations he filed a lawsuit filled with false claims, Busby now says, not so fast. We can show she may not be mistaken about details in her story, and if anybody should be punished, it should be you and your attorneys, Mr. Carter. Time to break down this latest filing. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber.
Yeah, most definitely, balling. This done heated up, man. You know what I'm saying? Everybody versus everybody.
All right, so we have this new update in the ongoing war between Jay-Z and the attorney representing a woman who claims the rapper raped her 25 years ago when she was 13 years old at a VMA's after party. And she also claims Sean Diddy Combs also assaulted her as well. Now, both Combs and Jay-Z...
Now, y'all heard her story, and everybody was like, man, this gotta be cap. Well, Tony Busby comes through with his the way he looks at things and the way that it could possibly go. And yeah, it's going to blow y'all mind. Check this out.
By the way, have adamantly denied these allegations. In fact, Jay-Z went so far as to sue the lawyer behind this case, Tony Busby, for extortion, called him deplorable. Now, if you've been following our coverage of this story, one of the last updates that we had was that Jay-Z, Sean Carter, had moved to dismiss the case and asked the court to impose sanctions upon Tony Busby, again, Jane Doe's attorney. Now, the main argument was that some of the details of her claims from what happened that night were either refuted or not supported by an investigation that was conducted by NBC. Now, before I get into all of that and Busby's response, that's going to be what we're really going to focus on, I want to remind you all what her claim is.
We
so
all
this is
know
how
the
it's
story.
Outlined from the latest filing. Quote, plaintiff alleges that on...
We already know what happened with that. We already know what happened in her case.
And in their report, they found some potential issues. For example, she claims she watched the VMAs on a Jumbotron. But Carter's team says when you look at...
All right, now he's naming the inconsistencies in her story.
Video evidence of that night, there is no Jumbotron. She claimed after getting attacked, she ran to a gas station where her father picked her up. But according to NBC, her father said he doesn't recall doing that and insists that that would be something he would have remembered. She claims she spoke to Good Charlotte's Benji Madden at this alleged party where she was reportedly raped. But his representatives have apparently come out and said he wasn't there. He was on tour. Jay-Z's team says that the limousine area, that was blocked off. So her claim that she was talking with Combs' limo driver who arranged for her to be taken to this after party, that didn't make sense. That there is photographic evidence Combs and Jay-Z were at other parties that night, and there's no evidence they were at this house party where this alleged rape took place. Now, this Jane Doe, who hasn't been identified as of yet, okay, she's been allowed to proceed anonymously for now, has come out and said, look, I've made mistakes in my account. But she has also said it doesn't take away from what happened to her. She is adamant that she was sexually assaulted by Combs and Jay-Z. But Carter's attorney, more specifically attorney Alex Spiro, claims these allegations are false, and Busby either knew or should have known that these allegations were false before filing this action. That Busby and his firm didn't do the proper due diligence, and therefore, this is why he should be sanctioned. This is why he should be punished by the court. That's the nuts and bolts of what we're going to get into more.
Yeah, they wanted Tony Busby sanctioned. Tony Busby said, absolutely not. Matter of fact, You know what I'm saying? Y'all need to get y'all facts together. Come on, let's keep on going.
Now based on Busby's response. That's what we're going to focus on. So, Tony Busby, his firm, and the Jane Doe, the plaintiff in this case, are now being represented by Mark Kasowitz. This is a very high-profile attorney in the legal industry, once represented President Donald Trump, in fact. Now, Kasowitz filed this memorandum of law opposing Carter's motion for sanctions against Busby and his firm, and that's what we're going to get into. It starts by saying...
Whoop, new character unlocked. We got the lawyer of Trump then joined in on Tony Busby behalf, you know, to go at Shapiro. It should be a good battle, man. Whoa.
Donald Trump, in fact. Now, Kasowitz filed this memorandum of law opposing Carter's motion for sanctions against Busby and his firm, and that's what we're going to get into. It starts by saying, quote, Carter's motion amounts to an outrageous and unprecedented attempt to silence a plaintiff who alleges that 24 years ago, when she was 13 years old, defendants Carter and Combs raped her. Carter's celebrity status does not entitle him to special treatment by the courts, and certainly not on the mere say-so of his lawyers, as this court has recognized. By the way, that's in reference to when the judge overseeing this case kind of chastised Sean Carter's legal team, refused to grant Carter's early motion to dismiss this case by writing that the court is not going to fast-track the judicial process merely because counsel demands it. Now, Kasowitz continues, relying solely on what his lawyers say are inaccurate details in plaintiff's account of this horrific assault, Carter asked this court to ignore the federal rules of civil procedure, and as a sanction for what his lawyers falsely say was Busby's failure to investigate, summarily dismiss plaintiff's well-pleaded FAC, First Amended Complaint, in its entirety, which would run roughshod over her right to take discovery and prove her claims before a jury. And the argument they present is, look, you can't just dismiss this case right now because she misremembers some details, especially when we're talking about a case of alleged child sexual abuse, because it's been established that there could be memory lapses in those cases. This is a very traumatic event. Again, if you take the allegations as true. And Kasowitz goes on the offensive and says, let's wait a second. Those mistakes that you say my client made about this story, let's take a second look at those. For example, the Jumbotron not being at Radio City. Well, Kasowitz argues that that's not even a detail that's material or even relevant to the case. But guess what? Kasowitz says there were Jumbotrons not far from the VMA show that Jane...
Oh, wow. You know what I'm saying? Listen. You know what I'm saying? She said Jumbotron. They said it was no Jumbotron. But now this other lawyer is bringing to the light the things that that seemed inconsistent, that was actually consistent with her story, y'all. Maybe going to trial after all.
Doe could have in fact watched the show on a Jumbotron in Times Square, for example. Again, we're talking about a detail that's 25 years ago. But again, there might have been a Jumbotron nearby. As for the limousines being cordoned off by police barricades that she wouldn't have been able to get to and talk to this driver, Kasowitz writes, quote, but as is plainly clear from the video and photos on which Carter's lawyers rely, the small limousine area at the entrance to Radio City is not where limousines park during the show, but rather is merely where they dropped off and picked up guests. Thus, nothing about the photos and videos proves that plaintiff did not approach several limousine drivers parked nearby, and the limousine area is thus irrelevant. Next, Jane Doe claims she was raped at this large white residence with a U-shaped driveway, and Carter counters that with photographs that purportedly show that he was at a party in a nightclub in New York, that Combs was at the Lotus Club in New York City. But Kasowitz says, quote, even the NBC report on which Carter heavily relies conceded it is not clear what time those images were taken or if Combs and Carter attended any other after parties. In short, that Carter and Combs attended one or more after parties doesn't mean they didn't attend the party at which they raped plaintiff. Next point. Carter's lawyers say that if you look at the public property records, it proves that Combs didn't own this house that matches the description that Jane Doe gives of where she was attacked. But Kasowitz says Jane Doe didn't say the home that she was taken to for this after party where she was assaulted was owned by Combs. And guess what? The property records do show he was listed on a deed for a home in the Hamptons, and that either he or an affiliated company had actually owned that property until it was sold in 2020.
Oh, a lot of stuff that we did not know, man. You know what I'm saying? Update on the accuser of Diddy and Jay-Z, man. Finds out that according to this new lawyer, that a lot of things that she said was spot on, even when they was trying to make it look like she wasn't. She most definitely could be right.
And this place, by the way, hosted his infamous white parties. Fourth point, you know that whole Benji Madden not being in New York? Well, first of all, Kasowitz says, look, Jane Doe never mentioned Benji Madden in her complaint. She mentioned it to NBC in her subsequent interview. And for legal purposes, all that matters is what's in the legal complaint right now. But putting that to the side, even if she misremembered something, that doesn't mean she's not credible. Again, this was a traumatic alleged event from 25 years ago. And then finally, which is one of the most important points, Jane Doe's father saying he doesn't remember.
The father.
Well, Kasowitz writes, given that this occurred 24 years ago, because she filed this last year, it is not surprising that her father may not recall a specific drive to pick up his daughter. Moreover, as plaintiff stated in her interview with NBC and reflecting a reticence not uncommon in sexual assault victims, she never told her father or anyone else about what happened to her at the party. We rode home in silence. He didn't ask me what happened. So given the passage of time, it is entirely possible that her father...
I don't know, man, because even though he didn't ask her what happened, you still will remember having to go get her. That's the point that everybody's making. Can we get 25 more people on that like? We'll be at 400 on the like, man. Click the 3 dots, hit the thumbs up. Most definitely crazy, though. A lot of us, you know, after we heard the details and then what Jay-Z and them lawyer had to say, we kind of shoved her off as just another person trying to get money. But according to this other lawyer that has stepped in on Tony's side, he's basically saying a lot of what she said could have been true. And over time, you know, maybe her father just forgot since they rode home in silence. I'm going to say, I don't know, man, because even if you rode home in silence and didn't ask any questions, when it was brought up all these years later, you're going to remember that night you had to go pick her up and drive her all the miles back to the crib, like 5 hours. Come on now. I still don't know about that.
Simply mistaken. And here's the big thing here. Kasowitz argues that this is early in the litigation, that we haven't even gotten into discovery yet, where each side turns over materials to the other. That, quote, there is no basis for assuming the truth of Carter's lawyer's assertions. In other words, it's premature to say that this case should be thrown out, or it's premature to say that her allegations are false. We haven't even gotten to the exchange of materials where she might be able to support her claims. Kasowitz argues to the contrary. At this stage of the litigation, plaintiff's allegations must be assumed to be true. And Carter's lawyer's assertions, if they raise anything at all, at most, raise only factual disputes that may not be resolved on this pre-discovery record. And under the rules of civil procedure, the requirements of a complaint at the start of the litigation, they are pretty minimal. You just need to present sufficient facts that, if you accept this true state a legal claim that can be remedied under the law, that's really all you need to show at this stage. So that is why Kasowitz, on behalf of Tony Busby and the plaintiff and in Busby's law firm, says that sanctions and making a motion for sanctions are totally inappropriate, that this motion should be denied, and even makes the argument that Carter's lawyers made this motion to avoid discovery, to avoid what might come out. And by the way, when we talk about sanctions, I've said this before, I'll say it again, that is an extreme punishment. It's rare. They're imposed in extraordinary circumstances by the court. You have to be talking about really bad, egregious behavior, like making false representations to the court, filing a lawsuit for an improper purpose, like merely just to harass someone, that you're asserting claims or defenses that are not backed up by the facts or the law. And yes, attorneys have to conduct reasonable inquiries into the facts and the law before they file a complaint. But here again, Busby and Co. are arguing that it's too early to say that these claims are totally false, or we filed these claims without doing our proper due diligence. They write, quote, at a minimum, until discovery has been completed, the court simply cannot find that no reasonable evidentiary basis for a factual claim was disclosed in pretrial proceedings or at trial, the prerequisite for any examination by this court of counsel's Rule 11 responsibilities. Rule 11 is about sanctions and the obligations of an attorney. But Kasowitz goes further, and he argues that Busby and his team, they did do the appropriate due diligence before filing this complaint against Jay-Z and Sean Combs. The letter reads, in early October 2024, Jane Doe was referred to Busby and the Busby firm by AVA Law Group plaintiffs.
So we find out that she was passed along from another attorney to Tony Busby. That's what they talking about right now. Basically, when they got wind of what it was that she was accusing and the footwork they put in to try to validate some of the things that she was saying. You let me know if you think they did their course. They did a good job or a bad job on their investigation.
Co-counsel in this action. Before that referral, attorneys at AVA Law investigated the veracity of plaintiff's allegations. Plaintiff went through AVA Law's intake process, which the Busby firm understood to include numerous interviews, including an interview by at least one and possibly more attorneys.
Appreciate you, Luke.
Only when the attorneys at AVA Law were convinced that plaintiff's allegations were true did they refer plaintiff to Busby. Now you might be saying
What's
at this
up,
point,
Sleepy?
well, you're just relying on the due diligence of another firm? Not exactly. In addition, the attorneys at AVA Law prepared an initial version of the original complaint. Two attorneys at the Busby firm interviewed the plaintiff, fact-checked various aspects of plaintiff's complaint, and revised the complaint prior to its filing. The Busby firm's efforts included, among other things, intensive interviews amounting to cross-examinations of plaintiff by 3 to 5 attorneys, both alone and in teams, and research and verification of numerous details in plaintiff's account. The Busby firm ran a background check on plaintiff, retained a retired police detective to research and confirm other aspects of plaintiff's account. The Busby firm also conducted research to confirm the close connection between Carter and Combs, which further bolstered the conclusion that plaintiff's allegations were plausible, credible, and warranted legal recourse. Now, of course, they have to prove that they actually did this and when they did this, because Sean Carter's team has also made the point. If you look at the timeline, there's no way that Tony Busby did all of this due diligence. So it's a kind of, who said what. But Busby argues that this clearly satisfied his and his firm's obligations under Rule 11 to conduct a thorough and reasonable pre-filing investigation into the facts and the law. And by the way, again, they highlight that NBC even said and acknowledged in their report on Jane Doe that what they found does not, quote, necessarily mean the allegations are false. So Kasowitz writes, as there was nothing unreasonable about plaintiff's account of the question, there is nothing unreasonable about counsel believing her allegations.
What's up, D-Haven?
And then Kasowitz reverses the narrative and says if anyone has been acting bad here, it's Jay-Z and his lawyers, and they may have violated Rule 11. So Kasowitz says that they're engaging in over-the-top zealous advocacy that has crossed the line, especially since they highlight that the judge overseeing this case has already called out Carter's lawyer, Alex Spiro, in a prior order, writing, Carter's lawyer's relentless filing of combative motions containing inflammatory language and ad hominem attacks is inappropriate, a waste of judicial resources, and a tactic unlikely to benefit his client. So Kasowitz...
Yeah, they thought they was going to sweep Tony Busby under the rug. Yeah, Tony Busby say he ain't going without a fight.
And Busby are saying all that Jay-Z and his team are doing so far in this case is trying to intimidate Jane Doe and her lawyers from moving forward with this lawsuit. In fact, in this letter, they also allege that Carter, his lawyers, and his entertainment company, Rock Nation, are allegedly behind investigators approaching past and current employees and clients of Busby's firm to get some of them to file lawsuits against Busby, even offered money to do so. That is quite the allegation, and we've seen this allegation before in previous filings. So in the end, Busby and Jane Doe are asking the court to deny Carter's motion for sanctions and are actually asking the court to maybe sanction Carter and his lawyers and force them to reimburse him and his firm and Jane Doe for the attorney's fees and costs that were incurred for even having to respond to all of this. A lot of back and forth. There you have it. Main crux of the argument. We're going to see where this war of words and accusations goes next. That's all we have for you right now here on...
Man, listen, so if you thought they was done squabbling, you couldn't be more wrong, man. It's actually heating up. You got Diddy filing these lawsuits against Courtney Burgess, Ariel Mitchell Kidd, and News Nation. You got Tony Busby and his new lawyer versus Jay-Z and Spiro, whatever his name is. It's most definitely heating up on the Diddy side and the Jay-Z side of this whole situation, man. It's crazy. But ain't nothing touching. this crisis at the border, y'all. This is the most talked about thing going on. We gonna finish this out before we get up out of here, man. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Make sure you double tapping that screen and clicking those 3 dots, hitting that thumbs up. We most definitely bringing you the news that you can use on Everything News, where we track everything news, and I do mean everything. If it's out there, we own it, man. And right now, one of the biggest stories, like I said at the beginning, and we covered a little bit of this, till now, man. Hell, we need you on location reporting from the scene. How far are you, man? Look, I'm too far away to be going to the border, man. You know what I'm saying? Even though I got my papers, and I'm an American citizen, and been in America my whole life, and my parents are American citizens, all that. They might still try to deport me, you know what I'm saying? Hey, you too light-skinned, let's get you back crop. Man, look, I'm from America, dog. Lord have mercy. They packing up everybody and shipping them off.
Arrived to support border missions across the southern border. Army officials not specifying at this time how many troops arrived today. We do know earlier this week, President Trump deployed 1,500 troops to support ongoing border missions, joining the 2,500 National Guard members along the border. 4,000 troops and counting. Just yesterday, 80 Guatemala.
4,000 and counting, man. It's 4,000 American troops at the border, y'all, and counting. It's steady rising, man. It's crazy.
And migrants were deported from Biggs Army Airfield at Fort Bliss. Congressman Tony Gonzalez has called the region, quote, ground zero for the border crisis and ground zero for deportation operations. And a live look at Juarez, Mexico right now. Cars are waiting to cross into the border. Lines backed up tonight.
Look at all them cars trying to get in. You know what I'm saying? They is most definitely trying to get in, man. You know what I'm saying? But Trump is most definitely saying, absolutely not. Yeah, man. So if y'all been seeing that 1,500 number, that's the military. We already got national, like 3,500? 2,500 National Guard at the border already. They sent those troops in. Now it's 4,000 troops at the American border, man, between America and Mexico. Lord have mercy. 4,000 troops, guys. They say this is a look at Juarez, Mexico, of people trying to get across the border. You know what I'm saying? Trump got it shut down.
Mexican authorities receiving a new explosive threat from the cartels. While earlier this week, President Trump said that America's most elite fighting forces could be used to topple them.
America is going to go to war with the cartels, y'all. Allegedly.
President Trump, if the cartels are now going to be seen as foreign terror organizations, would you think about ordering U.S. Special Forces into Mexico to take them out?
Could happen. Stranger things have happened.
President Donald Trump officially designating cartels as foreign terror organizations. Trump saying cartels, quote, threaten the safety of the American people, the security of the United States, and the stability of the international order in the Western Hemisphere. We're heading back to the southern border now, where News Nation's Jorge Ventura is standing by for us. And Jorge, we're hearing of a new threat by Mexican cartels tonight. What are you monitoring?
Subscribe. 5 more people.
Yeah, that's right, Natasha. This is extremely alarming. Mexican authorities are now putting out a new warning of cartels planting explosives on roads, highways, and neighborhoods in Tamaulipas, Mexico.
They said that the cartel is putting explosive, y'all, on side of the road, man. Lord, have mercy. I told y'all it was getting bad. Y'all thought I was playing.
It's right across the Rio Grande Valley. Every single day, thousands of Texans cross over to the border to visit Tamaulipas. You're looking at these 3 images
Ain't
now.
That ironic, y'all? We need 5 more people on that like button, and we also need 5 more subscribers to hit 21,200. Now we need 4 more. If you ain't subscribed, you in my bushes, subscribe to the channel, man. Let's get 21,200 subscribers in the building before the night over. We only need 4 more, and we need 5 more on that like to hit 400 on the night, man. You know what I'm saying? Hit the like button.
3 different type of explosive. Mexican officials are urging Mexican citizens to not touch these explosives and to avoid them. And Natasha, I just got off the phone with a contact in Tamaulipas, Mexico, who tells me that those explosives are likely tied to 2 different criminal groups. The first, the Gulf cartel that controls Tamaulipas, and the second, the new cartel, Jalisco New Generation cartel. They're both battling for control in that Tamaulipas area. The contact also informs me that these explosives are often actually tied to drones and target Mexican authorities and other criminal groups. This warning is coming from the Mexican side of the border, but we are also urging Americans who are traveling to Mexico to keep an eye out.
Well, because they sold the cartel is mad because Trump done labeled them the T word with terrorists at the end. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, man, they basically are targets now.
For these type of explosives, once again, you're taking a look at them right there on your screen. 3 different types from Tamaulipas, Mexico. It's extremely alarming, especially for American citizens traveling to Mexico. And this new cartel warning also coming as News Nation has confirmed that cartel members shot an American hiker in Jacuba, California. That's right outside of San Diego.
They done popped the American hiker. You know what I'm saying? They is most definitely on their BS, man. I told y'all it wasn't going to be pretty. I told y'all. Y'all thought it was going to be smooth. And nah, man, it's finna be trouble.
The border, you're actually looking at video of the American hiker actually being airlifted by Border Patrol agents, by BORTAC. It's a special unit with Border Patrol agents. According to the hikers, they say they didn't realize they were being held up by the cartel members because they didn't speak Spanish. And now you're seeing that video of that hiker being rescued. The cartel members did flee back to Mexico. This incident does come as President Trump has now designated Mexican cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And Natasha, last year I was actually reporting on that Mexican side where those cartel members came from. I was actually embedded with Mexican immigration officials on a story that we were working on for News Nation. That area is extremely dangerous. It's controlled by armed cartel members. We actually couldn't even go embedded with Mexican immigration unless the Mexican army was alongside us. So once again, it's an extremely dangerous area right there in Jacuma. That other side is Tecate, Mexico. Natasha.
All right, Jorge Ventura live in Eagle Pass, Texas with that look tonight. Thank you. And now to a News Nation exclusive. A man deep undercover sitting down with News Nation, working as a confidential informant with federal agencies to rescue women and children being sex trafficked by Mexican cartels.
Lord have mercy.
And he's revealing how the cartels enslave women and children as young as 8 years old in their brothels, and how he's hunting them, taking down the traffickers.
Absolutely,
He tells me he has freed 200 women and children so far. At great risk, a man going by Sebastian sits down with News Nation. He wants to do this interview to send two.
Yeah, he wanted to do the interview anonymously. Yeah, he know that the cartel don't play. They catch wind of who he is. He gonna be up out of here. He ain't gonna worry about a deport. They gonna deport him into a box.
Messages. 1, to the cartels and sex traffickers, he's hunting them. 2, to the women and children they've enslaved and sex trafficked, he's coming. Keep fighting. He says he's helped free more than 200 so far. How young are some of these victims who are being trafficked?
Yeah, you're 12, 16, 14 when they get kidnapped or they're forced into it. But eventually they age and then they always find replacement.
He says it often starts with a family south of the border trying to cross into the U.S. illegally, paying the cartels. These days, he says often $15,000 a person. The cartel.
Lord have mercy, man. How did they get their hands on 15,000? Not 1,500. 15,000 a person. Boy, they is making bank. They is making bankroll. You hear me? Man, shout out to my boy Jay Stevens for gifting that membership. If you got one of them, you know what I'm saying, make sure you thank him. Listen, y'all, they said $15,000 a person. Where do they get the 15,000 at? Lord, that ain't no little bit of change. $15,000? What? Per person? What? I might need to go pick me up some. I'm just saying.
Looks at these individuals and is selecting for what?
If the young lady is pretty, woman or child is attractive, and they feel that they could sell that child or traffic that person or that child in one of their brothels, strip clubs, massage parlors, they'll just outright kidnap that person.
Hey, Brenda, that's big business. 15 bands. 15 bands per person. You know what I'm saying? I get 2 of them, that's 30. You know what I'm saying? Then 45. I don't know, man.
And if they are with family members, they will either try to strategically say, well, she's going to go in a separate car. And then when they keep the girl, they'll just tell the family member, you know what? The cops pulled us over, they took her away, immigration has her, and then that's it. They never hear from her. They have to service, men.
You hear me, balling?
Depending on the day of the week, as little as 5, 10 in one day, to as many as 30, 40 in
I'm
one.
wasting my time over here doing YouTube, man. You know what I'm saying? They making 15 bands a while. Yeah, shoot. Penny, I might need to report live from the border, fill the trunk up.
None of the girls make any money. Some of them get promised that if they worked off up to a certain amount, they'll eventually be released. Usually $50,000, $100,000 that they have to make. But that goal
Penny say give her $1 million, she'll marry a immigrant. Let's go. Let the cartel, Lord.
Goal line always gets moved.
Do a lot of women die in the course of all of this?
A lot of women die, a lot of women are murdered. For instance, Cartel Jalisco Nueva Generación, and the ladies, they felt that they had served their purpose, and they just took them out to the outskirts of the city and murdered all of them. They knew the faces and names of the Johns, which were politicians, police officers, business owners, and obviously the names and faces of their traffickers.
Sebastian knows he's fighting against time. As a confidential informant for federal
Let's
agents.
go, Monica. Monica say, please don't do it. You'll be reporting live from a federal prison. Let's go, Monica Alfred. Let's go. She said, don't do it. You're going to be locked up already. Yeah, I think I'm going to just chill, man. I think I'm going to just chill.
He says he is not paid. It does afford him certain protection in the work that he does, and a network of intel and support that has been life-saving. For example, one agency warning him they'd learned he'd been compromised and not to go. As the director of rescue operations at New Hope Foundation International, his work is mostly funded by donations to the nonprofit.
Yeah, Monica, when you say it like that, Monica, yeah, most definitely brought me right back to my senses. Don't want to be sitting in no cell, you know what I'm saying? Absolutely not.
These are the methods he can disclose.
Once they trust you, they start offering you girls.
He befriends the traffickers and poses as a John. The challenge is reaching these women and never touching them without raising suspicion. One playbook he can disclose, gifting the women or children a cell phone.
That they say, oh, I like your phone. Oh, yeah, that's cool. I'm going to get another one. Would you like to keep this one after I get the new one? And they say, yeah, it's a $400, $600 phone, and they'll get it for free. Little do they know that coordinated efforts with the government, that phone has tools in there to monitor everything.
That cell phone is often what cracks the case wide open, giving the government what it needs to bust the sex ring.
My boy done dropped him a cell phone real slick. They got the technology recording, everything going on, which basically helps in the court process when they take these people to jail. Genius idea, gifting them a cell phone with the tools to be able to take down the people that's trying to do them harm. That's stole.
Nation spoke with former federal agent and director of the Human Trafficking Response Unit at the Office of the Oklahoma Attorney General, Kevin Metcalf.
He has, however, the trust, the resources, and the network to do things we can't. So when we tell him for example, there's a 13-year-old girl and we don't know if we can keep her safe, he can reach out and make sure that happens. So even for government officials, we struggle to do things like that.
Leon Worthen is former director of operations at Naval Special Warfare. He says he's worked 12 cases with Sebastian, using him in reconnaissance.
He's definitely the real deal. He has the ability and the fearlessness and the courage and the bravery to put himself in harm's way when it comes to rescuing a victim of trafficking or abuse. And every single time, the results are amazing.
What keeps him going is one child in particular. The little boy he was decades ago when no one came to save him.
When I was a child, I was sexually assaulted multiple times on 2 different occasions. And at that time, nothing was done to help me. It's hard to speak out. So I know that those kids find it hard to speak out once.
So he's doing it from his own personal experience. He don't want nobody to go through what he went through. Yeah, sometimes that be the main factor in driving people to do things. You have things done to you that you don't want to see happen to nobody else, and it basically becomes the mission of your life, man. Shout out to him for putting his life on the line to help save some of these people from things that could be pretty bad.
Commonly sees survivors trafficked starting at 12 years old. He says his group has helped parents who've had their little girls taken by the cartel as young as 8 or 9 years old for the purposes of sex trafficking. Joining us live tonight is a man who knows the cartel like the back of his hand, former Sinaloa cartel kingpin, Margarito J. Flores.
Oh man, they got a former Sinaloa cartel kingpin on the interview. Lord have mercy. Yeah, he done went from working against them to working with them. Let's talk about it.
Junior, thank you so much for joining us. I understand why you are wearing glasses and a mask. It is incredibly brave to speak to us tonight.
Man, what you mean wearing a mask and the glasses? If he the head of the Sinaloa cartel at one time, the people over there most definitely know what he looked like and who he is. That mask ain't gonna help him.
Start with the report we just saw about Sebastian. Put into perspective for us how life-threatening this work is, how important it is.
Well, I mean, the fact that he even came on your show says a lot. It's scary because he's actually still in the field, still working undercover and putting his life at risk to save, women.
And your name. They telling who you is,
trafficked by these drug cartels and other criminal organizations. So it's dangerous. I actually myself worked undercover, and it's probably the most scariest thing to do, and it shows a lot about his bravery and why he does it. So thanks to Sebastian.
If you could send a message to President Trump tonight, what is one thing you would want him to know about the cartels? One thing that you feel is not being taken into account enough?
You know what?
They already said he was a ex-leader of the Sinaloa cartel. Shit, all they got to do is go look it up. They'll find out exactly who he is.
I share this in all my seminars that actually do that. It's going to take a multi-phase approach.
Absolutely,
it's not just about labeling these cartels as terrorist organizations. I think that's a great tool, but I think what no one ever looks at or fails to realize is that the drug trafficking is a business. So the war on drugs, it's okay to look at it as a military type group or to take military type actions against it, but it's a business, and I think that it's going to take a little bit more, and it's going to take a collaborative effort, not just in the border and in Mexico, but also in the United States. With my background, I was born and raised in Chicago. I always say that I was American made before I even stepped foot or came to meet any of the drug lords of the Sinaloa cartel. I was already a very successful kingpin in the United States, in a city like Chicago. And I think that what we fail to realize is that there's a lot more American drug distributors in the United States and in Mexico. I think that drug distribution in the United States and Canada and around the world, scores any drug cartel in Mexico by far.
Yeah,
so I think that
I think to your point, and I don't mean to interrupt here, but there's a
What's
notion
up,
that
Ghost
it is the
Tom?
cartel coming up from the southern border and infiltrating communities, and you say that is true, and also there are American-born operatives who are turning and working for the cartels. You were one of them, along with your brother in Chicago, I know. What is one thing you can tell us about working for El Chapo and El Mayo that would surprise us?
That regardless of what anyone thinks, that the Mexican drug cartels are fearful of the United States government. They are fearful of the prisons and the laws, and they should be fearful of military action or anything that Donald Trump puts into place to combat them. I think it's great that Donald Trump is actually taking, the president's taking a strong stance against Mexican drug cartels. And they are fearful because they know that the laws of the United States ain't the same as in Mexico, that they can't get away with the things that they get away with. And it kind of goes to show that, El Chapo's been, convicted and facing a life sentence, in a Florence prison, and now you have El Mayo in custody.
Yeah. Jay Flores, I wish we had more time. I appreciate speaking with you as always and how you have completely turned your life around, your mission today. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
I think Flores still in the game. You don't go from being a cartel leader to being nobody. You just put on that facade. They probably cut you a deal or something, but I think you still getting your hands dirty. What's up, Vic?
Still to come as ICE closes in on migrants. Once vibrant neighborhoods are ghost towns tonight. And we are taking you to a neighborhood that has gone silent in 3.5 minutes. Stay close. Promises made, promises kept, with President Trump taking immediate action on his top campaign focus, fighting illegal immigration. From coast to coast, ICE agents going city to city, sometimes door to door, tracking down the nearly 1.5 million undocumented set for deportation.
You got a twin brother,
and as
Vic?
ICE
Okay.
closes in on migrants, once vibrant Chicago neighborhoods are now turning into ghost towns. And tonight we are taking you to a neighborhood that has gone silent.
Like I said from day one, no one's off the table.
The Trump administration setting out to execute what it has promised.
We arrested 1,300 people. Over 1,000 of them were criminals.
Immigration and customs enforcement operations reportedly underway in jurisdictions all across the nation. Federal agents have been spotted in many sanctuary cities carrying out these operations.
It has begun, y'all.
The usually bustling and vibrant streets of this Hispanic neighborhood in Chicago sit relatively empty because of the concerns over ICE.
Welcome to Mesquite Restaurant, sir.
This little time
we already seen this one. Let's fast
and customs convicted criminals who spent prison time for robbery and gun charges.
I'm not a criminal.
Hispanic immigrants convicted of violent crimes. That includes Horatio Aguilera, an Iraq War veteran and Mexican-American police officer. He voted for Trump and
we already seen this.
Sounding the alarm.
Governor, what's your
And still to come, our Allie Bradley has been on the ground at the southern border since the early days of News Nation, and she has spoken with 2 little girls traveling unaccompanied from Guatemala, and she has come face to face with criminals crossing the border as well, uncovering some of the cartel smuggling.
On the side of the road,
she has emerged as a
golly.
distinct voice in the media landscape, one committed to following the facts when it comes to immigration. On the other side of this break, she is sharing her insights, her analysis from years of her work at the southern border. Stay with us.
This is crazy, y'all.
News Nation has been reporting on the border when no one else was there, and every step of the way, from going face to face with fugitives to riding along with sheriff's departments. News Nation's border correspondent Allie Bradley has been living and breathing the border. Most recently, she has learned firsthand the changes coming from the Trump administration, and border czar Tom Homan's plan to increase ICE operations and override local sanctuary city roadblocks. He says there will also be prosecutions for elected officials who impede law enforcement. Allie Bradley joins us live now to discuss some of the most impactful stories along our southern border over the past few years. And Allie,
just wow, y'all. This is wild.
You've been on the border for more than 2.5 years now.
Yeah, I actually live at the border. So this is my home too. It is not politics for anybody down here. This is our community. So what we've really endured over the last 3.5 years really has been a sight to behold. So let's walk through some of that. My second trip down here to the southern border was actually here in my backyard to Del Rio, where there were around 16,000 migrants from Haiti that amassed underneath the International Bridge, which kind of became ground zero for this crisis, which is in September of 2021. So that is when a lot of the eyes really came onto the border crisis and people really started paying attention. But a lot of people didn't really believe it, and I didn't understand it. So then I ended up walking with a caravan of 6,000 people for about 2 weeks. We started down in Tapachula, and we walked for several miles. Some of these people carrying signs that said Joe Biden is for all. They were telling me what they were doing was legally illegal because they weren't hurting anybody, that they were leaving nothing, trying for something, and worst case scenario, they go back to nothing. And that now is what a lot of these individuals will be facing. And then from there, we actually watched as cartel smugglers and individuals on the Mexican side were sending children over the wall. So this next area is Naco, Arizona, where we watched smugglers operate almost every day. One day I watched 15 guys in camo jump this wall in 15 minutes.
15 jump the wall.
They pretty much have an assembly line there. And this is my phone through the Mexico side of the wall showing their operations. They come out of the bushes with a rope already around them, climb up that wall, clear the wall, get their phone from the cartel member, and then it's off to the races. They're trying to evade, which we know there were also hundreds of thousands of known gotaways
just over the
last
wall
4
like
years
it
as
ain't
well
nothing.
that
Look
were
at them.
issues. Now, one of the worst days that I experienced at the border was this one. This was in November of 2023, and there were 300 people on the other side of that Rio Grande River there. The fog was so thick, they wanted to cross anyways, forming human chains. This individual is actually lifeless. We watched 2 lifeless bodies pulled out of that Rio Grande. Children were being swept away. Mothers were screaming for their babies. This was one of the hardest situations I have ever seen. Thank God those 2 individuals were revived right in front of us. So it could have been a much more tragic situation
Crazy,
there. But then
y'all.
we ended up in Lukeville. So Lukeville, Arizona was one of those
Gives a whole different meaning to by any means necessary. Risking, that's part of what I'm saying, y'all. Risking their lives to get over here. Just to be sent back. I don't think it's gonna go well, guys.
Situations that became an epicenter for special interest migrants, namely migrants from African nations. This was one of those holes in the wall that the cartel cut, sending a Peruvian family through. One of those guys only had 1 leg. So this is what they were doing. They're capitalizing off of people's vulnerabilities, and they were making $13 billion a year doing it. Through our southern border. This is me and a cartel friend. They're dealing with things. But Tony Gonzalez says, Natasha, we expect these deportation numbers to go from the hundreds to the thousands. Promises made, promises kept, Natasha.
And I know, Allie, it is incredible to see all of that reporting all in one place. And I appreciate so much that you bring us all sides, the people who are desperate to get in with their families, exploited by the cartels. You've brought us the Border Patrol agents themselves who have said for so long we don't have what we need. And of course, the Americans who live along the border as well, who are overwhelmed. Allie Bradley, cannot thank you enough live in Del Rio, Texas for us tonight. Thank you so much. And our coverage of the border crisis continues after the break. Stay with us. A chance for something better for their children. But we must also acknowledge the other side. Americans who have made their voices heard, the anxious, the angry, the rightly worried, who have watched these same images and feel our borders, once a line in the sand, became a gate swung wide open. The concern of many that the system is buckling and we simply cannot accept everyone who wants to come in. Enter President Donald Trump, a man who's never been afraid of shaking the establishment. His message sharp, his promise blunt, massive change. He speaks of mass deportations like a man setting the stage for historic measures. Laws enforced, gates closed, chaos ended. Well, the nation is holding its breath, both citizens and the families, the workers, the dreamers, the undocumented. A nation once again confronted by a question as old as the American story itself. Who belongs here, and what are we prepared to do to enforce it? We will stay on this topic. We thank you for your time tonight. I'm Natasha Zubes. Thanks for watching. Go to join and...
Crazy, ain't it? What's up, Miss Kim? How you doing? Good morning, man. Everyone in the chat. Shout out to you, Miss Kim, man. And it's most definitely a very sticky situation at this border. Over 4,000 U.S. troops are at the southern border right now as we speak. Man, you know, ICE has been given reign to go in schools and, you know, places of business and, you know, go ask people for their papers. And if they ain't got it, they get deported, man. You know what I'm saying? Let's see what Stephen A. Smith thinks about this whole situation, man. Hold up. He most definitely had comments. Let's see what he had to say about what Trump is doing.
Personal, I'm not personally attacking anyone. I'm going to attack what you say and how you feel and what you expressed, but I'm not going to attack you. And I certainly wasn't attacking Keith Boykin. I wasn't attacking anybody. Having said that, let me get to a more sensitive issue, because if you go on video right now, if you scan the digital stratosphere, social media and beyond, you're going to see footage and pictures of Mexicans waiting for appointments for the CPB-1 app. That's basically Border Patrol and people trying to come into the country and what have you. You're going to see
gonna call you Raz,
an abundance of Mexican
appreciate
citizens crying.
What's up, Ava?
For anybody who enjoys that who speaks of that with glee, with a smile on their face, you really got to question their humanity. Because what's happened to them is incredibly unfortunate.
This is Stephen A.
Upon being
He's giving his analysis of
inaugurated
the
as the
border.
47th president of the United States, within the hour, President Donald Trump
Absolutely, Miss Kim, anytime.
The CPB-1 app, leaving migrants in Mexico heartbroken, reading from the report here, with many reportedly seen crying after their appointments were canceled. Coming in heavily to deliver his promise of restricting immigration into the United States, Donald Trump banned the CBP-1 app that facilitated the legal entry of nearly 1 million people into the United States by granting them work eligibility. The decision was announced just minutes after Trump was sworn in as the 47th president. The impact of this move was immediate, as people in Mexico who were waiting for their CBP-1 parole appointments were reportedly left devastated upon hearing the news. According to a post shared on X
Tristan, in the
by a
game,
gentleman
man.
by the name of Arelis R. Hernandez, a journalist with the Washington Post, some migrants in Mexico were seen crying when they learned that their appointments were no longer valid. They're denied entry.
Absolutely.
I'm going to repeat what I said seconds ago. Anybody who speaks on this subject in favor of Donald Trump's decision, with glee, with joy, coming out of their mouth, with their facial expressions, in their heart and soul, you really, really need to question their humanity. This is cruel.
Let's go, Stephen A.
This is so unfortunate. This is so sad, but necessary.
Sad but necessary, y'all.
You see, when we're talking, and this is one of the problems that exist in politics. See, the one side...
Stephen A. says sad but necessary. That's how a lot of y'all feel.
He talks about the other side and what they do wrong. You ain't talking about what they did right. You're not talking about the wrong that they committed that was a necessary wrong. You see, that's what happens when you allow 14 million immigrants to enter the country illegally. If you didn't do that, Joe Biden...
He on Biden top.
Who, by the way, made sure he departed out of office, pardoning or granting clemency to over 2,500 people for nonviolent offenses. Not to mention all of his family members. All of them. Okay? Made sure they couldn't be touched. If you didn't have open borders your first week on the job in
Make sure you subscribe to the channel, man. We almost at 21,200 subscribers, man.
You see, Trump talked a lot of smack.
We hit it there. Shout out to all the new subscribers.
And this is the part that he's not giving credit for. He talked a lot of smack about mass immigration and deportation and stuff like that. In his first term, he even talked about ending birthright citizenship. Remember that? But what did he actually do? He talked about building a wall, a great big wall, and the Mexicans are going to pay for it. And then they deduced that he probably built about 2% of the wall.
Already, Miss Kim.
You know why he couldn't get things done to the degree that he had portended and had campaigned on back in 2016? Because Barack Obama was the deporter-in-chief. He didn't advertise it, but he wasn't having it.
So he wasn't having it.
He didn't allow folks to come en masse into our country. Nobody else allows it but us. Nobody. You can't go into Mexico like that. You can't go into Venezuela like that.
So basically, he makes a good point. You can't go into some of the places that's coming into America. You can't go to their countries like that. So why should they be able to come to ours? I understand.
You can't go anywhere in this world with those kind of open borders that Joe Biden okayed. Barack Obama didn't do it.
And the reason why Trump had a hard time was because Barack Obama was the deporter in chief, they said. He just didn't advertise it. He didn't boast or brag about it. But had he done it, had he not done it, I'm sorry, then Trump could have lived up to his campaign promises. But you know why Trump couldn't do that when he was in office first go round? Because he would have mirrored Barack Obama or looked worse.
Oh, wow. Okay,
we have to
Steve.
pay attention to what's going on. I bring up what Mr. Boykin said on CNN. Why? Because you're talking about what respect you have or lack thereof for black people who would perform at the inauguration. So obviously you feel the same way about people who voted for Trump. I did neither. I did neither. But when are you going to understand? And I know you do, sir. Just like I know my man Roland Martin does. Y'all know this better than me. This is y'all lane. It's not my lane compared to y'all. I got that part. Some people try to sit up there and say Joe Biden deported more people than Donald Trump. Whatever. You opened the borders. 14 million people crossed.
14 million.
It cost this country billions, which is a subject we'll get into in just a second. But the reason why I brought up what we got to start doing. We can't keep talking about the right. We can't keep talking about conservatives. We can't keep talking about what a...
So just like I said, and y'all starting to get the grass now, maybe through some of these clips I've been playing half of the night. The immigration situation is a big deal in America, man. One of the most talked about things on social media and the news, period, man. You know what I'm saying? Whether you think it's bad, whether you think it's good, everybody has an opinion on what's going on at the border, man. I just find it strange that we done put 4,000 U.S. troops at the border. For what? Train unalivers at the border. And they talking about they saying they can't touch them. They can just shoot them with pepper ball guns. Okay.
The danger Donald Trump is to our society without mentioning the left, meaning Biden. You want to bring up...
Hey, cut up, girl.
The Central Park case? Donald Trump was clearly wrong. Should have apologized. But we all know that when that was broached, particularly during the Democratic National Convention and the campaign trail, it was used as a tool to point to what some would deem racial insensitivity or racist behavior. When America was worried about their own wallets, they don't care because the vast majority of Americans are still white in this country. Hispanics don't make up 30% of the population. Blacks don't make up 15% of the population. It's still a predominantly white society. That's not going to fly with them anymore because they got their own bills to worry about and their own streets to worry about walking in. They ain't falling for it. So we got that issue. You brought up Donald Trump and being a landlord and not wanting to rent to black folks. Did you mention Joe Biden and his relationship with segregationists?
Oh, Lord. I ain't even know he had none.
Robert Byrd?
Look at...
West Virginia?
See, my boy, he is most definitely salty, y'all, about them giving that backlash to Soulja Boy and Nelly and Snoop for performing at Trump inauguration. He done went and pulled out all the facts.
KKK member? Did you bring that up? See, if you bring up Donald Trump with that, you got to bring that up. If you bring up Donald Trump with that, you got to bring up Joe Biden, senator, prominent senator, with Clinton's crime bill that was widely accused of contributing to mass incarceration that disproportionately affected black people in this nation. Got to bring that up. At least. Did you forget to bring that up, or did you not want to point out how the Congressional Black Caucus has something to do with persuading Joe Biden to take the positions that he took as a senator at that particular moment in time in the 90s when Bill Clinton was in office?
Libra, he over here preaching on him.
Did you have any problem with Joe Biden going on the Breakfast Club and trying to define who was black and who wasn't? In terms of you choosing him or Biden, if you don't vote for me, you vote for Trump, you ain't black.
I remember that.
We can't have it both ways, is all I'm saying. And right
Belinda,
now,
he's screaming at the
that's
mic.
what got the Democrats booted out of office. That's what has them being the minority in the House and the Senate. And how they've lost the White House. Yeah, there's something on social media right now with Elon Musk and giving a Nazi sign not once but twice.
Y'all remember that? You know what I'm saying? The hand gesture heard around the world, you know. Some said from my heart to yours. Some said L, you know, the H dude. I'm just saying.
Musk and giving a Nazi sign not once but twice. You're hearing about Trump and how he's determined to do away with entitlement programs and what have you. And you've got minorities in this country wondering what the hell is going on. First, you're attacking immigration, and then you're attacking entitlement programs. So everything is going to be catered to white people. I already know what everybody's saying. I'm not here to say you wrong. We gonna see. We gonna see. But while we're looking to see what Trump does, we already know what the left has done, which is why we're tired of hearing stuff like this from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, better known as AOC. Take a listen.
Well, we are on the eve of an authoritarian administration. This is what 21st century fascism is starting to look like. Republicans really model themselves after Orban's Hungary.
I said
so you
that
can
the first
look
time
to
you
see
showed.
how Viktor Orban runs Hungary to get a taste of how they will try to govern and control media and companies in the United States. And this is kind of an entree to that. As far as what we do, you know, this is a time of experimentation. A lot of people will still use platforms, can still use platforms, but I also look towards places where you have more ownership as well and develop your audiences there. Like Blue Sky, you own your audiences at protocol, decentralized protocol.
Did you say control the media, AOC? By the way, I appreciate your work. I appreciate what you do for your constituencies.
Rena, you hearing
this? Your constituency in the Bronx. But did you talk about controlling the media? Is that what you brought up? So the left has had no control, huh? So the left has not engaged in bullying tactics. So woke culture didn't exist, where people had to make sure they echoed the right pronoun in order to keep their job security. Where you had to sit up there and, God forbid, you literally challenge somebody with regards to transgender issues and you were considered to be transphobic. Where 1 minute we were called upon to protect the young ladies and the women in our society, and then that got thrown out the window.
Well, y'all agreeing with Steven so far? Y'all think he full of crap? Let me know down there.
Second, a male was transitioning to female and wanted to participate in female sports. And then all of a sudden, it wasn't any consistency with the stuff that had been being spewed beforehand and ultimately enforced. So that is the Republicans that we need to be worried about, but not y'all. Y'all would never do such a thing. Oh my goodness, it would never be you. It would never be y'all. That would never happen, huh? Really? Really? This is exactly why Trump is in office.
Why is he in office?
Fascists and all of these other names. Yeah, that's what you do when you're on the left. Not paying attention to the fact that a vast majority of the American people tired of that. When you gonna tell us a message we want to hear? When you gonna tell us a message we need to hear? Right now, let me read to you. Read to you from the Wall Street Journal today. Allow me to put on my reading glasses and read this to you. Verbatim.
They say
Wall
he's
Street
spitting straight facts.
President Trump plans to sign executive orders to overhaul border and energy policies and end diversity programs across the federal government, unwinding signature Biden administration policies on the first day of his second term. Trump's immigration plans include ending birth citizenship, deploying troops, and declaring a national emergency at the southern border, as well as ending asylum by speeding deportations. Trump said as he was sworn in on Monday. Quote, with these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. Those were his words.
Trump finna start something.
What ammunition would he have to say such a thing? How about everything I pointed out?
Trump didn't win the election. You all lost. You put him in there. And let me get real raw with this. It got so bad.
I ain't heard nothing about that,
with Biden in office. Racism was thrown aside. Transgender issues don't make up 1% of this population. Black people make up nearly 14% of this population. And for a vast majority of the last few years, that issue has been more important than issues pertaining to black people, it seemed. That is just the truth.
Okay, Miss T. Eve, what's up? What's up, Eve?
And I didn't even bring up the money. We don't have money for police officers.
You say Steve cooking? Absolutely. He most definitely spending it.
We don't have money to keep the streets safe. We don't have money to make sure there's no inflation. Or that if there is inflation, it doesn't drastically affect us because you got enough people in America making a hard-earned, honest, fruitful living. But we got enough money to let in 14 million immigrants.
Man, 14 million is a lot, child. That's a
We got
bunch.
enough money for $53 million in prepaid credit cards in the state of New York.
$53 million worth of food stamps. I guess, prepaid credit cards for illegal people. And we got people over here in America that's starving every day, can't get 53 cents, let alone, that much amount. That's crazy, y'all. I most definitely agree we got to start taking care of our own. I just don't know how this whole thing with this deportation is going to turn out. I ain't going to lie, it got me scared. And I'm not talking about of being deported myself. I'm talking about of the things that could go on with this situation that they trying to do, man. You know what I'm saying? And 4,000 trained unalivers at the border makes me just a little weary, man. I'm just saying.
We got enough money to allow 17 cities in the United States to be sanctuary cities, at least. We got enough money to throw billions to Ukraine. We got enough money for all of that. But we don't have enough money to address American needs. I've said to y'all on repeated occasion, what is my ultimate claim to success? It happened in 2009 when I got fired. And I had to take a long, hard look on myself. It's in my book, Straight Shooter, a memoir of second chances and first takes. You really should read it. It's very motivational and inspirational. You really should check it out. What did I say back then?
Let's get Newbie the hell up out of here. Talking about my face aggravates you. Man, shut your dumb self up and get out my chat. Let's go ahead and get Newbie the hell up out of here ASAP. Talking about somebody need a shower. How the hell can you tell that from looking at the screen? Shut your dumb self up. You know what I'm saying? Go get educated, motivated, and we just got you relocated to space. You know what I'm saying? Go take you a trip around Pluto. You know what I'm talking about? Send us a postcard when you done for dropping down. When you done for dropping down in my chat saying such stupid comments that don't make no sense. Boy, you go take a bath. You need to be in the bathtub right now. I smell you through the screen. That's why you didn't have a picture on your profile, you big dummy. You know what I'm saying? Let's get you right up out of here, cuz. Yeah, cuz. Yeah. Cuz you stink. Your ugly self. Talking about that dude's face. He needs to take a shower. Shut your dumb self up.
And I learned to wake up every day because 99% of us have a boss. And I learned to wake up every day and learn that my mantra is, how do I make my bosses more money? How do I get some of it?
Kansas City going to the Super Bowl again, E. Oh, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, McHolmes, you know what I'm saying? I bet they going to win. I might need to put my money on them.
Because the system is rigged, ladies and gentlemen. The power brokers that be, almost all of whom are white, have designed a system to ensure they're going to get theirs. And in order for you to get yours, even while you're getting yours, they're going to get theirs. You just saw me talking about Drake and Kendrick Lamar the other day. Both of them under the Universal Music Group umbrella. You don't think there's white folks in power at the Universal Music Group, UMG? You don't think so?
What's up, L?
You don't think all these artists out here that's making money, they ain't somebody white near the top or at the top that's making sure they get their share? Agents, lawyers, accountants. The system is designed to make sure they get paid. The trick is figuring out how you get paid too.
Absolutely.
And what the Democrats did over the last few years was somehow manage to figure out a way to convince you, somehow, some way, you were going to omit, eliminate, and eradicate them and have the fruits of your labor all to yourself. And the Trump administration is a declaration of the obvious. Hold on, not so fast. Our system don't work that way. You can go ahead and get yours. We gonna get ours. We ain't gonna sit here doling out all of this money with one thing after another that ultimately compromises our pockets instead of float.
Miss T say, Stephen, I don't believe you, sir.
That's what happened. That's the truth. And the comeuppance arrived to the left because what they tried to do was eliminate the entire system.
Shout out to you, It's Likely. What's up? What's up?
Of government that the American people are not only comfortable with, but addicted to. And everything you see right now is them reminding you of that. That's why Trump and his administration teased Biden out the door, showing a picture of him in the White House and an eviction notice. That's why Elon Musk is up there doing whatever damn symbols and signals he's doing. It's why change came. And as alarming as the change is, it seemed closer to most American citizens to normalcy than what we've been experiencing the past 4 years. This ain't about the right anymore. It's about what the left tried to turn this nation into.
It's Likely. I ain't seen you. Good to have you in the building. It's Likely. Where you been?
Intimidated us into supporting. No more.
Crystal say Stephen lost his mind.
Independence is the way to go. The hell with the right and the left. Do what's best for you and do what's best for this country.
That was Stephen A. Look. His outlook on this whole situation that's going on with the immigration situation, man. You know, he brought up a lot of facts. You know, he says Obama was getting the immigrants out of here by record numbers as well. He just wasn't, speaking on it like Trump is. Trump most definitely on the front line, man. You know, he most definitely got a lot of the immigrants shooken up, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Scared, afraid. They most definitely questioning, whether they want to be here or not. It's crazy. Working. School is in session. Let's go, It's Likely. I feel you. You know what I'm saying? If y'all missed the beginning, I wanted to show y'all. What's this? Do y'all believe this is real? I was asking the people earlier, do they believe this footage right here? We came to the conclusion that this appears to be 3 different crowds, y'all. You know what I'm saying? It's not just one, it's actually 3 different ones that they done got video of. Some people are saying this is AI. Some people are saying this is real. Some people saying this is a movie prop. I don't know. Which one y'all think? You know what I'm talking about? Could these be the drones or UFOs that people have been talking about, man? You know what I'm saying? They saying that this took place in India. Is where this footage came from, allegedly, y'all. I ran across it on my Instagram. I don't know how true it is. I just wanted to put it towards y'all, in front of y'all, and see what y'all thought, man. Let me know. Susie said it looks man-made. Absolutely. It's crazy, though. What y'all thinking? Let me know. I think so. People so quick to believe any and everything instead of doing their own research. They say man-made. Yeah, it most definitely got numbers and identifying things on it, you know, which would lead me to believe that it was man-made. But if it was man-made, who made it? Who made these dang things? Spartacus says this is fake. What makes you so sure, Spartacus? Let me know. It's likely. Do you think that's real right there? They say look like something from Tesla. Something to alarm the people. Okay. She said she don't believe it's real. She says no. Already. That's what's up. You know, I'm just asking y'all what y'all thinking about these UADs. What is it? UADs, yeah. UAPs or whatever they call them. UFOs. Man, hell, they doing the same thing as usual. Trying to desensitize us for the real it to come. I said that same thing earlier. You know, put it right in front of your face so that when you see it, you're not alarmed or scared. They putting all this information out about these UFOs and UAPs to get the people to be less sensitive to these type of things going on, man. The first thing people do is deny it. I've seen too. Hey, no. It's going to take for some major breaking news to come out for people to believe it. Even though they've been putting it all through the media, you know, saying things about UFO this, UFO that. They was holding whole meetings on UFOs in Congress, and then all of a sudden we start seeing the drones over New Jersey. I'm just saying, it's not, look at the people in the white, and then there's people by them in regular clothes. Yeah, absolutely. We know, Mayor, so you ain't believing it. Mayor says absolutely not. You know, he's not going for it. Okay. This is a prop for Tesla cyber UFO. I saw a little dude in Mexico. Ooh, BS, okay. They would allow those people to be so close to it. They here already, been here, but people would never believe that. Okay, I bet. They already selling advertising space. They don't know what they're being exposed to. Let's go, Lawyer. It looks great. I want one. Let's go. Gully says, BS. He said this is a load of crap. He ain't believing none of it. A Bollywood prop, okay? We ain't going, man. All right, Lenise. Lenise said we ain't going. They most definitely ain't believing none of that. None of it? None of it. They don't believe that that's real, man. I understand. I understand. Hold on. Let's go into what we was just seeing. Remember the LA situation, man. Tell me why the mayor, you know, and Trump got into it over the LA wildfires, man. Check this out.
City departments together so that people don't get caught in the loop of going from one room to the next. We want them all to be in the same room so that you can get busy rebuilding ASAP. Absolutely. Yes. Yes. And we will clear the lots. Absolutely. In the city and in the county. We are working together. Both levels of government are working in unity.
This is the mayor of California and Trump, y'all.
Is it like we that's the answer that we got, and that's what we're all hanging on.
Yes.
So if you're telling us now faster, is it 6 months? Is it? I mean, all of our lives, rents, all this stuff is weighing on this.
6 months is no good.
And the number one thing that we are going to do immediately, and you will see this happen, is to clear out the debris. And you know, we're concerned right now over the weekend because of the potential rain, but we're bringing our city departments together. We are going to move as fast as we can, but we want you to be safe. And we want you to be back in your homes immediately.
But the people are willing to clean out their own debris. It doesn't cost a lot.
Yes, and they can.
You should let them do it, because by the time you hire contractors, it's going to be 2 years.
If a family...
The people are willing to get a dumpster and do...
So Trump is like, man, you want to call in the government or whatever to help you clean up. Why we need to help you clean up when the people who are affected are willing to clean up their own mess? You want to wait 2 to 3 years in order for a cleanup to happen on something that y'all could do today. Let's talk about it.
Do it themselves and clean it out.
And they can.
There's not that much left. It's all incinerated.
That's right.
And, you know, it's just going to take a long time if you do. You can do some of it, but a lot of these people, I know that guy right there that's talking. I know my people. You'll be on that thing tonight, throwing the stuff away, and your site it'll look perfect within 24 hours, and that's what he wants to do. He doesn't want to wait around for 7 months till the city hires some demolition contract that's going to charge him $25,000 to do his lot. I think you have emergency powers just like I do, and I'm exercising my emergency powers.
We are going to move as fast as we can.
To exercise them also.
I did exercise them.
Because I looked, I mean, you have a very powerful emergency power, and you can do everything within 24 hours.
Yes. And if individuals want to clear out their property, they can. Yes, but you know that you will be able to go back soon.
Mr. President.
We think within a week.
That's a long time, a week. I'll be honest. To me, everyone's standing in front of their house. They want to go to work, and they're not allowed to do it.
And the most important thing is for people to be safe.
They're safe. They're safe. You know what? They're not safe. They're not safe now. They're going to be much safer. A week is actually a long time, the way I look at it. I watched hundreds of people standing in front of their lots, and they're not allowed to go in. It's all burned. It's gone. It's done. Nothing's going to happen to it. It's not going to burn anymore. There's nothing to burn. There's almost nothing to burn. To exercise them also.
I did exercise them.
And they want to go in. The people are all over the place. They're standing, and I say, why aren't you going in? We're trying to get a permit. And the permit's going to take them, everybody said 18 months. You said 18 months. You said 18 months.
Last night.
And that was last night.
Trump say he's standing on business.
We can't even see our homes right now. We are blocked from entering our streets. We can't even. This is our first time we saw our house. It was yesterday.
And they want to go in. The people are all over the place. They're standing, and I say, why aren't you going?
Man, when I tell y'all, man, it is a lot going on in the world, man. Y'all better be paying attention, man. It is most definitely a lot going on, man. From the LA fires to the immigration situation, man, to some of these celebrities and the things they being accused of. It is a lot going on. Can somebody tell me what this is?
I found this little alien after its UFO crashed on my farm. It was just sitting there.
Boy, people are crazy.
No idea what it eats, but I'm hoping it's not me. I found this little alien.
What in the world is that?
Crashed on my farm. It was just sitting there. No idea what it eats, but I'm hoping it's not me. I found this.
I wouldn't have put my hands on that thing. You know, whatever it is. It's most definitely a puppet. I know it ain't real, but I'm just saying, man. You know what I'm saying? That is crazy, ain't it? Ah! Yeah, it looked like a squeaky doll. I wouldn't touch it. Yeah, if it was an alien, you wouldn't catch me holding it with my bare hand. That's how I know he full of it. You know what I'm saying? That's how I know he full of it. Yeah, can't be real. You touching it with your bare hand.
Driver did not.
All right, it says was he wrong? Lyft driver denies service for plus-size woman, blames his tires and tells her to call Uber XL. The car is too small in the back. Should he have gave this woman a ride? You know what I'm saying? Check this out.
Denied me service. BC of my size.
What's you saying? Yeah, I got no space at mom. My car is small.
So my car is small.
Believe me, you can. Yes, I can. Believe it. So, I'm sorry. What am I doing with my money? I'm going to cancel it and you're not going to be charged. So you telling me I can't get in the lift because I can't fit in your car? Yeah, you need to order a bigger car. What makes you think I can't fit in your car?
Discrimination.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What makes you think I can't fit in this car? Because the car is small in the back. My best friend has a Benz that's newer than this that I can fit in. That's the same size. Yeah, I'm sorry.
He tell I'm sorry, my car too little in the back.
I'm so busy in your car. So I gotta order another lift. And to be more specific with you, I got very tired tires.
He said I got very small tires.
This Lyft driver denied me service.
Ain't that crazy, y'all? She was big mad. Watch this.
What do with your tires? Yeah, and you have no space. How do you know I don't have no space? Yeah, I got no space in the back. How do you know I don't have no space?
Ain't got no space in the back.
Because I tried before. Huh? Because I've been in this situation. So every big person you turn down because they can't fit in your car? Yeah, because they need to order the Uber XL. No, I don't ever have to order Uber XL.
Erica, he would not let her in.
Okay. Nope. What do with your tires?
Let's talk about it.
Here she
goes.
Everybody
in that bald-headed ass mama got something to say about Dank. Bitch, first of all, let's touch bases on the big bitches in the back that got something to say about
Lord have mercy, girl.
I seen a bitch say go walk. Bitches, you cold. Like, you only like one burger away from being my size. Like, y'all hoes got me fucked up.
Whoa.
Bitch, stop calling yourself
Hey, not too much now, woman. Lord have mercy. Jesus, she is going off.
You hoe, cause you not, bitch. Other BBW.
Dang, why they can't just be regular names, lady?
Second of all, bitch, I never contacted Lyft. Then y'all talking about, oh, she posted a video for Cloud. I am the fucking Cloud. I've been doing this shit a long time. I posted this video because y'all got us fucked up.
Lord have mercy, lady.
Y'all always trying to put big people in
the
fucking
category. Messy mouth.
Oh, big people in
nasty mouth.
Or
that's why he didn't want you to ride. Your attitude bad.
Big or big bitches this and da. Stop doing that shit. Y'all want us to be in a fucking house.
Damn, you about to get cut early. Maybe you calm down. Let's see what you do it on the next one. That dang cut.
Fuck you.
Lord, you just went even harder. Lord, have mercy, woman.
I'm a big person fucking
Whoa. That's why he didn't let her in the Uber, man. She was cussing too much. He felt intimidated. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna even play your stuff. You cussing too much. Yeah, she cussed too much. You gotta get her up out of here the fastest. You know what I'm saying? Would you buy a XX Tentacion Bluetooth speaker that was shaped in the form of his eye, man? I seen this one, it creeped me out. I most definitely wouldn't have one of these. Look at this. Creepy, y'all. Absolutely not. I do not want one of them. Would you get one of those? That look creepy. Look at that. Absolutely not. Can you imagine, you know what I'm saying? Just stumbling across that, not even knowing whoever got one, and then that thing blink at you? Oh my goodness, I'm finna run up out of there, man. That was the craziest thing I ever seen. I wouldn't want one of those, absolutely not. A Halloween gift, yeah, man. Halloween something. Prayers, and all that to Extentation. God bless his soul, but I would not want his blinking eye blinking at me. And then it's so crazy that it most definitely looked just like the side of his face right there. It does. Oh my God, no. Yeah, I'm cool on that one. Yeah, they shouldn't have made that. That's creepy. That's one of the creepiest things I ever seen in my life. I most definitely wouldn't want one of them. I'm gonna throw that outside. Brand new and all, man. I'm throwing that out. What else we got in here, man? What's this? Oh, this is where Mexico refused a deportation flight.
A mass deportation flight landing in Guatemala. 2 flights prior to that from America with returning Mexican citizens. They landed at the airport, and the third one, they refused it. So that has frustrated the Donald Trump administration, and they are now going back and forth with the president of Mexico to figure out, hey, what you gonna do? As you guys know, tensions are rising between Mexico and the United States, as Donald Trump even stated that he's going to change the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. And in return, the president of Mexico said she was going to name the United States Mexico America. So these two are going back and forth, and now Mexico is refusing to accept its own people back. But
Let's go, being in
it's getting interesting.
Most definitely look like player.
We have breaking news right now.
We have some huge break.
It most definitely look like player. You right too. Kind of does look like him. But that was him saying that Mexico basically turned down a flight of migrants. Said they ain't accepting them. They took 2 and then turned 1 down. That is crazy, man. That is crazy. Hold on, what we got here? Man, there's so much going on outside.
Earlier today, Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents showed up at Hemline Elementary School.
ICE that showed up at the elementary school.
CPS established protocols. They kept ICE agents outside of the school and contacted CPS's law department and CPS's Office of Safety and Security for further guidance. The ICE agents were not allowed into the school and were not permitted to speak to any students or staff members.
They was there at the school to come get some little ones. You know what I'm saying? That ain't got nothing to do with being criminals. I'm just saying, ain't got nothing to do. They ain't hurt nobody or none of that. But they going up into the schools. You know, schools involve kids. They trying to get the little ones too, and they not the criminals. That's crazy, man.
Here's the bottom line. Our students and staff are safe. Our protocols were followed. We are very thankful for our school staff for following established district protocol. We want to remind families and staff that CPS will continue to protect our students and their families. In alignment with the Illinois Trust Act and Chicago's Welcoming City Ordinance, CPS does not ask for our family's immigration status. We will not coordinate with immigration and custom enforcement agents. Does not share student records with ICE.
But you got to remember, that's why Trump made it where ICE can go into the schools in the first place. 90% of the time, when you got somebody going into the school, it affects the kids. So somebody put using the kids as bait for the parents. That's exactly what it sounds like to me. And that's crazy, man. Leave the kids alone. What's going on? See, that's when the lines become blurred, guys. You know, now y'all was focused on the criminals. Y'all said y'all was coming to come get the criminals, but y'all going into schools trying to get kids. That's crazy.
Except in the rare case where there is a court order or consent from a parent or a guardian. Earlier today, Immigration and Customs.
Yeah, just so y'all know, man, it has begun and it's real, man. You know, this mass deportation situation is most definitely real, man. And they have begun to do the things that they do. in order to get these people up out of here, even if it means going after the kids to get to the parents, man. Yeah, a lot of people feel a lot of different ways about this whole situation. Check this out.
Level. But Matt, my problem with this is, why are we so worried about getting rid of all of the Mexicans or Hispanics that are quote unquote here, if they're illegal or not? At the end of the day, many of them are paying taxes. Many of them have been here for generations and decades. And Matt, trying to get rid of 4 or 5 or 3 million people all at once is not going to work. We don't have the resources.
We don't have to do it all at once.
And secondly, Matt, listen, there is no such thing as an illegal Mexican immigrant coming into Texas, because they're only coming home. Texas, Arizona, and California was stole from the Mexicans.
Don't start
this
that now,
all
man.
belongs to them. So they're only coming home. And then here it is, you white folks stole the land from the Indians, but yet you're the natural, real illegal immigrants.
So let's start with the things you said that are already wrong. First of all, they're coming here. They're not paying any taxes. You're telling me they're paying taxes? They're not paying taxes because nobody knows who the heck they are. No, they're not paying any taxes.
Matt, when they buy a product, they pay a tax on it.
Let's continue.
When they buy a car, they pay a tax on it.
You come into this country illegally. That is a law that you're breaking. And that's why they have to be sent back to wherever they came from. They want to come through the front door. That is the correct way to come in. And the city of Houston has to stop allowing this, or we're never going to get them to stop coming in here. Look, Matt, that's what we got to do. Follow the law.
But Matt, where is the compassion that the indigenous Indians had for white people in this country?
Why do you keep going backwards?
They let you all come in.
What are you going backwards?
And you came in and raised a whole lot of hell.
Don't start bringing up history.
He called them criminals. Hey, my boy called them out. He said, man, if you ask me, we all illegal. Yeah, because this land belonged to the Native Americans. Y'all came and took that from them. You know what I'm saying? So they should be deporting y'all and moving the Indians back in. Let's go.
I'm called the Mexicans illegal criminals coming into America. Was the biggest illegal criminal ever coming to America was white people.
So you don't give a damn if people break into this country.
I don't give a damn.
I wonder what's going to happen when they come to rob your house.
I don't give a damn about hypocrites who came here illegally and stole all of this and now want to blame them before only coming back home. To all of the Mexicans, don't worry about this. Just keep having babies, and in 30 years, all these white folks will be under your control.
To Americans, let's stand up and do what the hell we're supposed to do and stop letting the city of Houston be an open door. This ain't no sanctuary city.
Don't listen to that.
This is a real city.
Just keep having babies, and at the end of the day, you'll run everything in Texas. Just keep having babies.
Now you understand why I got to come here every single week, and I gotta go after this man and maybe get through that big skull one day.
In 20 years, you're gonna be the minority in Texas. Level. But Matt, my problem with this is, why are we so worried about getting rid of all of the Mexicans or Hispanics that are quote unquote here, if they're illegal or not? At the end of the day, many of them are paying taxes. Many of them have been here for generations and decades. And Matt, trying to get rid of 4 or 5 or 3 million people all at once is not going to work. We don't have the resources.
We don't have to do it all at once.
And secondly, Matt, listen, there is no such thing as an illegal Mexican immigrant coming into Texas, because they're only coming home. Texas, Arizona, and California was stole from the Mexicans.
Don't start
this
that now,
all belongs to them. So they're only coming home. And then here it is, you white folks stole the land from the Indians, but yet you're the natural, real illegal immigrants.
So let's start with the things you said that are already wrong. First of all, they're coming here, they're not paying any taxes.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, old dude, the black dude, he's an attorney. He got on him. He hit him with the fat look. Y'all stole the land from the Indians. Let's talk about it.
You're telling me they're paying taxes? They're not paying taxes because nobody knows who the heck they are. No, they're not paying any taxes.
Matt, when they buy a product, they pay a tax on it.
Let's continue.
When they buy a car, they pay a tax on it.
You come into this country illegally. That is a law that you're breaking. And that's why they have to be sent back to wherever they came from. They want to come through the front door. That is the correct way to
your boy over here, he said, man, just wait. Listen, he said, just wait until they're breaking into your house. I've heard that before, and not about no Mexicans. I'm just saying. Yeah, listen, man. Listen. Y'all better listen. Yeah, wait till they break it in your house. Yeah, I bet. You know what I'm saying? Like when that new family move into the neighborhood, you know, and they look different and they dress like me, and, you know, Wait till they're breaking in your house. Yeah, real talk. Hey, man, I'm just saying.
And the city of Houston has to stop allowing this, or we're never going to get them to stop coming in here. Look,
Matt,
that's what we got to do. Follow the law.
But Matt, where is the compassion that the indigenous Indians had for white people in this country?
Why do you keep going backwards?
They let you all come in.
What are you going backwards?
And you came in and raised a whole lot of hell.
Don't start. Don't start bringing up history and try and explain what's going on today.
Trump called the Mexicans illegal criminals coming into America. Well, the biggest illegal criminal ever coming to America was white people.
So you don't give a damn if people break into this country.
I don't give a damn.
I wonder what's going to happen when they come to rob your house.
I don't give a damn about hypocrites who came here illegally and stole all of this and now want to blame them before we coming back home. So all of the Mexicans, don't worry about this. Just keep having babies, and in 30 years, all these white folks will be on the yoke.
My boy over here, he is upset.
To Americans, let's stand up and do what the hell we're supposed to do.
Hey, my boy right here, he ready to box it out, literally. He ready to come to blows with my guy for his opinion over here.
And stop letting the city of Houston be an open door. This ain't no sanctuary city.
Don't listen to that.
This is a real city.
Just keep having babies, and at the end of the day, you'll run everything in Texas. Just keep having babies.
Now you understand why I got to come here every single week, and I gotta go after this man and maybe get through that thick skull one day.
In 20 years, he's gonna be the minority in Texas.
He want to call him the N-word, I'm telling you. I gotta come here every week. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, yeah, man, he want to call him the N-word. I promise he do. I see it on his face. Got his feathers ruffled over there, man. I promise.
Level. But Matt, my problem with this is,
yeah, my boy, he started turning red in the face. He was biting his tongue. He couldn't say what he really wanted to say. He wanted to call him the N-word. I'm telling y'all. Hey, man, I'm telling you, he wanted to say it. Oh, my God, man, for real. No cap. Man, listen, y'all. Hey, I'm telling you, man. Every week, this thing's on my nerves. I'm telling you. On the tip of his tongue, Karen, he wanted to say it bad. He wanted to say it so bad he turned red in the face. Keep having babies. You're a rule of the nation. Hey, y'all. Say, y'all, how long we been in here? Let me see. See how long we been going. We've been in here, 5 hours, man. Yeah, it's time to exit, man. You know what I'm saying? But Lord have mercy, man. They was most definitely going at it right then, man. They was not playing no games. Yeah, we been to Jay Stevens. I've been here 5 hours. It's most definitely time for me to go. Kyla said, fire show, man. I hope everybody that's new subscribe to the channel, man. Most definitely subscribe. Man, we on the road to 100K. We had 21,200 subscribers, man. Shout out to all my new subscribers. Shout out to all my members. I most definitely appreciate y'all. Shout out to all my moderators. Y'all most definitely keep me motivated to keep pressing this button. Man, y'all know we here Monday through Thursday from 12 a.m. Central Standard Time until I run out of content or I get tired, man. You know, this is everything news. I'm most definitely gonna walk you down through there if you did not notice tonight. If you was over here tonight for the first time, then you seen a little bit of what I do, man. We most definitely go over whatever in the news that I come across that I feel like presenting, man. So I hope that everybody in here most definitely picked up some brand new information that you may not have known or expanded your knowledge on some things that you already heard about. Most definitely something to raise awareness on the things that go on outside of YouTube, you know, off in the real world, man. And just like I've been saying since the beginning, this Diddy case is going to be a big deal, as well as these executive orders and the mass deportation situation that Trump got going on. Most definitely gonna be a big deal, man. We 30 away from having 500 on that like. Do we got 30 people in the building that ain't hit that like button? Man, if you ain't hit that like button, man, please double tap the screen or click those 3 dots. Give the show a thumbs up, man, so YouTube continues to share me out to everybody out there, man. You know what I'm saying? I hope y'all enjoy. Shout out to anybody that gifted a membership. Shout out to to anybody that copped the membership. Shout out to anybody that sent the cash out, a super sticker, hit me with a gift. Know that you are most definitely appreciated. Shout out to the chat for participating this whole time. Yeah, man, but it's most definitely time for me to go. I will see y'all tomorrow at 12 a.m. Central Standard Time. Make sure you pull up to Everything News, man. Tell a friend to subscribe to the channel, man. We most definitely trying to get in the game and perhaps be one of the biggest channels on YouTube, but I can't do it by myself. It'll most definitely take help from y'all, but I most definitely did my job tonight. We went over the Diddy fight. We went over what Diddy lawsuit contained and the people that he was suing, as well as what's going on with Chris Brown and the people that he is suing, and breaking news on the Jay-Z, Tony Busby heated back and forth they got going. You know, lawyer above lawyer. We found out that they brought a brand new lawyer into the fold of all of this, man. So it should be something to see. Most definitely gonna keep my eyes on it. You know, I hope y'all was entertained throughout these 5 hours. Who else you know on here doing news for 5 hours? The news don't even do news for 5 hours, but we here on it all, man. You know what I'm saying? So stay up to date, you know, with everything going on, whether it's hip hop, you know what I'm saying, whether it's regular news or worldwide news. You know, if it's breaking, I'm on it. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate y'all for y'all time. And with that being said, man, I'm gonna make my grand exit. Man, y'all be safe out there. You know what I'm saying? In the YouTube streets as well as the real streets. I will catch y'all on the next one. What's up with it, SRT Ken? Libra, baby. Y'all already know what time it is, man. It's time for me to make my grand exit, man. And with that being said, man, y'all be safe. Sidewalk Gang, checking out. I'll catch y'all on the next one. Make sure y'all pull up on me. 12 a.m. Central Standard Time right here on this channel. Even if YouTube don't send your notification, I will be here, man. I'll catch y'all later. Y'all be good. I'm out.